When Robin woke in the morning, the boy with the fox's skin was curled at the root of the tree. "I am your boy now," he replied when Robin questioned him. "What you said last night, that's what I feel. I do not want gold for myself. That is all those two ever think about. They do not care who they rob or kill. But I am for what you said. Rob the rich to feed the poor. Let me stay with you." "By my oath, so you shall," cried Robin, grasping the boy's shoulders. "I shall call you Todd for the skin you wear. We shall be the first. They'll come to join us, others who share our longing for justice. By our Lady Todd, we will have a merry life in Sherwood." So Robin Hood began his life in Sherwood. Soon no one remembered his old name or where he had come from. But many heard of his new name and came into the forest to find him and join his band. Some were men with a price on their heads for breaking the unjust laws of the forest, or for misdeeds against the sheriff who, from Nottingham, governed the neighbouring area for the king. He was a man of power, having his own small army and caring little for any justice, being ruled only by his own greed. Some who came were peasants who could no longer endure their days of endless toil, the results of their labours being taken by the church in tithes, or by representatives of the king in taxes. There were true men sick at heart to see the England they loved in the hands of Norman barons, and had to watch impotently while the church grew as greedy and as cruel as the nobles. These and many more sought out Robin Hood in order to join his band of outlaws. Before they could join, they all had to swear the great oath, to rob the rich and give to the poor, to withstand tyranny and to harm neither woman or child. When they had sworn, Robin would shake them by the hand, clasp them by the shoulder, and welcome them to Sherwood. Each man was given a suit of Lincoln green, and each made for himself a bow of yew, and arrows that flew straight and sure. There was not one of the outlaws who did not worship Robin. They were awed by his skill with the bow and his wisdom of forest ways. They loved his light step, his ready laughter, and his bold heart that was always looking for new adventures. When they heard the sound of Robin's horn ringing through the forest, every man raced at full speed to answer the call, and there was not one of them who would not have given up his life to save his leader. It was spring again. Robin Hood had lived in Sherwood for 2 years, and had gathered about him close on 100 men. Yet on this May morning, he felt the need to go wandering on his own. "Stay here," he said to the outlaws who were with him. "It is too long since an adventure came my way, and if it will not come to me, then I must go and seek it out." Robin strode on alone through the forest, and came at last to one of the long, straight roads that link the villages and towns. Travellers passed him by, and though Robin gave them all a fair good day and a straight gaze from his twinkling eyes, there was no sign of an adventure. No fat friar, his saddlebags clinking with coins taken from peasants and now being carried to a rich abbot. No villager with a tale of injustice. After a time, Robin turned away from the road and made his way towards the roofs of a village that was half hidden in the trees. Close to the village ran a brook crossed by a long, narrow plank which served as a bridge. As Robin approached the bridge, a man came striding towards it from the other side. When he saw Robin, he quickened his pace so that he might cross first. "By the saints," swore Robin, "what manner of man is this? More giant than man." Robin ran swiftly to the bridge, unslinging his bow as he ran. Setting foot on the plank, he placed an arrow to his bowstring and faced the stranger. The man advanced steadily to the centre of the bridge. He stood some 7 feet high, was broad-shouldered as a bull, his legs like the trunks of oak trees, his massive arms swollen with muscle, and the vast hands that gripped his stout staff were as huge as the haunches of prime venison. At the centre of the bridge he stopped, set his staff before him, and cried out his challenge. "Loose that shaft from your bow, and your head will ring like a church steeple a jangle with bells from the kiss of my staff." "Long before your staff could reach me," cried Robin, "my arrow would have found your heart." The giant leaned forward on his stick. "You talk like the coward you are," he said. "A brave man who faces up so boldly to another, carrying only a staff." "I am no coward," cried Robin furiously. "Hold your place on the bridge while I cut myself a cudgel from the thicket, and then I'll knock the word coward about your teeth." Robin laid his bow and arrows on the ground and cut himself a strong staff. The stranger watched, his lips curving into a smile as he flexed his muscles and stretched his great arms. "Now," cried Robin, "whoever falls into the water first is the loser. The other has the victory." "Agreed with all my heart," smiled the giant, and he set his staff to await Robin's onslaught as a man awaits the attack of a gadfly. Robin ran at the stranger, and their staves clashed wood on wood, with the crash of red deer stags in the rutting season. Robin's bones were sent jangling, and even the giant felt the blow shatter through him. "Take heed, little man," cried the stranger, raising his staff. "I shall crack your skull like a hazelnut." Light-footed, Robin danced before him. The staff crashed down, but ducking nimbly, Robin took only a glancing blow on the shoulder. Then he was through the giant's guard and set about his head with a fury of blows. The giant stumbled back, shaking his massive head like a stunned beast. Again Robin ran at him, but this time he was too slow and felt the giant's staff crack against his skull and blood trickle down his face. Undaunted, Robin leapt backwards on the narrow plank as the giant surged forward. Robin feinted with his staff, ducked beneath the stranger's guard for a second time, and closed in, his staff ringing about the head and shoulders of the giant. So fast and furious was the rain of blows that a sweat burst from the scarlet face of the stranger and rose in the air like steam. Holding his staff by one end, the stranger fixed his eyes on Robin and let out a murderous roar. He charged at Robin and dealt the outlaw such a batter upon his shoulders that he tipped him head over heels into the brook. "Faith," spluttered Robin, the fight is yours. You are a sturdy villain and no mistake." Finding his feet, Robin waded to the bank and sprang back onto dry land. He shook himself like a dog, then, taking his horn from his belt, he set it to his lips and blew a blast on it that sounded deep into Sherwood. The outlaws sped to answer their master's call, bursting through the trees and running towards the brook. "Why, you're wet to the skin," cried Will Stukely, staring in amazement at the state of his leader. "Did that rogue treat you so? Come, men, we will give him a ducking that he won't forget." Some dozen of the outlaws grabbed the giant to force him into the water. "No," cried Robin, "set him free. He's a sturdy fighter and won by virtue of his strength in a fair bout." As his men freed the stranger, Robin strode up to him, holding out his hand. "Friend," he said, "my name is Robin Hood, and these are my men, all good men and true. We live in the greenwood, harming no man save those whose fat needs the feel of our trimming knife. Come and join us. I need such a man as yourself to stand at my right side." "Aye, that I will," cried the giant. "Many times I have thought of joining you to fight with you on the side of the poor folk, and having met you, I like you the more. I shall join your band and fight right lustily for you." He grasped Robin's shoulder in his massive hand. "Robin Hood, I am your man." "You have become one of us," said Robin. "But what is your name?" "When this babe was born, they gave him the name of John," answered the giant. He paused, a wide grin splitting his great face. "That is my name, John. John Little." On hearing his last name, a roar of laughter rang out from the outlaws. "Then take this for your new name," said Robin. "I name you Little John." So the giant was known in Sherwood as Little John. He became the right-hand man of Robin Hood, and of all the outlaws, he was the closest to his master, staying with him to the hour of Robin's death. Two things remained with Robin from his old life. One was the ache in his heart for his true love, Marion Mortimer. The other was his desire to be revenged on the abbot of St. Marie's for his greed. All Robin's men were charged to bring him word at once should the abbot of St. Marie's come near Sherwood. But the abbot knew that Robin of Locksley had been outlawed, and when tales reached him of a band of outlaws with their headquarters deep in Sherwood, he reasoned that their leader, Robin Hood, might well be the young Robin of Locksley. So the abbot, being of a shrewd and wary turn of mind, took pains to see that he kept well clear of the forest roads. So it was that Robin had lived 2 years in the greenwood before his chance for revenge came to him. One summer day, Robin was shooting at the marks, sending his arrows flying straight to their targets. Some 30 of his men stood around watching. Into the target ground ran Much, the miller's son. "What tidings?" demanded Robin. "You come like a bull at a gate." "He has come," cried Much. "We have him at last." Robin knew at once who he meant. "The Abbot of St. Marie's?" he demanded. "Along the west road, with 100 of the sheriff's men, 50 marching before and 50 behind." 100 men, cried Robin gleefully. What a prize the abbot must be carrying to need such an escort. Robin put his horn to his lips and set the greenwood ringing with 3 blasts, the call that would bring every outlaw straight to the great oak, which grew at the very centre of their territory. He swung himself into the low branch of the huge tree and lifted up his hand for silence. "Men," he cried, "the Abbot of St. Marie's rides into our forest. He comes with 100 of the sheriff's men to guard what he carries. Shall we ask him to dine with us?" The outlaws' "yes" came as if from one throat. "He rides along the west road. If he's to accept our invitation, we must persuade him to leave that broad road and take to a narrower path. Georgia Green, Wat Stummer, Grey Goss, Martin Low and Todd of the Fox's Skin, you shall all come with me. We shall bind up Wat's head and cover his face with deer's blood. Todd, we shall lay you on a litter, as if you were dead. George, you will dress as a peasant, while Martin, Grey Goss and myself will wear monk's robes. Together we shall come to meet the abbot. We shall tell him how we were set upon by villainous outlaws who brought us to this sorry state before we could convince them that we knew nothing of the man they sought, a certain Abbot of St. Marie's. Then, when their bowels are water, we shall offer to lead them along a safe way through the forest. We shall take them along the ride that leads by the 5 Pines. You all know how it starts, a fine, broad way that dwindles into a mere track. And over the track, the branches of the trees meet like a roof, cried Little John. 5 times 100 men could lodge there unseen. Aye, agreed Robin, and every man of you shall be hidden in those trees when I bring the abbot beneath them. Little John, you shall lead the ambush. Choose your place with care. Do not go on until the track is too narrow, or they may smell a rat. Little John nodded, already planning the ambush. When I hear their approach, continued Robin, I shall blow twice upon my horn, so that you will be expecting us. It is well planned, shouted Much, and the outlaws roared their agreement. Good hunting, then, cheered Robin, swinging himself down from the oak. And a fat abbot for our prize, echoed Little John. In little more than 5 minutes, the space around the great oak where the outlaws had massed was completely empty. At the side of the west road, 6 men waited. The monk's hood was pulled well down over Robin's head. 3 other outlaws, also dressed in monk's robes, stood with him. One had his head swathed in blood-soaked bandages, and his face encrusted with drying blood. The 5th man was wearing the clothes of a poor peasant, while Todd lay on a litter on the ground, invisible under the 2 cloaks that were covering him. Suddenly Robin said, "Here they come," and he sent the notes of his horn ringing out into the forest. The waiting outlaws heard it and climbed into the branches of the trees that arched over the track. They were completely hidden by the thick screen of summer leaves. The sound of marching feet could now be heard clearly. "Pick up the boy," said Robin, "and what? See you grown your best. We must put on a pretty play for our Lord Abbot." Robin led the way down the road to meet the abbot. At his side came the battered monk, moaning in great distress and being supported by his brother monk. Behind them came the other monk and the peasant, carrying the litter on which Todd lay as still as if he were truly dead. The marching men came into sight, and in their midst, riding on a mule, was the Abbot of St. Marie's. He was accompanied by 4 of his monks, also riding on mules, and each leading a pack-ass heavily laden with panniers. From the panniers came the telltale clink of gold. The abbot clutched his reins and looked about anxiously. Every bird that flew from a tree made him flinch nervously, and at the least sound he expected the forest blackness to become alive with bloodthirsty outlaws. Only the most dire necessity had forced the abbot into Sherwood. The gold in his saddlebags was bound for the royal court as a gift to King Henry. The abbot was to present the gold himself, at the same time mentioning, in the most delicate fashion, that should the king think fit to give the lands of Merton to the abbot, his gift would not be refused. A jay burst chattering from the bushes, and the abbot's heart jumped into his throat with fear. He drew a linen handkerchief from his sleeve and mopped his brow. At that moment, the men marching in front stopped, bringing the whole progress to a halt. "By the rood!" cried the abbot, straining to see what had caused the halt, his nerves thrumming. "Get on!" he shouted. "Get on with you!" He urged his mount towards the head of the column. The sight of the bleeding monk and the body on the litter, the abbot had to make a sudden grasp at his saddle as his head swam dizzily. "Brothers, what has befallen you?" he gulped. At this the injured monk groaned most horribly and leant even more heavily upon his companion. "Outlaws and cutthroats," cried the leading monk. "Only a mile back along the road they fell upon us like a pack of wolves, some 200 or more." The last drops of blood drained from the abbot's face, and his eyes stretched wide with fear. Before we could convince them that we were not the men whom they were seeking, they had killed our lad and brought one of my brothers close to death, crying that they were the men of Robin Hood come to have their revenge. "What men were they seeking?" whispered the abbot through chattering teeth. "Why, a man of the church like ourselves," replied Robin, "one who had wronged their master." "His name?" demanded the abbot in terror. "The abbot of St. Marie's," said Robin. On hearing his own name, the abbot swung dizzily in the saddle and would have sworn to the ground if two of the sheriff's men had not jumped to catch him. "You were turned back by a mere outlaw," scoffed the captain. "Near on 200, Robin corrected him. "Were I this abbot, I would not meet them with twice their number. They are mad for blood." "Have you turned back?" gasped the abbot. "Two of my brothers must take the boy for Christian burial," said Robin, "and Brother Anthony must have his wounds dressed, but I am bound for London." "Then you must face these brigands again?" said the abbot. "In no manner," cried Robin, as if in fear. "My man is from these parts, and knows of a way through the forest. We may take it safely, since the outlaws wait a mile back for their victim. It will add 3 hours to my journey, but were it to add 3 days, I would surely take it rather than face those fiends again." Robin waited, catching his breath to see if his carefully laid bait would be taken. The abbot hardly paused for a second. "We shall come with you," he said, brushing aside the captain's protest. "We are most grateful for this warning. Come, let us make all speed to leave this wretched place." "With your leave, I shall walk ahead with my man," said Robin. As you will," stuttered the abbot. "Only make haste." Robin walked a little way behind Georgia Green, as if he were following where he led. As the ride gradually grew narrower, Robin could hear the sheriff's men grumbling amongst themselves. The soldiers had been unwilling to turn off the road instead of facing up to the outlaws, and as the track narrowed, they began to look about suspiciously, saying to each other, "Who is this monk that leads us deeper into the forest?" One soldier, who knew Sherwood well, swore that he knew of no track that would take them through the forest. "Oh, little John," murmured Robin, "do not leave it too late." He glanced upwards, searching for signs of the outlaws. Then, in the dense shadows of the forest boughs, he caught a glimpse of a bold black eye that twinkled and winked, and Robin knew that they were walking under the ambush. With a great cry, the outlaws dropped from the trees plumb onto the men below. The fight was violent but short-lived, and in no time the sheriff's men were completely overpowered. Their hands lashed together, arrows pointing at their throats. They stood watching helplessly as Robin Hood, having thrown off his monk's robes, stood before the abbot clad in Lincoln green, his longbow in his hand. "How now, my good Lord Abbot," Robin cried. "1,000 welcomes to my new estates." The abbot's face was the colour of old porridge, and the huddle of monks standing beside him shook visibly. "When last we met, you were so fond of me that you moved into my house uninvited. But now set your mind at ease, for here you are invited, and to a right good feasting. You will see that my lands are somewhat broader than when I dwelt in Locksley. So come, make free here, as you did before." A peal of laughter from the outlaws greeted these remarks. Some of the outlaws stayed to guard the soldiers, while the rest went with Robin and led the blindfolded abbot and his monks through Sherwood until they came to the clearing by the vast oak where they dismounted. "Come, be seated," commanded Robin, guiding the abbot to his own oak tree chair and taking off his blindfold while the other monks were seated on logs. The rest of the outlaw band made themselves comfortable on the ground, and wooden platters were passed around and swiftly filled with thick slices of venison and pickled vegetables. Great jugs of ale were set within the reach of every man. "You are not eating," laughed Robin, looking down scornfully at the abbot's shaking hands. "Is our fare not good enough for you?" I'm not hungry," stuttered the abbot. "You had a fair enough appetite on our last meeting," Robin reminded him. "So fair an appetite that in one gulp you ate up my lands and house, horses and hounds, and all my means." "It was in the bond," whimpered the abbot. It was mine by law." "An eighth of my land would have more than met the bond," said Robin. "I was a green boy then, and you were so swinish in your holy greed that you would not wait 3 days, but took all that I had. You ate then of your own accord, so I say that you shall eat now, whether you would or no." The abbot felt the prick of Little John's dagger set against the fat at his waist. With shaking hands, he pushed the slices of meat into his mouth, trying desperately to swallow. "Drink," ordered Robin, passing him a tankard filled with water. "If this ale is thinner than you're used to, think on the wine you took from my father's cellars." The abbot sipped with trembling lips. While the others were feasting, 6 of the band had counted out the money in the little ass's panniers, and when they had finished, they brought the panniers and laid them at Robin's feet. £3,000, they told him. "So little," cried Robin, starting up in mock dismay. "Why, my lord abbot, that will not pay for all you have eaten. We must take it all and ask for more." "Rogue and scoundrel," sputtered the abbot, but the prick of Little John's dagger stopped his words. I have no more." "Why then," mocked Robin, "if you speak true, you must pay in some other manner. You shall dance for your supper. Dance, my lord abbot, dance as you once danced your way into my lands." From foot to foot the terrified abbot hopped. "Faster," cried Robin, and set an arrow into the ground at the abbot's feet. "Ha! You have ginger in those toes that we have not seen yet." He shot again at the jogging abbot. This way and that he hopped and skipped, a desperate, pathetic figure, his eyes wide with terror, his arms loose as a puppet, his feet flapping hectically as he danced to the music of the outlaw's arrows. "Enough, enough," cried Robin at last, wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes. "You have made good a little of your debt with such a merry jig, and what you have still to pay will keep until we meet again. Away with you." Little John brought up the abbot's mule, and 3 of the outlaws hoisted him into the saddle. "He's sitting the wrong way round," one of the men cried out. "Why, so he is," agreed Little John. "He's facing the beast's head." Girding the abbot's waist with one of his giant arms, Little John plucked him from the saddle and sat him down facing the mule's tail. So it was, facing his mule's rump, that the abbot of St. Marie's was led back to join the sheriff's soldiers. There was no laughter in the great hall of Nottingham Castle that evening. The sheriff of Nottingham, that man of power and arrogance, sat late into the night, talking with his friend, the abbot of St. Marie's. "We shall not tolerate it one day more," swore the sheriff, crashing his fist down on the great elm table. "I shall ride to London myself to tell King Henry how our lives are made intolerable by this arrant knave." 10 days later, the sheriff of Nottingham stood before King Henry in the courtroom of the Palace of Westminster. Light from the flaring torches made the jewelled rings on King Henry's fingers dusk and glint as he twisted his hands impatiently. His brows were drawn together, and his mouth set in a hard, ill-tempered line, as the sheriff's voice droned on, relating tale after tale of Robin Hood's misdeeds. The sheriff told the king how the outlaws lived off the king's own deer, and were so secure in the heart of Sherwood that no forester dare go near them, were so full of guile that no honest man dare take the roads by the forest for fear of their arrows, and how the peasants who received gifts from the outlaws were beginning to question the right of the barons and the teachings of the church. Why, only last month, this rebellious rogue waylaid the good abbot of St. Marie's, said the sheriff. He took from him £3,000 that were being brought by the abbot as a gift to your majesty. And right scurrilously did that wretch treat the abbot, forcing him to eat your gracious venison and to dance frivolously, and tying him upon his mule face to tail. Lives in my forest, cried King Henry, dines off my venison, takes £3,000 meant for me, mocks the rule of the church, while you do nothing but come whining like a cur-dog snivelling at my feet. Are you not my sheriff? Are you not appointed to keep the rule of the king in Nottingham and Sherwood? Get you gone and root out this rogue who flaunts our laws. Carry out the duties to which you are appointed, or your head will add a new bauble to the walls of Nottingham Castle. The sheriff rode back to Nottingham in high dudgeon, his sour blood boiling at the treatment he'd received from the king. He knew that the men who were riding escort beside him had heard how he had been received by the king, and his mind shriveled away from the thought of their tales being spread throughout Nottingham, growing taller with each retelling. When the sheriff reached Nottingham, he set about organising the capture of Robin Hood. He mustered his troops, and on a fine summer morning, he rode into Sherwood with 200 men. A month later, he rode out again, and in the whole month, he had seen nothing more of the outlaw band than their arrows whistling through the trees. Sherwood was a village to the outlaws, but to the soldiers it was a place of terror where every step might lead them into a swamp or an ambush, where every crackling twig might mean death from an outlaw's arrow. "Then you have not captured him?" asked Sir Hugh of Flamboyant when he sat drinking with the sheriff. "And how long did you spend in Sherwood?" "A month," admitted the sheriff sullenly, "but I shall capture him and all who follow him." I doubt it not," soothed Sir Hugh. "But how? Do you plan to start a winter campaign? If you cannot master Sherwood in the summer, you will not survive the winter, nor would His Majesty be pleased to wait so long for news of the outlaw's capture." The sheriff grunted, tipped back his goblet, drinking noisily, and held it out again to be refilled. As the page poured out the wine, a few drops spilt on the sheriff's sleeve. "Dolt!" he cried, hitting the boy soundly about the head. "Son of a cow!" He moved his goblet away too quickly, again causing the page to spill the wine and merit another clouting. "Then tell me," the sheriff demanded, thrusting his head out at Sir Hugh, "seeing you know so much, how you would take this Robin Hood." "I would sit here and wait for him to come to me," said Sir Hugh. "You would invite him to stay?" sneered the sheriff. "I would lure him," corrected Sir Hugh, smiling slowly. "I would hold an archery competition, as you have done before, and I would make the prize so valuable that no man who could draw a bow would be able to resist entering. Robin Hood would come running into your trap." The sheriff's face shone like an October full moon. "A prize of a golden arrow," he crowed. "That would bring him out of his hiding place." The evil laughter of the two men echoed in the page boy's ears as he stood silently behind the sheriff, listening to their plans to capture Robin Hood. It was Will Stookley who brought the news of the contest to the outlaws. "All bowmen are challenged to the match, and the prize is to be an arrow of pure gold." "When is this contest?" Robin demanded. "A week come Saturday," said Will, "in the courtyard of Nottingham Castle. The arrow is to be presented by the sheriff himself." "You must not take such a risk," warned David of Doncaster. "Were the sheriff to see you, your next resting place would be Nottingham jail." "What would you have me do?" demanded Robin, turning on the young man. "Sit here sucking my thumbs while the sheriff presents the prize to another?" But many of the outlaws agreed with David of Doncaster. "You know well how he has tried to track you down," cautioned Georgia Green. "Would you walk into his grasp?" The frown on Robin's face deepened. He opened his mouth to tell his men that he had not known that they were such timid rabbits when there was a sound of running footsteps coming towards them through the trees. Suddenly, Todd appeared, grasping another boy of about his own age tightly by the hand. Both boys were scarlet in the face and breathless. "Master!" cried Todd, halting in front of Robin. "I bring you news of great danger." He dragged his companion forward. "Speak," he commanded. "Tell Robin Hood what you told me when I found you." The boy looked up at Robin. His rich clothes were torn and spoiled, his fine leather shoes ruined. His face was filthy and beaded with dried blood where thorns and brambles had scratched him. "I was the page of the Sheriff of Nottingham," the lad announced in a clear voice, "but I am no longer in his service. I have come to serve you and to live the free life of the Greenwood." "Your news," urged Todd in a breathless whisper. "Tell them your news, what you heard." "The shooting match for the Golden Arrow is not a true contest. While I was serving the sheriff, I heard him plan it all. It is a trap. He is only holding the contest to lure you to Nottingham. If you go, as he is sure you will be taken prisoner." The outlaws, who had already warned Robin not to go to Nottingham, redoubled their warnings. But Robin set his hands on his hips and laughed at them all. "A pox on your fears! I shall pluck this arrow from between the sheriff's teeth." "And the same teeth will close about your neck," said Will Stukely. But Little John, seeing that his master was set on the venture, and having a liking in his own heart for such a jest, described a plan which would allow Robin to compete for the arrow and remain unrecognized. The sun blazed down from a cloudless sky. In the tiers of seating overlooking the target set up for the archery contest, the noblemen and gentry of Nottingham sat dressed in silks, satins, and velvets. The sheriff, in his ermine-trimmed robes, sweated freely, but he paid no attention to the heat. He leant forward, staring down at the crowds beneath him, gnawing at the knuckles of his clenched fists. Separated from the crowds, the archers waited, testing bowstrings, taking practice aim. They were dressed more brightly than the common people, many wearing the livery of their masters. When the sheriff at last gave the order to allow the shooting to commence, there were still no archers in Lincoln Green waiting to shoot for the Golden Arrow, nor any who resembled any of the outlaws. "Search each face well," the sheriff warned his captain. As each archer stepped forward to shoot, the sheriff's men asked his name and where he came from, and while the man answered, they looked carefully at his features and dress. The crowd knew many of the archers. They cheered their favorites and jeered at those they disliked, but were always ready to encourage a brave shot, even if the archer was a stranger. "I think nothing of that one," stated a loud-voiced woman from the crowd. As a beggar, dressed in dirty rags, who was almost the last to shoot, stepped forward. "He were better to use his arrows to hold his rags together." The beggar limped towards the sheriff's men. One gripped him by the shoulder and hurried him forward. Stumbling, the beggar just managed to stop himself from falling. "Your name?" "Jack. I have no other." "Then, Jack, stir yourself to shoot before the devil collects his own." As the beggar set up his longbow and took aim, the sheriff's men watched complacently. Even the bold Robin Hood, who they say turns none away, would not accept that bundle of tatters, said one. Laughing, the others agreed with him. But the beggar's arrow sank sweetly from his bow and buried itself into the target closer to the center than any other arrow that had been shot before. The sheriff's men had no choice except to signal to the beggar to join the 12 archers whose arrows had also hit the inner ring of the target. When all had shot, there were only 13 archers to shoot again in the second round of the contest. This time, they stood further back from the target, and only 5 survived. Included in these 5 was the beggar. Again the 5 shot from a greater distance, and only 2 hit the center ring. These 2 were Sam of the Mill, one of the most skilled bowmen in the district, and the other was the beggar, still stumbling and clutching at his dirty rags. This time they stood back the full length from the target. The crowd, who knew the mean dealings of Sam of the Mill, were all cheering the unknown beggar. Many of the ladies clapped their dainty hands and vowed that if the beggar were not so old and filthy, he would be a fair yeoman. But one of the ladies sat very still, her brown eyes fixed on every move the beggar made. Her name was Marion Mortimer, and although she was slender, with a slight step and a good humour, she was still unwed. 2 years ago, she had seen the last of her true love, Robin of Locksley, when he had been outlawed. Marion believed that he lived now in Sherwood using the name of Robin Hood, and often she would dream of joining him there. She had never looked at another man, yet today there was something about the beggar who was shooting so boldly that made her heart lift and brought colour to her cheeks. Sam of the Mill was to shoot first. The sheriff watched sullenly. This should have been his moment of triumph, for he had been certain that Robin Hood would win the arrow. The sheriff had rehearsed the moment over and over again in his mind. How, as he presented the golden arrow to Robin Hood, his men would surround him, and Robin would be in his power at last. Sam of the Mill took careful aim, checking his stance, the direction of the breeze, and making a great show of his own skill. His arrow flew true, coming so close to the very centre of the target that the crowd groaned, certain that Sam must have won. Stumbling, fumbling, almost tripping over his own bow, the beggar took his stand. He set his arrow to the bowstring, as if he knew little of the art. Then, with hardly a glance at the target, he drew back his bowstring, and as if by itself, the arrow took flight. A gasp rose from the crowd and turned into a roaring cheer, for the beggar's arrow lay buried in the target, closer to the centre than the arrow which was already there, so close that from a distance they looked like one arrow. But the beggar's arrow lay on the inside and was at the very centre of the target. With bad grace, the sheriff presented the golden arrow to the beggar. "I had meant this for better than you," he said, "but he was too lily-livered to accept my challenge. He skulks like the coward he is, afraid to leave the safety of his forest." For a moment, the beggar looked directly at the sheriff, his hazel eyes alight with scorn and contempt. Then he took the arrow and buried it in his ragged clothing. Marion, who was still watching the beggar, thought for a wild instant that it really was her lost love. For a split second, the beggar looked straight at her. Their eyes met, and Marion knew that it was Robin of Locksley in disguise. His name formed on her lips, but before she could speak, he had turned away and was lost in the throng. It was Robin, she told herself. And he knew me, but he thinks of me only as a weak, silly girl who would be a burden round his neck. "What ails you?" asked her mother sharply. "Has the sun touched you too strongly?" But Marion hardly heard her, for the sudden resolve that had formed in her mind, the resolve to learn to shoot an arrow as truly as Robin himself, and to handle a sword as well as any man. Then she would be a fit mate for Robin Hood. As Robin jostled his way through the crowds, he saw nothing but the vision in his mind's eye of Marion, her auburn curls, her gentle brown eyes, and her slim grace. She could not possibly have recognized me, he lied to himself. Never would I take her from her family and home, or ask her to endure the hardships of life in Sherwood. I have no right even to think of her. She would not marry an outlaw. Resolutely, Robin barred all thoughts of Marion from his mind. Later that night, the golden arrow hung from a single thread, spinning like a weather vane from a branch of the great oak at the heart of Sherwood. Robin sat at the foot of the oak, ale jug in his hand, the rags of his disguise flung behind him, still jubilant from his success. "Yet one thing vexes me," he said, staring up at the glinting arrow. "I like it little that the sheriff should think me a coward." "Oh, that is easily put to rights," said Little John. "Tomorrow he will think that no longer." The next day, when the sheriff rode to worship, an arrow buried itself into the leather of his horse's saddle. His men drew their swords, but there was no sign of anyone who could have fired it. "There's a message on it," said the soldier who had plucked the arrow from the saddle. The sheriff snatched the piece of paper that was pierced on the arrow. It read, "Yon beggar was none but bold Robin Hood, and your arrow hangs now from his oak in Sherwood." At a high window, Little John was filled with silent laughter to see the sheriff's rage. And by that evening, the whole of Nottingham knew how Robin Hood had tricked the sheriff in his own city. Autumn burnished the forest to red gold. Early frosts rimed the grasses and rusted the bracken. The air was sharp and the sky silver blue. In a clearing, Robin Hood and Little John were practicing their skills with the broadsword. Since their first meeting on the plank, the two had crossed swords and staves many times, and each knew all the tricks of the other. They moved now fast, now slow, giving and receiving blows of such power that they would have dropped any other man to the ground. Little John's blade struck down upon his master's left shoulder, crashing against the chainmail he was wearing for protection. Robin sidestepped, letting the sword blade slide down his back, while with both hands on the hilt of his sword, he hit Little John a punishing blow beneath his right arm, crashing into the giant's armor. A cheer rose from the watching men, and the bright-eyed lads, sitting like squirrels in the branches of the trees, could not speak for excitement. "Enough, enough!" cried Robin, as Little John struggled to his feet and made at Robin again. "We will fight another time. Were I to take the fastest horse in all Nottinghamshire and ride 10 days in any direction, I would not find a better swordsman than yourself, Little John." "Not so," said Will Stukely. "Only 10 miles from this very spot there lives a swordsman second to none. He would make mincemeat of Little John, and I would not lay a wager between yourself and this man." "What name has this fellow?" cried Robin. "He is the Curtail Friar of Fountainhead Abbey, or Friar Tuck, as he is known." At first, when Little John had heard Will Stukely's words, his face had bloomed scarlet with rage. But when he heard who it was that Will Stukely meant, his expression mellowed. "Aye," he said, his eyes flickering with memories. "I have met the man. He did not make mincemeat of me, though if any should manage it, he would be the one." Robin's curiosity burned like flame in dry tinder. "Tell me more of this wonder man," he demanded. "He lives in a small stone dwelling outside the walls of Fountainhead," said Will Stukely. "He's ever ready to give a blessing or a shriving, and being himself no small part of Mother Church, he rightly uses the alms people pay him to support himself. Should there be no offering and the passer-by rich, why, well, Tuck's sword will slit their money bags and send their coins jingling into his hands." "Such a one," cried Robin, "speaks to my heart. He should not be left to waste there. His place is here in Sherwood Forest at our side. I shall search out this Friar Tuck." Will Stukely led the way to Fountainhead Abbey. Little John, curious to see his old rival again, and 4 more of the outlaws looking for a day's adventure, came with them. "There," said Will Stukely at length, when the forest path they had been following opened out to green pastures that sloped down to a fast-flowing river. "There is Fountainhead." He pointed across the river to where the roofs of the abbey could be seen through the trees. "Wait here," Robin told his men. "I have a mind to meet this famous friar by myself." "Take your wits with you, then," warned Will Stukely. "He's a cunning rogue." "I have my horn," said Robin. "One blast will bring 6 brave men to aid my wits." And he walked on alone down towards the river. The outlaws turned back into the trees and stretched themselves out under the warmth of an autumn sun. Robin followed the rolling, peat-brown river, searching for a bridge or a ford where he might cross over. His heart was light within him at the thought of finding a man to join his band, such as this Friar Tuck promised to be. Soon Robin reached a place where the river flowed more slowly. He took a stick, and testing the depth of the water, knew that it would reach over his thighs if he waded across. Having no wish for such a wetting, he looked around, but could see no other way of crossing. It seemed if he was to find Friar Tuck, he must risk a soaking. At that moment, he saw a figure sitting on the opposite bank. He was half hidden by a knot of willow trees, but Robin could see that he wore a friar's habit. His head was tonsured, with a shaved crown and a halo of black curls. His face was round as a whole cheese, round as the pie which he was cramming into the huge cavern of his mouth. Beneath his friar's robes, which were kirtled into a cord at his waist, 2 solid legs planted enormous bare feet into the soft earth at the riverside, and the hand that felt for the second pie to follow the first down his gaping maw cast a thunderous shadow over the ground. "Why," thought Robin, "here's a sturdy horse to take me across the river." Fitting an arrow to the string of his bow, he aimed it straight at the heart of the fat friar. "Brother Friar," he called, "do you wait there to act as a ferryman? For I would cross your river, and as you have no boat that I can see, I needs must ride upon your back." Slowly and deliberately, the friar packed the last piece of pie into his mouth, dusted the crumbs off his lips, and slowly wiped his hands on the hem of his gown. Then he stood up. His eyes peered out of his fat face like twin currants stuck into risen dough, but they regarded Robin shrewdly enough. "Since I wear the medal of our blessed St. Christopher, you may put down your bows. I shall come for you and carry you across." With these words, the friar belted up his gown, buckled on the broadsword that even little John would have been hard-pressed to wield, set his steel cap upon his shaven head, and strode into the river. The flowing water split before him as if an island were on the march. When he reached the opposite bank, he bent his broad back, and without a word, Robin climbed onto his shoulders and, sitting high and dry, was carried to the other side. On the far bank, the friar deposited Robin on the ground, and quick as a wink had drawn his sword and held it over Robin's head. "Now," cried the friar, "let me see you return my Christian charity. It would please me to be carried to the other side." When Robin opened his mouth to object, he felt the stab of the friar's sword. "Step fair," commanded the friar, balancing himself on Robin's shoulders like a fully blown blossom on a slender stem. The friar was some 3 times the weight of Robin, nor did Robin's feet know the crossing as the friar had done. Each time Robin hesitated or stumbled, the friar dug his heels into his sides or tweaked his ears to guide him to left or right. This time, when they reached the bank, Robin was the faster. He pretended to stumble, lobbed his rider onto the bank, and in one sure spring was kneeling beside him, his dagger tickling the friar's fat chins. "Since we are now back where I started from, we shall need to begin again, and this time it will be my turn to ride." "Never a word," said the friar. It was not until they had reached the middle of the river that he lowered his head, hunched his shoulders, and then, giving a mighty heave, chucked Robin head first into the water. Before Robin, spluttering and gasping, had found his feet, the friar was on dry land drawing his sword. Robin clambered up onto the bank, drawing his own sword, and the 2 men charged at each other with the clash of steel on steel. At first, Robin fought blindly, so furious was he at all the humiliations which had been heaped upon him. There was not one of the outlaws who could have withstood the fury of Robin's sword when his blood surged high with fury. But the friar was agile and quick-witted, and drove his sword blows with the charge of a full-grown bull behind them, easily containing Robin's whirlwind attack. Gradually, Robin's temper cooled, and he began to fight with his usual skill and tactics. Yet so evenly matched were the 2 men that they fought for nearly 4 hours, first one taking the advantage and then the other. Robin's left arm bled where the friar had wounded him, and round one of the friar's assembly of chins was a dripping necklace of blood. Both men were blinded by their own sweat. The weight of their chainmail, unnoticed before, now hung on their bones like lead. The muscles of their sword arms burnt in agony. Then, as Robin came forward in a renewed attack, the friar stumbled. In falling, he caught at Robin's shoulder, and both men sank to their knees. For a second, neither spoke. Then, wiping the sweat out of his eyes, Robin cried to the friar to give him permission to blow his horn. "Gladly," agreed the friar, "if you give me leave to whistle when I will." "Granted," said Robin, and sent the note of his horn singing over the river. In minutes the 6 outlaws came into sight, running full speed to their master's aid. "My men," said Robin gleefully. The friar took one glance at the running figures, set his fingers to his lips, and blew through them in a loud whistle. "My dogs," he said, as from the direction of the abbey came a pack of cur dogs. There were some 10 or 12 animals, all powerful as mastiffs. Some had smooth coats, some shaggy, but all with jaws like man-traps and eyes intent on their master's enemies on the other side of the river. Little John, seeing 2 of the great dogs leaping up at Robin, jaws slavering, came charging across the river, his broadsword held aloft. Yet when he reached his master's side, a roar of laughter burst out of him, and he grasped the friar by the waist and swung him off his feet. "Whistle your brutes off," he cried. "Would you attack your friends? Even the gross and turgid Tuck would not stoop so low." "John Little!" cried the friar, and setting his fingers to his lips, he whistled until all his dogs had returned to him and were frothing round his heels like so many sheep. "You have met my good master, Robin Hood," said Little John. "Indeed," said Friar Tuck, looking ruefully around at the trampled reeds and muddied ground. "If I had but known who he was, I could have spared myself his necklace." His fat fingers touched the wound at his neck. "And had I but known who you were," said Robin, grasping Friar Tuck by the shoulder and hand, "I had not given it to you. I set out this morning with only one thought in my head, to find the great swordsman Friar Tuck and bring him home to Sherwood." The friar's bead-black eyes twinkled with merriment, and he smacked his fat lips together in amazement. "This morning," he said, "I had fully intended to take myself and my hounds to Sherwood. Winter comes on apace, a lonely time for a solitary man. When I had down that last pie, had I not been called upon to carry a certain rogue across the river, I would have been on my way to Sherwood to search you out." "Come with us now," said Robin. "Be my man." "That I will. To share your fire, an ale-mug, and a good tale will set the winter by its heels. I'll come." So they set off back to Sherwood. Robin, Friar Tuck, and Will Stukely walked together, the hounds ranging before and behind them, while the other outlaws listened to Little John's tales of Friar Tuck's reputation as a storyteller, and his appetite for venison pasties and game pies. Soon they were swallowed up by the early evening shadows, lying like pools of dark velvet under the golden trees. Tam Barley was the outlaw in charge of the band's money, and in late October he came to Robin with a coffer that was half empty and a sorry tale to tell. "There was new cloth for our winter clothes," listed Tam, "grain for flour, the village of East Rye sore pressed by that villainous Baron the Duke de Grand, each household to receive a silver coin by your command." Robin nodded his approval as Tam continued his list: leather and pots, salt and spices, physic and arrowheads. "None wasted, master," declared Tam. "I keep as close a watch upon this money as if it were my own." "Perhaps it is time we had a few more guests to dine with us," suggested Little John, and Will Stukely grinned his agreement. All who dined under the great oak were asked to pay for the privilege. Many a poor peasant paid no more than a feather or a pebble he had in his pocket, but the rich travelled on their way having left their money bags in Tam's good keeping. Robin's face brightened, and turning to his companions he said, "Shall we invite the Sheriff of Nottingham to dine with us?" "Aye," said Little John. "Go and knock him up and bid him attend our feast and bring his gold with him." "Oh, he will surely come," agreed Will Stukely, "running to set his gold at our feet." Robin Hood sprang up. "The sheriff will come," he promised, "and this very day. Prepare a feast for him, and he will come riding at my side, bringing his gold with him as a gift." On hearing Robin's words, the three men threw back their heads and roared with laughter. Other outlaws, hearing their laughter, came over to find out what it was about, and soon some 50 of the band had gathered around, telling each other that Robin was to bring the Sheriff of Nottingham to dine with them that very afternoon. "What, Will Poor and Ham Docken," said Robin, "see to it that the deer herd freely about our camp. I should not like to bring the sheriff here and have him think that our larder is empty." The young men Robin had named looked at each other in surprise. "We shall bring the deer from the whole of Sherwood," they promised. "But tell us why." "By this afternoon you shall know," said Robin, as he turned to leave his men. "Master," called Little John, springing up to be at Robin's side, "I see you are taken by some harebrained scheme. But do not go alone. Take me and some others with you." "By no means," said Robin. "I go to Nottingham to invite the sheriff to dine, and the sight of such a mountain as yourself moving at my side would drive his few wits from him, and he might forget to bring his gold. But I shall take Todd with me, if he promises not to scare the sheriff." Then Robin went off to dress himself in the finest clothes he could find, in the hut where the outlaws kept their disguises.
Was shattered.
Although it was still very early morning, the road leading to Nottingham was astir with folk, for today, as Robin knew, was market day in that city. Robin and Todd sat down to wait by the roadside in the shelter of a clump of bushes. It was almost an hour before Robin saw the pony and cart for which he was waiting come trotting towards him at a brisk pace. "Blithe morning, Jem Ross," cried Robin, stepping out from his cover. "Why, master," exclaimed the man who was driving the car.
Night
"What
of
brings you
black
here?"
knives,
He drew rein at Robin's side.
Godwin the Golden
"Your pony is lame,"
was
said Robin.
first
"Bring her
to
in from the
perish.
road until we check her foot for bruises." "Aye, she's been lame since we left home," said Jem Ross,
America's
winking,
offspring,
and he allowed Robin to
demigods
lead his pony and cart into the shelter of the trees where they were hidden from the road.
shards
Jem Ross was a butcher,
of the
and his
Elden
cart was
Ring.
full of meat bound for Nottingham Market. Last winter, the sheriff had taken Jem's younger brother
mad
prisoner, and had it not been for
of
the outlaw's
their
money, he
newfound
would have been a prisoner
strength.
still. "How can I help?" Jem asked.
Triggered
"I have a mind
the
to play
shattering.
butcher for the day," said Robin. "Will you lend me your pony and cart?" "Gladly," said Jem, jumping down and handing his reins to Robin.
A war
"Wait here,"
from which
Robin told the
no
butcher.
lord
"Before night,
rose.
Todd will bring your cart back to you, and tomorrow one of my men will bring you payment for your meat."
A war
Jem nodded, wondering to
leading
himself
to
what
abandonment
plan Robin had in his head. But he
by
only
the
said,
greater
"Good luck to you,"
will.
as Robin drove on. Robin Hood and Todd reached the market and found themselves a place not all
Rise
the
now,
other butchers.
ye
The
tarnished,
butchers looked suspiciously at Robin
Ye
and his
dead,
fine clothes,
who yet
knowing
live.
he was a stranger whom they had not seen before.
The
Robin
call
stood by
of
his
long
cart,
lost
shouting his
race
wares in a loud, clear
speaks
voice.
to us
And
all.
as the other butchers listened, their suspicions changed to hostility. For Robin was selling his meat at less than a quarter of the market price.
Poraloo,
Soon Robin's cart was crowded round with
chieftain of the
housewives.
Badlands,
Two of the other butchers elbowed their way through the crowd.
the ever brilliant
"What lunatic are you to come to mine? Give your meat away," one of them
Fear,
cried. "Charge a fair
deathbed
price,
companion.
just now, or the dogs will have your meat when you pick
the
up your cart."
loathsome dung-eater,
Nicola, let the dogs have the
and Sir Gideon
picked up
Othniel,
Beggar's Land between fingers and
the
thumb, and
all-knowing.
he was sniffing amongst the carts. "'Tis none of my choosing that I'm here. Did I ask my uncle to die and leave me his filthy meat?" He snatched a handkerchief from his sleeve and held it delicately to his nostrils. "Pray do not vex yourselves. After today you shall
And
not see
one
me here again,"
other
he continued, and went on
whom
giving away
grace
his meat
would
for next to
again
nothing.
bless.
The sheriff, riding through the marketplace, noticed the crowds about Robin's cart
of no
and sent two of his men to
renown.
investigate. "Some prodigal with more money than sense," reported the sheriff's man. "He has fallen heir to his uncle's butchery,
the fall
considers it beneath him, and is giving the meat away to be rid of it." The sheriff's eyes narrowed. "Bring him here," he
To
ordered.
stand
"Why,
before
right,
the
gladly,"
Elden
said
Ring.
Robin, when he was told that the sheriff wanted to speak with him. Telling Todd to look after the
And
pony and the
become
cart, he
the
minced his way
Elden
to the sheriff.
Lord.
When he reached the sheriff, Robin swept him a low bow, lavishly twirling his feathered hat through the air in wide circles. "Give me your name and your business," the sheriff cried. "Explain yourself." "You see before you," cried Robin, pulling the wide brim of his hat well down over his face, "a hapless man. What has my uncle chosen to do but die, and saddle me with his wretched meat and pastures full of horned beasts all on the way? I ask you, what shall I do? Gladly would I give those beasts away if I could find someone generous enough to take them." "How many head?" asked the sheriff greedily. "Why, half the number of horns," cried Robin. "Lack, sir, I have more to do than count the creatures, though my uncle's will states there are more than 300. "Would you sell?" asked the sheriff, bending down over his horse's shoulder. "For 400 pounds I would sell the land they graze on as well," Robin assured him. "I promise you, sir, I am in desperation to be rid of them." "Let us discuss it further," said the sheriff, looking hastily over his shoulder in case anyone should have overheard this fool offering to sell land and cattle at a fraction of their value. Over the sheriff's best Malmsey wine, they discussed the deal. "I must be rid of the beast tonight," said Robin, "for tomorrow I set out back to London. If you would buy them, you must ride with me now to see them, bringing your money with you. If this is too sudden, I must find another kind soul to take them from me, for I swear I shall not stay another day in this sodden backwater." "Stay, stay," cried the sheriff. "The deal is settled between us. I shall ride with you this hour." "And the price?" asked Robin. "In my men's saddlebags," said the sheriff. So it was that while Todd drove the pony and cart back to their owner, Robin, mounted on the sheriff's second-best horse, followed by two of the sheriff's men, their saddlebags clinking with gold, led the sheriff straight into Sherwood. "Had you warned me that your uncle's lands lay in this direction, I would have brought more men with me," said the sheriff, looking about as they rode closer to Sherwood. "Being a stranger to these parts, you will not have heard of Robin Hood and his gang of cutthroats who make our lives a torment." "I have heard of him," said Robin. "It surprises me little," said the sheriff. "The misdeeds of such a villain are bound to be common gossip, even in London. This is the very forest where his band had their hiding place." The sheriff urged his men to keep a good lookout for any sign of outlaws. "You are sure this is the way to your uncle's cabin?" he demanded nervously, when Robin turned his horse to follow a track winding between the trees. "Quite certain," laughed Robin. "In a little while you will see more horned beasts than you had dreamed possible." The sheriff felt a sudden icy shiver creep over his scalp and up his spine. In a second, everything about his companion seemed to have changed. He had lost his foppish, uncertain air. Before, he had sat his horse as if more than half afraid. Now he sat bold in the saddle, his hands firm and raised, looking about him in a commanding fashion. Almost, thought the sheriff, as if he were a lord coming back to his estates. At this thought, the sheriff's blood froze in his veins and his teeth chattered with fear, for it was a kingdom into which he was being led. It was Robin Hood's kingdom of Sherwood. Robin, realizing that the sheriff had at last seen through his disguise, laughed aloud in the sheriff's face. "Look," he cried, "here they come, the horned beasts you are here to see." Through an opening in the trees passed a great herding of deer, and the forest was suddenly alive with men. "As I promised," cried Robin, "I have brought the sheriff to dine with us. Come, lead us to the feast." But it was only Robin and his men who feasted. The sheriff and his men sat tight and frozen with fear, expecting every moment to feel an arrow in their backs or hear the knife drawn from its sheath to slit their throats.
We found her.
"Though I fear our feast has not been to your liking," said Robin at last, "it is a rule of this place that you must pay. Men, how much has our guest to offer us?" The two outlaws, who had been counting up the gold from the saddlebags, brought it before Robin. £400, they told him. Robin signalled to his men to take the money away. The sheriff and his men remounted their horses, were blindfolded, as they had been when they were brought to the oak, and were led away. "Visit us again," called Robin. "You are always welcome." The outlaw's mocking laughter rang in the sheriff's ears as he was led hither and thither before his blindfold was removed, and with a great shout and waving of arms, the outlaws, who had been leading their horses, startled the animals into a runaway gallop through the forest. All the road back to Nottingham, the sheriff said not one word, but the resolve hardened in his black heart to kill Robin Hood by any means, fair or foul. Several months had passed since the sheriff's visit, and Robin Hood and Little John were out one morning shooting deer for the outlaw's store pantry. "What ails you, master?" demanded Little John with ill-concealed irritation. For the second time that morning, Robin had missed a buck that had been an easy target. "For a week now you have been as dull as a November midday," Little John said grumpily. "We've had company enough. 2 Norman barons who gave us a song and a gay dance, and those foresters whom we led a merry chase, leaving them in Daunton's marsh to find their own way out of it. And is not that a bold tale which Friar Tuck is telling us of King Arthur and his knights? To make a shrewd guess at your complaint, I would say your trouble is in your heart, and to give it a name, why, I would choose the name Marion." "Aye," agreed Robin, "you would be right. Oh, I have only glimpsed her once since I came to the greenwood, yet she is as close to my heart as ever she was." He stared dolefully into space. "Then go and find her and bring her to Sherwood," said Little John. Robin shook his head. "What have I to offer her? How could I ask her to marry me now? In the old days I was Robin of Locksley, and now I'm nothing but a common outlaw." "Common outlaw you are not," said Little John. Were King Richard to return from the Crusades, all would change. His lily-livered younger brother plots only to steal the kingdom while Richard is fighting the Holy War. We do no wrong when we take from the corrupt church and grasping barons to give to the common people. Give Marian the chance to choose for herself. From what you have told me of her, oh, she loves you truly. As if Little John's words had filled him with new resolution, Robin stood up, grasped his staff in his hand, slung his bow and arrows on his back, and turned to face Little John. You speak well, he said. If Marian be the maid I knew, she will come to Sherwood. I have been mad to doubt her. As Robin disappeared from sight between the trees, Little John wished him good luck. Marian was the daughter of a wealthy merchant, Thomas Mortimer. When Robin had lived at Locksley Hall, Marian had lived some 10 miles distant in a large stone house known as the Willow Winds, named for the river that ran through its grounds. Many times Marian and Robin had wandered together on the river bank under the dappled sun and shade of the willows, and shared lazy summer days, watching for the flash of a kingfisher's wing or the flickering silver of trout seen in the shallows. As Robin strode through the forest, memories of those carefree days came back to him, and he realized how much he must have changed during the years he had spent in Sherwood. A reluctance, a kind of shyness came over him. She was seen as a wild man of the woods, he thought, and changing his direction, he decided to go first to Locksley Hall, which he had not seen since the abbot had driven him from his home. As he walked slowly up the long drive to Locksley Hall, each step brought back memories of his childhood. Whoever it is that the abbot has installed in my rightful place takes scant care of the grounds, Robin thought, or of the house, he added, as a turn in the drive brought Locksley Hall into full view. Overgrown bushes, rank grass and weeds surrounded the hall, whose roofs and doors cried out the care of the loving craftsman. Robin pulled his hood further down over his face, intending to knock on the door of Locksley Hall and ask for bread and a draught of water. But before he could reach the door, a thick-set, low-browed man came running from one of the outbuildings, waving a stick at Robin and shouting at him to be off. "A drink from your well, good man," said Robin. "That is all I ask. We give no alms here. Get you gone, or the dogs will see to it that your throat needs no more water." "If you refuse me water," said Robin, "at least tell me the name of your master." "And what is that to you?" the man said, coming closer to Robin, trying to see the face hidden in the shadow of the hood. "What is it you want here? You look to me like a right saucy knave." The man's hand shot out, pulling the hood from Robin's head. Before he fully realized what he was doing, Robin had fitted an arrow to his bow and aimed it at the man's heart. "Do not make a habit of tweaking off hoods when you do not know what you will find beneath them," he said. The man, now a quivering slob of fear, had fallen on his knees before Robin. I meant no harm," he whimpered. "Put aside your bow. I am but my master's servant. It is on his orders that I let no one near the house. I must refuse all requests for alms, drive all away." "Who is this generous master of yours?" asked Robin. "The land belongs to the abbot of St. Marie's, but my master, who only stays here when he is not travelling about on his business, is Guy of Gisborne." At this name, a cold sweat burst out of Robin. A loathing of disgust and shame blackened his mind. His hand shook, and his bow almost dropped to the ground. He turned swiftly away from the man kneeling in front of him and pulled his hood back over his head as he strode away from Locksley Hall. His first feelings of shock changed to a blinding rage that such a creature as Guy of Gisborne should be living at his former home. Guy of Gisborne was known throughout the land as a most foul murderer. His skill with the longbow and broadsword almost equals Robin's own, and there was nothing that he would not do for gold. He would kill woman or child in cold blood, track down a victim to France or the Netherlands until one of his black arrows winged his back. It was well known that both noblemen and clergy employed Guy of Gisborne to carry out their baser desires. So enraged was Robin that he did not hear the muted sounds that followed him down the drive. He did not look back to see the servant watching, half hidden in the gateway. sure that Robin was going in the direction of Locksley before he took to his heels over the fields to Locksley village, making straight for the inn where a number of the king's foresters were usually to be found. Robin trudged through the village, all his thoughts turned inward on his own misfortunes, seeing nothing in the villagers who turned to stare at the hooded stranger. Only once did he look out of himself to see a young man coming along the road towards him. He was riding very carefully, trotting along the dusty side of the road. The lad had sometimes thin and brown eyes. His hand was on the rein was white as metal. When he rode past, there was a brightness about him that pierced even Robin's heart. Robin had barely lost sight of the last of the cottages when his sixth sense told him that something was wrong. He looked around sharply and saw behind the clump of wayside bushes that he had just passed the glint of steel caught by the sun. Just in front of him grew two ancient beech trees, one on either side of the track. A quick glance upwards showed Robin about 6 foresters, partly hidden in the lower branches of the trees. There was the imitation of a bird's call, almost drowned by the sound of Robin's horn calling to any outlaws within earshot to come to his aid. "There he is!" cried the triumphant voice of a servant from Locksley Hall. "It's him, Robin Hood!" Almost before Robin had time to draw his sword, he was surrounded on all sides by foresters. Robin's sword struck and drove like a living thing. 2 of the foresters dropped wounded at Robin's feet, and for several minutes they served as a barrier holding back more timorous souls. Robin danced light on his toes, knowing now that his only chance of survival lay in his ability to keep moving. He felt blood running past his right eye, and knew from the pain that he had also been wounded in the arm, yet hardly felt it. There was only the searing, hectic dance of the surviving moment. Moments that somehow joined together into a chain, link by link. Robin knew that he was fighting for time to give the outlaws the opportunity to come to his aid. A swarthy, pock-faced man came up close to Robin, his lips drawn back from yellow teeth, his sword flashing. At the same time, Robin was struck by a blow from behind and felt pain spread beneath his shoulder blades. He knew that if his men did not come soon, he could not hold out any longer. Again, the swarthy forester struck with a shrewd blow. Robin took it on his sword, but fell to his knee with a shock of it. At once 3 foresters were on top of him, but Robin battled to his feet again, shaking himself free as if the men were terriers clinging to a bull. Yet Robin knew that his strength was failing, and he listened desperately for any sound that might signal the approach of his men. He heard the hooves of a pony being galloped flat out along the road. For a second, he glanced away from the fight and saw the lad who had passed earlier bearing down on the foresters with a drawn sword in his hand. He was leaning from the saddle to swing his sword at heads and faces as he passed, only to turn his pony round in a rearing halt and ride to the attack again and again. Robin went at the foresters with renewed fury, and then, from the trees, 10 outlaws came racing, and the foresters took to their heels, carrying their wounded with them. A rain of arrows from the outlaws' bows followed them down the road. They took me in ambush, admitted Robin, looking shamefacedly at his men, and would have had me prisoner but for your coming and the aid of this young man. The lad had dismounted and was leaning over his pony's neck. As Robin turned to thank him and ask his name, the youth slumped to the ground in a dead faint. "He's wounded," cried Robin, and ran to the lad. He crouched down, cradling him in his arms. The hat the boy had been wearing fell from his head, and auburn curls cascaded down his back. "Marian," cried Robin, and could not say another word for the tightness in his throat. Marian's eyes opened. "Are you hurt?" cried Robin. "Not one scratch," she assured him. "If I fainted, it was for joy, not wounds. Joy that I have found you again." "But how is it that you are here?" Robin asked, as Marian lay sweetly in the crook of his arm. "I had come to find you. I passed you on the road earlier, but I wasn't sure it was you. I turned back to find out if it was truly. I have taught myself to use bow and sword as well as any man. I've come to prove to you that I am fit to live in Sherwood. And I set out today to find you, bring you to Sherwood as my bride, said Robin. Just 1 week later, Friar Tuck married them in a brave ceremony beneath the great oak. And the outlaws, all in Lincoln Green, raised a mighty roar to cheer Robin Hood and his maid Marian. Rain slanted from a heavy sky, and the ground was mired underfoot. It was early morning, but no birds sang, and no small animals scuttled through the undergrowth. Robin walked slowly through the forest. He turned from the path and made his way through the bushes and dense undergrowth. Almost any other man would have found it impossible to pass where Robin went, but his years in Sherwood had taught him how to move through the forest as if he were a fox or a shadow. Treading silently, he came to a small copse of hazel bushes. In autumn, it was a favorite place for the boys of the camp to come nutting. Looking round the bushes, Robin saw that the nuts had already grown round and brown, and he knew it for one more sign that summer was drawing to a close. He plucked 3 of the nuts, cracking them between his teeth, and they were sweet to his taste. For a moment, he cradled a split shell in the palm of his hand, and then tossed them to the ground. Where they fell, the body of a young boy lay in the long grass. A black arrow, flighted with black feathers, stuck out from his back. The lad was wearing Lincoln Green, soaked to a darker shade by the rain and stained with blood. Robin knelt swiftly beside him, but he was cold and stiff with death. "Dickon, the sheriff's page," said Robin, letting the boy's face sink back into the grass. "God rest you." Blowing his horn, Robin summoned his men. "Shot in the back," cried Will Stukely. "A swine to shoot thus, and at an unarmed lad." "Take him and bid Friar Tuck give him a Christian burial," said Robin. "I shall go on until I find the man who loosed such a coward's arrow." "They say that Guy of Gisborne shoots such black arrows," said one of the outlaws. "They are the mark of his trade. I have seen them before." "Do not go alone, Robin," pleaded Will Stukely. "Take at least 4 men with you." "I go alone," said Robin, turning away from them. "Let no man follow me." When Robin left his men, he followed the trail of the man who had shot the page without any difficulty. No attempt had been made to hide the tracks, and to Robin's eye they were as clear as the road to market. He came to a glade surrounded by birches and hazels. All his instincts told him that he was close to his quarry. He stopped, still hidden by the trees, and looked out into the clearing, and the sight he saw there froze his very heart's blood. "Now Our Lady and all saints protect me," he whispered, crossing himself. In front of him stood the shape of a man clad from head to foot in the hide of a horse. Mane, tail, and ears remained in place. The skin from the head formed a cowl that hid the wearer's face. The hide gleamed in the downpour, but Robin could see that the skin had been cured and tanned, and was now like plate armor, protecting the wearer. The man moved, and Robin saw that his quiver was full of black arrows. Without hesitating, Robin strode into the clearing. "Good day," he said, "although I know not whether I speak to man or beast." The man swung round to face Robin, one hand closing on the hilt of his sword. He pushed back the cowl from his head and revealed a face as evil and dark-visaged as any that Robin had seen in all his days. Black eyebrows sprouted in a single bar above his pale jackdaw eyes. His nose curved like a hawk's beak, and his mouth was a tight, lipless line. "Take care how you speak," the man snarled, "or your tongue will be a little red fish in the grass. Give me your name." "My name is of no matter," said Robin. "I live in the forest, minding the king's deer." being of the forest, you will know of this Robin Hood, said the stranger. Aye, Robin answered. Tell me what you know of him. They say he shoots a straighter arrow than any in England, and few can hold their own against him with a sword. Jeering, mirthless laughter poured from the horse-skin. You speak to one who can. I am Guy of Gisborne, and I care not who knows it. Shudder and grow weary. You will not be the first to shrink from my name. If I shudder, said Robin, it is not from fear, but from disgust that so fair a place as Sherwood should be darkened by the sound of that name. It is a name to make weaklings tremble. The sheriff holds it in such high esteem that he has promised me any boon I crave when I have killed this Robin Hood. Already I have taken a treacherous page boy who deserted his master to play at outlaws. At the thought of the boy shot in the back, Robin grew cold with a terrible rage. What a bold man it must take to kill a boy, he said slowly. There is not anyone living whom I would not slay for gold, said the stranger, nor any place throughout the length and breadth of England that has not felt the death blow of my sword or the bloodletting of my arrows. And with these words, Guy of Gisborne drew his sword and, with his eyes glaring through the empty eye sockets of his horsehead cowl, he fell upon Robin. Black-hearted villain, cried Robin, taking the crash of Guy of Gisborne's sword on his own blade. Know that you have met your match. Dance now to the metal of the sword of Robin Hood. Through the grey, impersonal rain, the two men fought, giving and taking blow for blow. Each knew that the other was set to kill, and that whichever way the fight went, death would be present at the end. Guy of Gisborne slipped on the wet grass and stumbled forward. Robin drew back to let him find his footing again, and Guy of Gisborne, pretending to be struggling to his feet, made a desperate lunge at Robin's legs. Foul creature, cried Robin, you are indeed as black as men call you. Then Robin put from himself all clinging reluctance to take another human's life. Collecting all his strength, he went at his enemy, and striking with a sure blow, pierced the horse-skin hide and drove his sword deep into the black heart. With a terrible groan, Guy of Gisborne sank down to the damp earth. His cowl fell back, and he lay dead. Robin drew out his sword and wiped it clean on the wet grass. It was time that your evil deeds should trouble the earth no longer, he said. Mine was the hand chosen for the work. Although Robin knew that no man could blame him for killing such an evil being, he felt a great sadness come over him, and he knew that now his vow to Our Lady was broken. Everything must change. All through the winter and spring, rumours of King Richard's return ran like wildfire throughout England. But the summer brought news that the king had been captured and was being held prisoner in Austria. It was not for another 2 years after the English people had paid a great ransom for his release that King Richard was able to return to his own country. A juggler who had come north for the May Day fair brought the news to Nottingham, swearing that the king had landed on English soil. The July sun striking through the oak trees made shimmers of light on the ground about the great oak. The outlaws had heard that a party of black-robed friars and their abbot were making their way along the west road. The abbot was mounted on a soft chestnut horse, the friars on mules, and from each friar's saddle hung money-bags that clinked sweetly as their mules trotted along. To let them pass through Sherwood without an invitation to dine would be churlish indeed, said Robin, when his men brought him the news. Prepare a feast worthy of our visitors, while I go to meet them. Robin took some 20 of his men with him, and strode out through the forest to greet his guests. Coming up with the party, he and his men stepped out in front of the riders, and Robin laid his hand on the horse's bridle. Who are you that bar our way? Demanded the abbot, in a voice without any trace of fear. I am Robin Hood. These are my men. We dwell in the greenwood, guarding the king's deer and righting wrongs as he would do were he here. Indeed, said the abbot, we are pleased to hear it. Come and bring your men with you, said Robin, and you shall not want for a jug of ale or a game pie before we set you on your way again. An invitation so forcibly thrust upon us could not be refused, said the abbot. but we will come with you gladly. Robin's men surrounded the little group of friars, and with Robin walking by the abbot's side, they went straight to the great oak. "Why, what a kingdom!" cried the abbot as he looked around. "King Richard himself would not be ashamed to feast with you here." "Nor any more welcome," said Robin. And the outlaws, who had heard the abbot's words, chorused their agreement. When their guests were seated on fallen tree trunks, Robin asked them if they would not push back their hoods and reveal their faces. "That we may not do," said the abbot. "We are all under an oath to Our Lady that we shall not remove our hoods until our mission is completed." Robin called for meat and ale to be served to their guests. Unlike many of Robin's guests, the abbot and his friars ate heartily and drank well. "Now," said Robin at last, "the time has come to pay. All who dine here must pay for the cost of their meal, so that their gold may be shared amongst the poorer people." "Take what you will from our money bags," said the abbot. "For that brave speech," said Robin, "I give you back the gold I would have taken." Few indeed have offered Robin Hood more than that for which he asked. But Tam Barley, who was sitting close to Robin, looked on the tall, regal figure of the abbot with suspicion. A thought came into Tam Barley's head, a thought so incredible that Tam, who was not given to fancies, was quite astonished at himself.
Greetings,
But once the thought had
traveller
arrived, it
from
refused to
beyond
leave.
the fog.
Tam looked shrewdly
I
at the
am
5
Melina.
friars and saw that one of them, whose habit was somewhat askew, was wearing striped hose of scarlet and yellow. Tam Barley got quietly to his feet and slipped away from the feast. He hurried through the forest to find the hunting party of Sir Richard of Lee. Tam had seen it earlier in the day, and he knew that Sir Richard was the only
offer you
person
an
who could help
accord.
him with this ridiculous notion, for he was an old knight whom Robin had helped in the past. "Now,"
Have
cried
you
Little
heard
John,
of the
"let us set up a
Raiders?
target and shoot for the sport of it." The outlaws
serve
reached for their
the two
bows,
fingers,
while Robin twisted a garland of elm
offering
twigs
guidance
and hung it from the trunk
and
of a beech
aid
tree.
to the
"Let all
tarnished.
stand the distance of the 3rd mark," he said, "and show
But
our
you,
guests how straight a
am
bow we
afraid,
men of Sherwood can draw."
Are maidenless.
Little John shot first, and his 3 arrows all
I
found
can
their
play the role
homes
of
safely
maiden.
within the circle of elm. 30 outlaws took their turn,
Turning
and of the
wounds into
30,
strength.
only 3 missed their mark.
To aid you
"The
in
King
your
of
search for
England
the
would be
elven
proud
ring.
of such a bodyguard," said the abbot, watching the shooting
You need
intently.
only take
"Proudly
them
would
with
we
you.
serve him," said Robin. "Light
the foot
words
of the
easily
Erd
spoken,"
tree.
said the abbot. "Would you leave your Sherwood for the king? For King Richard,
it's
the true
settled.
king, we would go
Summon
gladly,"
me
said
by
Robin.
grace
"There is not one
turn
man here
wounds
who
into
would not
strength.
crave a pardon from King Richard were he here."
Ah,
For the next round,
Another matter.
the outlaws stood still further
I
back from the
bequeath to
garland.
you
When
this
all had
ring.
shot, they cried to Robin Hood that he should too. "By your leave," he said, leaving the abbot to take his stand further from the target than any
Use
other
it
outlaw.
to traverse
The sun
great
was hot and the
distances.
ale strong, but Robin's 3
It will
arrows flew
summon a
straight and true,
spectral steed
and all 3 hit the
named
target.
Torrent.
As the outlaws' cheers rang through the air,
Torrent
Tam
has
Barley
chosen you.
and Sir Richard of Lee, with 2 of his noblemen, hurried into the clearing.
Treat him with
Instantly,
respect.
Sir Richard of Lee fell to his knees and, drawing off his hat, cried, "Your Majesty!" The abbot's black cowl fell back from his head, and he stood uncovered. Robin saw a tall, broad-shouldered man standing in front of him. The sunlight glistered on his hair and beard. His blue eyes were hard as sapphires, and his mouth was curved and strong-willed.
Shall I turn
He
your
took off
wounds
his
to
abbot's
strength?
disguise, and his
Let my
doublet,
hand rest
encrusted
upon
with
you.
gold embroidery, outshone the
but a
sun
moment.
itself. "It is the
Share
king,
with me
our true liege and majesty,"
your thoughts,
cried Richard of Lee.
your
"I have not
ambitions,
seen your majesty since I fought at your
principles
side."
you would follow.
"The king!" echoed Robin, kneeling before him. "Richard Lionheart, true king of England." As if a wind blew over a field of grasses, so the outlaws knelt before the king. Robin set his horn to his lips, summoning all his men until the whole space in front of the oak was filled with kneeling men. Only the king stood upright. "Mercy,
Shall I
your
turn
majesty,"
your
said
wounds
Robin.
to strength?
"As you know,
Let
we are
my
all
hand
outlaws
share
here,
them
and our
with me.
deeds are black in the eyes of the
Your
sheriff and the
thoughts.
church. But never have we been anything but loyal to the true throne of England. Grant us your pardon, and we will serve you faithfully and well." King Richard placed his hand on Robin Hood's shoulder. "Stand up," he said. "True bowman of England, I will grant a free pardon to each and every one of you, if you, Robin Hood, will bring with you 50 of your best archers and serve me faithfully as my own bodyguard." "Right gladly will I do that," said Robin, as the outlaws cheered. "Then," said the king, "to all you men of Sherwood, I grant you my royal pardon." Sudden excitements and laughter blistered through the outlaws, the ale flowed and the sun blazed down, and so they feasted through the afternoon. "I think that the life you lead in Sherwood would have been much to my liking," said the king, as he wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. "It sounds in the telling a merry prank," said one of the king's nobles. "Should we have one last jest upon this Sheriff of Nottingham?" the king said, leaning toward Robin Hood, "so that he will not forget you? Do you have spare suits of Lincoln green?" "That we do," replied Robin, his blood rising at the thought of any trick to be played on the sheriff. From the forest of Sherwood, along the road to Nottingham, flowed a sea of men all dressed in Lincoln green, all with longbows in their hands. At their head rode Robin Hood and King Richard. The people of Nottingham, seeing this flood of outlaws bearing down upon them, cried in panic that Robin Hood and his band had left the forest and were coming to lay siege to their city. Some locked and bolted their doors, some grasped their children by their hands and fled, while others lined the road to cheer. Right up to the walls of Nottingham Castle came the outlaws, and found the gates fast barred and bolted. "Knock upon the gates," commanded King Richard, "and tell the sheriff we have come to visit him." Little John took his cudgel and beat a rain of blows upon the gates. "My master bids you open and let us in," he cried, "or we will break down your gates." The sheriff, seeing all the outlaws taking openly to the streets, was sure that the king, who had dined with him the night before, had been killed. He came to a window, trembling way from his figure, and looked down on the nightmare below him. "Open your gates," cried the king, pulling off his hood of Lincoln green. "I and my bodyguard will dine with you tonight." So the Sheriff of Nottingham entertained all those who had once been outlaws in Sherwood. He sat sourly watching them devour his food and wine, neither eating nor drinking himself. And although it was a jest much to Robin's liking, he too drank little and ate less, for tomorrow the king was to return to London, taking Robin and his archers with him. For 1 long year and 3 long months Robin Hood served King Richard, and each day his heart grew heavier, until his longing for Sherwood was like a millstone that he dragged with him everywhere he went. The life of the court sickened him with its falseness and double-dealing. Food lost its taste, wine its spirit. The scented air of the court was too flaccid for breath, and even his love for Marion and his skill with the longbow brought him no joy. Always, no matter what else he was doing, he thought of the greenwood. And often, when he was alone, the words spoke themselves aloud. Sherwood, Sherwood. Within the first 6 months, nearly all the outlaws who had come to London with Robin had returned to Nottinghamshire. Some crept away without a word, others made awkward excuses. Even Little John and Friar Tuck had left. The king had been sorely displeased to see his bodyguard slipping away in his passion. One morning in October, Robin went to the courtroom at Westminster Palace. He sat there with the other petitioners waiting for King Richard. When the king arrived, Robin took his turn and knelt down before the king. "May it please your majesty to grant me leave to return to Sherwood," he said. The king scowled, drawing down his brows. He was little pleased with the outlaw band. Away from their own forest, they had proved to have had little discipline, and as they practiced less, so their skills with the bow declined. "So you too would run away?" Richard asked. "Next month we set sail for France. What will you do then, my bold Robin Hood?" At the king's words, Robin bowed his head. He knew that whatever happened, he could not go to France without seeing Sherwood again. "Sire, give me leave to go." "For 7 days," said the king. "Then you must return to me." Without delay, Robin saddled horses for himself and Marion and set out for Nottingham. When they reached Nottingham, they spent a night with Sir Richard of Lee, and Robin left Marion there in the knight's safekeeping while he rode on alone to Sherwood. Before he reached the great oak, Robin took off the clothes he had worn at court and dressed himself in the Lincoln green, which he had kept with him since he left Sherwood. At the oak, he set his horn to his lips and blew 3 blasts. Little John reached Robin first, and then in 2s and 3s the outlaws came running to greet their master until the forest was ringing with the name of Robin Hood. They built huge fires and held a great feast with archery and ale, and told tales of the time they had spent apart. The 7 days' leave which the king had given to Robin flew past on wings, but Robin paid no heed to their passing, for long before the 7 days were over, he had forgotten all about his promise to return. Richard and his court had vanished from Robin's mind, less substantial than the dawn's mists. For 20 years, Robin and his band lived a free life in the greenwood, new men joining them, others returning to the life they had left. Marian died of a fever, and when she was gone, Robin grieved sorely, for the world without Marian seemed a hollow, empty place. His bow lay idle, and for the first time, younger members of the band were able to outshoot their master. And although they had not noticed it before, they became aware of Robin's age. "My flesh is heavy on my spirit," Robin said to Little John as they sat together. "A sickness gnaws my bones. It comes to me that my cousin, the prioress of Kirklees Abbey, is skilled with the letting of blood, and mine these days is of so bad a hue I would have some taken from me. And go into an abbey is to put your head in a noose. All churchmen hate us and would see us dead. We have played too many jests for any to treat us well. She is my kin," insisted Robin, "and would do me no harm."
Goodbye.
The prioress came to the abbey door and was little pleased to see her outlawed cousin. She listened to Robin and agreed to blood him in the hope that it would cure his sickness. "Do not go with her," whispered Little John urgently. "Do not trust her." He could see the evil, scheming mind of the prioress disguised beneath her nun's robes, and her folded white hands come back to Sherwood. But Robin, leaning heavily on the prioress's arm, went with her into the dark of the abbey.
It is all that guides you.
When Little John tried to follow them,
Also
the prioress
I hear.
told him to remain
You can
outside,
see them, can't
and Little
you?
John, who
The
could have
ways
tackled
of
10
grace
men single-handed, stood
guide
and
you
watched his
through
master
your
taking
burden.
up a stone stairway. Then he turned away to wait in the abbey grounds. The prioress laid Robin on a bed in a stone cell at the top of the stairs. Skillfully, she
Upon
cut
the
an artery
cliff
in his arm
in
so that he might
Castle
bleed.
Stormvale is
Then
a
she went out of the room,
a
locking the door
demigod
behind her.
who inherited
Robin
a
lay
fragment of the
and felt his
shattered
strength
Elden
flow
Ring.
out of him, but
If the rays
gradually,
of grace
as the
signalled
prioress did not
castle,
return,
then the Elden Ring
he realized that she had
beckons
left
you.
him to die.
As an ally by
He
pact,
struggled to sit
I
upright
pray
and
that
staunch the
you
flow
are
of
fit
blood,
to
but he was
face
already
the
too weak and
challenge
fell back in a
presented
swoon.
by the ring.
When he came to himself again, he rolled from the bed to the floor. Stretching out, he just managed to reach his horn and draw it towards himself. Clasping it in his hand, he dragged himself across to a slit window, and, pushing himself up on one elbow, he put his horn to his lips. He blew it for the last time, a sad, weak note that made him laugh. It was so feeble a thing. But Little John heard the sound. He sprang up and tore through the abbey grounds, raged into the abbey, scattering the flutter of nuns, and raced up the stairs where he had last seen Robin. At the top of the stairs, he came to the locked door. Setting his shoulder against it, he charged through it into the room. A bloody sight met his eyes, and in the midst of the shambles, his beloved master lay by the window, his horn fallen from his hand. "Master," cried Little John, "what deed has brought you to this? Come, I shall carry you back to Sherwood." "Too late," said Robin, his voice a harsh breath of sound. "I beg you, fit an arrow to my bow. I will draw it for one last time." Little John did so, and supported his master in his arms, while Robin took aim through the window and sent his last arrow soaring into space. "It flies!" cried Little John, watching the arrow, but Robin sank back into his arms, exhausted. "Bury me where it falls," he whispered, and felt the heavy drag of his own death tightening on his heart. He would dance the greenwood dance no more, and fear opened like a pit at his feet. Robin's breath rattled in his throat, and he slumped back, dead, into Little John's arms. They buried Robin Hood where his arrow had fallen, and when the burial was over, Alan a Dale went on down the long roads of England, playing his harp and singing the ballads of Robin Hood, which he had sung so often round the outlaw's fire. The wind caught up the words and sent them blowing through time and space. Little John, Maid Marian, Friar Tuck, and the magic names that echo in our dreams. Robin Hood and Sherwood.
Opening out tables and spreading damask tablecloths. He would call Dmitri Vasilievich, a nobleman who managed all his affairs, and say, well, Mitenka, let's see that it's all nice. Right, he would say, looking over the enormous opened-out table. The main things set out, so,
kept in
and
short.
signed contentedly, he would go back to the drawing.
3rd of May, Bistritz.
Maria Lvovna
Left Munich on
Harrigan
1st of
with
May,
traveling
travelling by train via Vienna and
enormous
Budapest,
footman
all
announced in a bass voice, coming to the door of the
district
drawing
named by
room.
Count
The
Dracula
Countess
is a
pondered
rich
and took a
Venetian
pinch of
country
gold
in the midst of the
snuff
Carpathian
box from her
Mountains,
husband's
one
portrait
of the
on it.
wildest and least known portions of Europe.
Oh, took a pinch
I was
from a
not
gold
able to
snuff
light
box
on the
with her
exact
husband's portrait on
locality
it. Sorry.
of Castle Dracula,
I'm
but
worn
I
out
found
with
that
these visits, she
Bistritz,
said.
the post...
Well, she'll be the last I receive. She's so prim. Ask her in, she said to the footman in a sad voice, as if to say, well, so finish me off. A tall, stout, proud-looking woman and her round-faced, smiling daughter came into the room, rustling their skirts. Chérie comtesse, il y a longtemps, elle était ne pauvre enfant, à Baldes, Rozmalski, et la comtesse appartient, j'ai si Uris. Women's voices were heard, interrupting each other and merging with the rustling of skirts and the moving of chairs. That sort of conversation began, which is designed to last just long enough so that one can get up at the first pause with a rustling of the skirts, say, Je suis bien charmée, la sainte de mon nom, et la comtesse appartient. And again with a rustling of skirts, go back to the front hall, put on a fur coat or a cloak, and drive off. The conversation turned to the main news of the town at that time, the illness of the rich and famous beau of Catherine's time, old Count Buzakov, and his illegitimate son Pierre, who had behaved so improperly at Anna Pavlovna Schroer's soiree. I'm very sorry for the poor Count, said the guest. He was in poor health to begin with, and now this distress on account of his son, it will kill him. What do you mean? Asked the Countess, as if she did not know what the guest was talking about, though she had already heard the cause of Count Muzukov's distress a good 15 times. It's modern upbringing while still abroad, the guest went on. This young man was left to himself, and now in Petersburg, they say, he did such awful things that he's been banished by the police. You don't say, said the Countess. He chose his acquaintances poorly. Princess Anna Mikhailovna mixed in. Prince Vasily's son, he and a certain Dolokhov, they say, were up to God knows what, and they both suffered for it. Dolokhov has been broken to the ranks, and Vazukov's son has been banished to Moscow. As for Anatoly Korygin, his father somehow hushed it up, but they did banish him from Petersburg. Why, what on earth did they do? Asked the Countess. They're perfect ruffians, especially Dolokhov, said the Countess. He's the son of Maria Ivanovna Dolokhov, such a respectable lady, and what then? Can you imagine? The three of them found a bear somewhere, put it in the carriage with them, and went to the actresses. The police came running to quiet them down. They took a policeman and tied him back to back with the bear, and threw the bear into the moika. So the bear goes swimming about with the policeman on him. A fine figure the police must have cut, mon cher, cried the Count, dying with laughter. Ah, how terrible! What is there to laugh at, Count? But the ladies could not help laughing themselves. They barely managed to save the poor fellow, the guest went on. That's how intelligently the son of Count Kirill Vladimirovich Bezokov amuses himself, she added, and I heard he was so well-bred and intelligent. There's what all this foreign upbringing leads to. I hope no one receives him here, despite his wealth. They want to introduce him to me. I decidedly refused. I have daughters. What makes you say this young man is so wealthy? Asked the Countess, leaning away from the girls, who at once pretended they were not listening. The man has only illegitimate children, it seems. Pierre, too, is illegitimate. The guest waved her hand. He has a score of them, I should think. Princess Anna Mikhailovna mixed into the conversation, clearly wishing to show her connection and her knowledge with all the circumstances of society. The thing is, she said significantly and also in a half-whisper, Count Kirill Vladimirovich's reputation is well known. He's lost count of his children, but this Pierre was his favorite. How good-looking the old man was, said the Countess. Even last year, I've never seen a handsomer man. He's quite changed now, said Anna Mikhailovna. So, as I was about to say, Prince Vasily is the direct heir to the whole fortune, through his wife. But the father loved Pierre very much, concerned himself with his upbringing, and wrote to the sovereign, so that when he dies, he's so poorly that they expect at any moment. And Lorraine has come from Petersburg. No one knows who will get this enormous fortune, Pierre or Prince Vasily. 40,000 souls and millions of rupees. I know it very well because Prince Vasily told me himself. And Kirill Vladimirovich is my uncle twice removed through my mother, and he's Borya's godfather, she added, as if ascribing no importance to this circumstance. Prince Vasily came to Moscow yesterday. He's going to do some inspecting, I'm told, said the guest. Yes, but entre nous, said the Countess. It's a pretext. He's come, essentially, to see Count Kirill Vladimirovich, having learned that he was so poorly. However, mon cher, that was a nice stunt, said the Count, and noticing that the elder guest was not listening, he turned to the young ladies. A fine figure that policeman cut, I imagine. And picturing how the policeman waved his arms, he again burst into a resounding bass-voiced laughter which shook his whole stout body, as people laugh who always eat and especially drink very well. So please do come for dinner, he said. Section 8. Silence ensued. The Countess looked at the guest with a pleasant smile, without concealing, however, that she would not be upset in the least if the guest got up and left. The guest's daughter was already smoothing her dress, looking questioningly at her mother, when suddenly from the neighboring room came the sound of several men's and women's feet running to the door, the crash of a tripped-over and fallen chair, and a 13-year-old girl ran in, bundling something in her short muslin skirt, stopped in the middle of the room. It was obvious that she had run so far inadvertently, miscalculating the distance. At the same moment, a student in a raspberry-colored collar, and an officer of the guards, a 15-year-old girl, and a fat, red-cheeked boy in a child's jacket appeared in the doorway. The Count jumped up and, swaying, spread his arms wide around the running child. Ah, here she is, he shouted, laughing. The name-day girl. Mon cher, name-day girl. Mon cher, il est un temps pour you, said the Countess, feigning sternness. You always spoil her, Hélène, she said to her husband. Bonjour, mon cher, je vous félicite, said the guest. Quelle délicieuse enfant, she added, turning to the mother. The dark-eyed, big-mouthed, not beautiful, but lively girl with her child's bare shoulders popping out of her bodice from running fast, with her black ringlets all thrown back, her thin bare arms, and her little legs in lace-trimmed knickers and low shoes, was at the sweet age when a girl is no longer a child, but the child is not yet a young lady. Wriggling out of her father's arms, she ran to her mother and, paying no attention to her stern remark, buried her face in her mother's lace mantilla and laughed. She laughed at something, talking quickly about the doll she took out from under her skirt. You see, my doll, Mimi, you see? And Natasha could say no more. Everything seemed funny to her. She fell on her mother and burst into such loud and ringing laughter that everyone else, even the prim guests, laughed involuntarily. Well, off you go, you and that ugly thing, said the mother, pushing her daughter away with feigned softness. This is my younger one, she turned to the guest. Natasha, tearing her face momentarily from her mother's lace wrap, looked up at her through tears of laughter and hid her face again. The guest, forced to admire the family scene, found it necessary to take some part in it. "Tell me, my dear," she said, addressing Natasha, "what is this Mimi to you? Your daughter, it must be?" Natasha did not like the tone of condescension to childish talk in which the guest addressed her. She made no reply and gave the guest a serious look. Meanwhile, all this younger generation, Boris, the officer, son of Princess Anna Mikhailovna, Nikolai, the student, and the Count's eldest son, Sonia, the Count's 15-year-old niece. Once again. Meanwhile, all this younger generation, Boris, the officer, son of Princess Anna Mikhailovna, Nikolai, the student, the Count's eldest son, Sonia, the Count's 15-year-old niece, and Petrushka, the youngest child, all settled themselves in the drawing room and obviously tried to keep within the limits of propriety the animation and gaiety which their every feature still breathed. It was clear that there in the back rooms from which they had all come running so precipitously, the talk was merrier than the talk here about town gossip, the weather, and the Comtesse Approxime. They glanced at each other from time to time and could barely hold back their laughter. The two young men, the student and the officer, friends from childhood, were of the same age and both handsome, but they did not resemble each other. Boris was a tall, blonde youth with the regular fine features of a calm, handsome face. Nikolai was a curly-haired young man, not very tall, and with an open expression of his face. On his upper lip a little dark hair had already appeared, and his whole face expressed impetuousness and rapturousness. Nikolai blushed as soon as he came into the drawing room. One could see that he was searching for something to say and could not find it. Boris, on the other hand, got his bearings at once and told calmly, jokingly, how he had known that this Mimi, the doll, when she was still a young girl, with an unspoiled nose, and how she had grown old in 5 years he remembered, and how her head had gotten cracked across the entire skull. Having said this, he glanced at Natasha. Natasha turned away from him, glanced at her younger brother, who, with his eyes shut tight, was shaking with soundless laughter, and then, able to hold herself back any longer, jumped down and ran out of the room as fast as her quick feet could carry her. Boris did not laugh. "I believe you also wanted to go, Maman? Did you need a carriage?" he said, turning to his mother with a smile. "Yes, go, tell them to make ready," she said, smiling. Boris quietly went to the door and followed Natasha out. The fat boy angrily ran after them, as if vexed at the disturbance that had interfered with his pursuits. And I think I'm going to end it there for today. I have some other things I have to jump on at 4. I have been entreated by my beloved mother to be more, how shall we say, consistent with the time of this, just in case you are really trying to just tune in. So for that, to that end, I will try to keep it closer to 3. Yeah, I might even move it a little earlier. Still not sure, but for now, I'll try to keep it closer to 3. You can, I hate to say this, but you can stay subscribed to the channel, and then you should get a notification when I'm live. Also, I'm setting up a little flare on Facebook a few minutes before I go live. And if you can't watch me live, that's totally okay. Just like I said, stay subscribed to the channel. And even if you're not subscribed, you can still see my playlist. And there's a War and Peace playlist, like I said, that'll have all the videos so you can catch up or go back and listen to one that didn't make any sense, or use it to show your friends how poor my French is and why they should study better when they choose a language. I didn't choose French, but you know, I did learn some and I should know better. But I don't, so ta-da! Alright, that's War and Peace for today. And stay tuned tomorrow around 3 p.m. for the next section, and we'll see what these crazy kids get up to. Thanks all. Happy Thursday. Hello. Happy Friday again for anyone who was here 20 minutes ago when I started the first time. I don't know what happened. My computer just kicked me off and set me to my home screen, closing all my browser tabs, which I always have several open. So I came back, tried to close some browser tabs, and it had some weird problem because YouTube thought I was still streaming even though I was done. Technology. So today's just going to prove, or this week rather, is going to prove then that what could possibly be worse than butchering Leo Tolstoy's work by reading it aloud, having to do the same thing twice. And by the same thing, I mean having to butcher Leo Tolstoy's writing twice. And not like twice as in 2 days in a row, but I mean the same writing. The same segment twice. So, bad jokes aside, we'll jump back in to War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. Credit to for translation by Richard Revere and Larissa Volonkonsky. I guess I'll recap the recap, which is just that kind of getting into who the characters are. Prince Vasily, the reason he is helping Pierre, letting him stay with him, is they're actually kind of distantly related. Prince Vasily's wife is related to Pierre's dad, and Pierre's dad is getting old, wealthy, about to die, but Pierre's a bastard, so he may not be able to inherit, especially because he's one of many bastards that this guy had, evidently. So Prince Vasily is hoping to inherit Pierre's father's fortune, and Pierre is still trying to figure out his life. Meanwhile, he's getting in a lot of trouble, including him and Anatoly and Dolokhov, pretty much getting kicked out of Petersburg society for many things, but not limited to tying a policeman to a bear and throwing them both in the river. So, yeah. And where we are right now, I'm going to read section 9, 10, and 11. They're all shorter sections today. And where those pick up is at the house of the Count and Countess, where they've been receiving guests all day because of the Countess and her younger daughter's name day celebration. So at this point, some of the kids have come running into the main drawing room where the guests are, and then have been child-like cute children, and then some of them run back off, and some of them are still in there. And I believe the last of the guests are getting ready to go. So we're going to kind of pick up right back off there. You can, if this is your first time or you don't remember something, feel free to check out all of the past readings on my channel. They're under a War and Peace playlist, and they're all ordered and numbered, so you can kind of pick up in there. And the one I started earlier today has been deleted, so today, this is today's reading. So, and this is the last reading for the week, and then after today I'll see you guys on Monday. So, happy Friday. Let's see where we go. Of the young people, not including the Countess's elder daughter, who was 4 years older than her sister and already behaved like an adult, and the young lady guest, only Nikolai and the niece Sonia remained in the drawing room. Sonia was a slender, diminutive brunette with a soft gaze shaded by long eyelashes and a thick black braid wound twice around her head. She's a brunette with black hair. Okay. She's also the niece of the Count. Okay. Thick black braid wound twice around her head, and a sallow tinge to the skin of her face, and especially of her bared, lean, but gracefully muscular arms and neck. In the smoothness of her movements, the softness and suppleness of her small limbs, and her somewhat sly and reserved manner, she resembled a pretty but not yet fully formed kitten, who would one day be a lovely little cat. She evidently considered it the proper thing to show by a smile her interest in the general conversation, but against her will, her eyes under their long, thick lashes kept looking with such passionate, girlish adoration at her cousin, who was leaving for the army, that her smile could not deceive anyone for a moment. And it was clear that the little cat crouched down only in order to leap up more energetically and play with her cousin as soon as they, like Boris and Natasha, could get out of this drawing room. "Yes, ma chère," said the old Count, addressing the guests and pointing to his Nikolai. "Here his friend Boris has just been made an officer, and out of friendship, he doesn't want to lag behind. He's leaving both the university and his old father. He's going to the army, ma chère, and a post has already been prepared for him in the archives and all. Isn't that friendship?" the Count said questioningly. Yes, they say war has been declared, said the guest. They've been saying it for a long time, said the Count. Again, they'll talk and leave it at that. Mon cher, that's friendship, he repeated. He's joining the hussars. The guest, not knowing what to say, shook her head. Not at all out of friendship, replied Nikolai, blushing and protesting as if it was a shameful calumny. It's not friendship. I simply feel a calling to military service. He shot a glance at his cousin and the young lady guest. They both looked at him with a smile of approval. Tonight, Schubert will be dining with us. A colonel in the Pavlogradsky Hussar Regiment. He's been on leave here and is taking him along. What to do? Said the Count, shrugging his shoulders and speaking jokingly about a matter that obviously cost him much grief. I've already told you, Papa, said his son, that if you don't want to let me go, I'll stay. But I know I'm not good for anything but military service. I'm not a diplomat, not a functionary, and I'm unable to hide my feelings, and the young lady guessed. The little cat fixed her eyes on him, Bonaparte. Julie, Madame Kerrigan's daughter, turned to the young Rostov. What a pity you weren't at the Arkharovs on Thursday. I was bored without you, she said, smiling tenderly at him.
How long will it be, I wonder, before the
flattered young man, with the coquettish smile of youth, sat closer to her and got into a separate conversation with the smiling Julie. Oh, sorry, the Mademoiselle Kerrigan. No, I was right. Sorry. Right with this acronym and gotten flustered. The flattered young man, with the coquettish smile of youth, sat closer to her and got into a separate conversation with the smiling Julie, completely unaware that his involuntary smile cut the heart of the blushing and falsely smiling Sonia with the knife of jealousy. In the middle of the conversation, he turned to look at her. Sonia gave him a passionately angry look, and, barely holding back the tears in her eyes, with a false smile on her lips, got up and left the room. All of Nikolai's animation vanished. He waited for the first lull in the conversation and with an upset face left the room to look for Sonia. How crystal clear all these young ones' secrets are, said Anna Mikhailovna, pointing to Nikolai as he left. Cousinage, dangereux voisinage, she added. Yes, said the Countess, with the ray of sunlight that had penetrated the room with the young Yes, said the Countess, when the ray of sunlight that had penetrated the room with the young generation vanished, and as if answering a question no one had asked her, but which constantly preoccupied her. So much suffering, so much anxiety endured so as to rejoice in them now. And now, too, there's really more fear than joy. One is afraid, always afraid. It's precisely the age when there are so many dangers both for girls and for boys. Everything depends on upbringing, said the guest. Yes, true for you, the Countess went on, but to now, thank God, I've been a friend to my children and have enjoyed their full trust, said the Countess, repeating the error of many parents who suppose that their children have no secrets from them. I know that I'll always be my daughter's first confidant, and that if Nikolenka, with his fiery character, gets up to some mischief, boys can't do without it, it still won't be the same as with these Petersburg gentlemen. Yes, nice children, agreed the Count, who always resolved all the tangled questions by finding everything nice. Just look at him. Decided to be a hussar. Well, what do you want, mon cher? What a sweet young creature your younger one is, said the guest. A ball of fire. Yes, a ball of fire, said the Count. She takes after me, and what a voice. Though she's my daughter, I'll tell you the truth. She'll be a singer, another Salomoni. We've hired an Italian to teach her. Isn't it too early? They say it harms the voice to study at that age. Oh no, not too early at all, said the Count. How is it then that our mothers got married when they were only 12 or 13? She's already in love with Boris now. What a one, said the Countess, smiling quietly, looking at Boris's mother, and evidently responding to the thought that always preoccupied her. She went on. Well, so you see, if I were strict with her, if I forbade her, God knows what they'll do on this one. The Countess meant they would be listening. But now I know her every word. She'll come running to me herself in the evening from the abbey. I may be spoiling her, but it really seems better. I was strict with the elder one. Yes, I was brought up quite differently, said the elder one, the beautiful Countess Vera, smiling. But the smile did not embellish her face, as usually happens. On the contrary, her face became unnatural and therefore unpleasant. The elder one, Vera, was good-looking, far from stupid, an excellent student, well brought up, had a pleasant build, and what she said was nothing appropriate. Strangely, everyone, both the guest and the Countess, turned to look at her as if wondering why she had said it, and they felt awkward. One is always too clever with the older children, wanting to do something extraordinary, said the guest. There was no use denying that dear Countess was too clever with Vera, said the Count. Well, so what? She still turned out nice, he added, winking at Vera approvingly. The guest got up and left, promising to come for dinner. What manners they sat and sat, said the Countess, after seeing the guests off. When Natasha left the drawing room and ran off, she ran no further than the conservatory. In that room she stopped, listening to the talk in the drawing room and waiting for Boris to come out. She was already growing impatient, stamping her little foot, was about to cry because he did not come at once, when she heard the neither slow nor quick but proper footsteps of the young man. Natasha quickly darted among the tubs of plants and hid herself. Boris stopped in the middle of the room, looked around, brushed some specks of dust off the sleeve of his uniform with his hand, and went up to a mirror, studying his handsome face. Natasha kept still, peeking from her ambush, waiting to see what he would do. He stood for some time before the mirror, smiled, and walked to the other door. Natasha was about to call him, but then changed her mind. Let him search, she said to herself. As soon as Boris left, the flushed Sonia came from the other door, whispering something spiteful through her tears. Natasha restrained her first impulse to rush out to her and remained in her ambush as if under the cap of invisibility, observing what went on in the world. She experienced a special new pleasure. Sonia was whispering something and kept looking back at the door of the drawing room. Nikolai came out of that door. Sonia, what's wrong? How can you? Said Nikolai, rushing to her. Never mind, leave me alone. Sonia burst into sobs. No, I know what it is. So you know, and that's wonderful, and so go to her. Sonia, one word, how can you torment me and yourself so because of a fantasy, said Nikolai, taking her hand. Sonia did not pull her hand away and stopped crying. Natasha, motionless and breathless, with shining eyes, watched from behind her ambush. What will happen now, she thought. Sonia, the whole world is no use to me. You alone are everything, said Nikolai. I'll prove it to you. I don't like it when you talk like that. Well, then I won't. Forgive me, Sonia. He drew her to him and kissed her. Ah, how nice, thought Natasha. And when Sonia and Nikolai left the room, she went out after them and called Boris. Boris, come here, she said with a significant and sly air. There's something I must tell you. Here, she said, and led him to the conservatory, to the place between the tubs where she had been hiding. Boris, smiling, followed her. What is this something? He asked. She became embarrassed, looked around, and seeing her doll abandoned in the tub, took it in her hands. Kiss the doll, she said. Boris looked into her animated face with attentive, gentle eyes and said nothing. You don't want to? Well, come here then, she said, and went deeper among the plants and dropped her doll. Closer, closer, she whispered. She caught the officer by the cuffs with both hands, and her flushed face showed solemnity and fear. And do you want to kiss me? She whispered, barely audibly, looking at him from under her eyebrows, smiling and almost weeping with excitement. Boris blushed. You are so funny, he said, bending down to her, blushing still more, but not undertaking anything, and waiting. She suddenly jumped onto a tub, becoming taller than he, embraced him with her thin bare arms, which bent higher than his neck, and tossing her hair back with a movement of the head, kissed him right on the lips. She slipped between the pots to the other side of the plants and stopped, her head lowered. Natasha, he said, you know I love you, but you're in love with me? Natasha interrupted. Yes, I am, but please, let's not do like just now. Another 4 years, then I'll ask for your hand. Natasha reflected. 13, 14, 15, 16, she said, counting on her thin little fingers. All right, so it's settled? And a smile of joy and reassurance lit up her animated face. Settled, said Boris. Forever, said the girl, till death? And taking her under the arm, with a happy face, she slowly walked beside him to the sitting room. Section 11. The Countess was so tired out from the visits that she ordered no one else to be received, and the porter was told simply to be sure to invite for dinner everyone who came by with congratulations. The Countess wanted to talk personally with her childhood friend, Princess Anna Mikhailovna, whom she had not seen properly since her return from Petersburg. Anna Mikhailovna, with her weepy and pleasant face, moved closer to the Countess's armchair. "I'll be perfectly frank with you," said Anna Mikhailovna. "There are few of us old friends together left. That's why I cherish your friendship so much." Anna Mikhailovna looked at Vera and stopped. The Countess pressed her friend's hand. "Vera," said the Countess, turning to her older daughter, obviously not her favorite, "how is it you have no notion of anything? Can't you feel that you're not needed here? Go to your sisters, or—" The beautiful Vera smiled disdainfully, apparently not feeling the slightest offense. "If you had told me long ago, Mamma, I would have left at once," she said, and went to her room. But passing through the sitting room, she noticed two couples sitting symmetrically by the two windows. She stopped and smiled disdainfully. Sonia was sitting close to Nikolai, who was writing out some verses for her, the first he had ever written. Boris and Natasha were sitting by the other window, and fell silent when Vera came in. Sonia and Natasha looked at Vera with guilty and happy faces. It was amusing and touching to look at these enamored girls, but the sight of them evidently did not arouse any pleasant feelings in Vera. "How many times have I asked you not to take my things?" she said. "You have a room of your own." She took the inkstand from Nikolai. "Just a moment," he said, dipping his pen. "You managed to do everything at the wrong time," said Vera. "The way you came running into the drawing room just now, everyone was ashamed of you." In spite of, or precisely because of the fact that what she said was perfectly correct, no one answered her, and the four only exchanged glances with each other. She lingered in the room with the inkstand in her hand. "And what secrets can there be at your age between Natasha and Boris, and between you two? It's all silliness." "Well, what does it matter to you, Vera?" Natasha said, pleadingly in a quiet little voice. Clearly, that day, she was being kinder and more affectionate with everyone than ever. "Very silly," said Vera. "I'm ashamed of you. Why secrets?" "We all have our secrets. We don't bother you and Berg," Natasha said, flaring up. "Of course you don't," said Vera, "because there can never be anything bad in my actions. But I shall tell Mama how you behave with Boris." "Natalia Ilyinishna behaves very well with me," said Boris. "I can't complain," he said. "Stop it, Boris. You're such a diplomat." The word diplomat was much in vogue among children in that special sense they endowed it with. "It's even boring," Natasha said in a trembling tone. "Why is she pestering me?" "You'll never understand it," she said, turning to Vera. You'll never understand it, she said, turning to Vera, "because you've never loved anyone. You have no heart. You're just a Madame de Genlis." This nickname, considered very offensive, had been given to Vera by Nikolai. "And your highest pleasure is to do unpleasant things to others. Go and flirt with Berg as much as you like," she said quickly. "I certainly won't go running after a young man in front of guests." "Well, she's done it," Nikolai mixed in. "She said unpleasant things to everybody and upset everybody. Let's go to the nursery." All four, like a frightened flock of birds, got up and left. "They said unpleasant things to me, but I said nothing to anybody," said Vera. "Madame de Genlis! Madame de Genlis!" Laughing voices said behind the door. The beautiful Vera, who had such an irritating, unpleasant effect on everybody, smiled, and apparently untouched by what had been said to her, went up to the mirror and straightened her scarf and hair. Looking at her beautiful face, she appeared to become even colder and calmer. In the drawing room, the conversation was still going on. "Ah, chérie," said the Countess. In my life, tout n'est pas rosé. Don't I see that du train que nous allons? Our fortune won't last long. It's all his club and his kindness. Our life in the country, is that any respite? Theater, hunting, God knows what. Why ask about me? Well, how did you arrange it all? I often marvel at you, Annette, how at your age you can gallop off in a carriage by yourself to Moscow, to Petersburg, to all the ministers, to all the nobility, and you know how to deal with them all. I marvel at it. Well, how did it get arranged? I don't know how to do any of it. Ah, my dear heart, Princess Anna Mikhailovna replied. God forbid that you ever learn how hard it is to be left a widow without support, and with a son whom you love to distraction. One learns everything, she went on with a certain pride. My lawsuit has taught me. If I need to see one of these trumps, I write a note. Princess Until wishes to see so-and-so, and I go in person in a hired cab 2, even 3 times, even 4, until I get what I want. It's all the same to me what they think of me. Well, whom did you solicit for Borenka? Asked the Countess. Here's your son. Your son is an officer in the guards, and Nikolushka is going as a junker. There's no one to solicit. Who did you ask? Prince Vasily. He was very nice. He agreed at once to do everything and reported to the Emperor, Princess Anna Mikhailovna said with rapture, forgetting entirely all about the humiliation she had gone through to achieve her goal. And what? Has he aged, Prince Vasily? Asked the Countess. I haven't seen him since our theater performance at the Rumyantsevs. And I suppose he's forgotten me. Il me faisait la cour, the Countess remembered with a smile. He's the same as ever, replied Anna Mikhailovna, amiable, overflowing. Les grandioses ne lui ont pas tourné la tête de tout. I'm sorry I can do so little for you, dear princess, he says to me. I'm yours to command. No, he's a nice man, an excellent family, but you know my love for my son, Nathalie. I don't know what I wouldn't do for his happiness. And my circumstances are so bad, Anna Mikhailovna went on sadly, lowering her voice, so bad that I'm now in a most terrible position. My wretched lawsuit eats up all I have and doesn't get anywhere. Can you imagine? I don't even have 10 kopecks a la lettre, and I don't know how I'll pay to put Boris. She took out a handkerchief and began to cry. I need 500 rubles, and all I have is one 25-ruble note. I'm in such a position. My only hope now rests with Count Kirill Alexandrovich Bezukov. If he doesn't care to support his godson, his Gloria's godfather, and lay out something for his maintenance, all my troubles will have been in vain. I won't have the money to equip him. The Countess also waxed tearful and silently pondered something. I often think, maybe it's sinful, said the princess, but I often think, here Count Kirill Vladimirovich Bezukov lives alone with an enormous fortune, and what does he live for? Life's a burden to him, and Boria is only beginning to live. He'll surely leave Boris something, said the Countess. God knows, chérie amie, these rich courtiers are such egotists, but even so I'll go to him now with Boris and tell him outright what it's about. Let them think whatever they like of me. It really makes no difference to me when my son's destiny depends on it. The princess got up. It's now 2 o'clock, and you dine at 4. I have time to go. And with the air of a practical Petersburg lady who knows how to make use of her time, Anna Mikhailovna sent for her son and went out with him to the front hall. Goodbye, dear heart, she said to the Countess, who came to see her to the door. Wish me success, she added in a whisper, so that her son would not hear. Are you going to see Count Kirill Vladimirovich, ma chère? The Count asked from the dining room, also coming out to the front hall. If he's better, invite Pierre to dine with us. He used to come here, dance with the children. Invite him without fail, ma chère. Oh, we'll see how Taras distinguishes himself today. He says that Count Orlov has no such dinners as we're going to have. That is the end of section 11. And I think we'll stop it there for today, seeing as I read a little bit twice. Very interesting. The little intrigues of the children. Everybody has a crush on somebody. And as you may recall, the gist is by way of explanation. There was something I needed to. Perhaps it's not gone. Oh, well, Anna Mikhailovna certainly stretched the truth about exactly how she got her way with Prince Vasily and how easy it was. It was a little more begging on her part than she kind of remembers, but that's alright. And interesting, the Countess and Princess titles and how they're all sort of interrelated. And Tolstoy seems to want to use everybody's full name. And I'm also not sure in Russian society if everybody has like a first name and a middle name, last name. Because sometimes they refer to people just by like a first and last. Sometimes they refer to it by the whole thing, and I wonder if that was entirely common. And then also as you can see, like, you know, cute like nicknames of like Boris versus Boyanka, or Nikolai versus Nikolushka or something. So definitely some little variations in the name, but it's kind of crazy how he seems to have to write down everyone's like full name every time. Anna Mikolovna. And then Anna Mikolovna said to blah, blah, blah. She said Anna Mikolovna said to. Anyways, I ramble on. It's a Friday. I hope everyone has a chance to have a breath of fresh air, enjoy whatever you can in the day, and have a great weekend. See you guys back here on Monday at 3 o'clock. Hopefully we won't have any tech trouble and be going and done quite promptly. So thanks again, and happy Friday, everyone. Have a great weekend. Happy Monday! Welcome to Quarantine Story Time. I'm Charlotte. I'm running late. And I'm here to bring you some more War and Peace until we are required to go outside. We'll be here reading this book. Should take us some time. Hopefully, no. Just hopefully it'll be fun on the way. Anyways, so thank you for joining me. Sorry I'm late. There was a really long line at the grocery store, and my shopping list was all out of order. But I got good things, so yeah, happy to be able to stay fed and make good food for those around me. Hey, Mom's here. Hey, Mom! Thanks for joining. She's used to me being late because it's been a long-standing family trait. Anyways, so we're on War and Peace. We're going to be doing sections 12 through 14 today in this version of War and Peace, which is written by Leo Tolstoy, and this particular translation is by Richard Pavir and Larissa Volkonsky. So, if you have it, follow along and criticize all my bad pronunciation. Let's see. A lot of intrigue going on. You know, there's the Countess's family, and that we've been kind of eavesdropping on their lives as they're having like a name day or like probably like birthday celebration sort of thing for the Countess and her daughter. I guess name day's different, but whatever. Is name day related to, does anyone know if is it related in Russia, would it be related to like the feast of a specific saint, or I would think so, like if you're, in this case it's a Natasha and Natalia kind of situation, so your name day you'd be celebrating like the day, the saint who had your same name, their whatever their day is. There's been a lot of gossip about the Count, who might die, who's Pierre's father. Pierre's his bastard son, one of many evidently, but also his favorite. And let's talk about whether Pierre will inherit the fortune, or the person Pierre's currently staying with, which is Prince Vasily, who is related to the Count via his wife, via Prince Vasily's wife, and so Prince Vasily might be angling for the money. Also, the little cousins at the Countess's, I forget what her name is. She's like the cousin of Anna Mikolovna or something. But the kids and their cousins all have little like crushes on each other. Then there's the older daughter who like is just a snot. She's probably like raised differently than everyone else, and so has her own little attitude going on. But anyways, so let's jump back in. If you this is your first time, welcome. Since at some point it'll be really hard for me to recap everything that's going on, so you'll probably just want to maybe I'll do a little recap at the beginning, and then you'll want to like maybe check out the playlist I have of all the other previous readings so you can catch up if you want. Otherwise, you could always just spark notes or, clip notes what's going on. So we're still at the house of Countess Rostov, and her good friend and distant relative, I believe, Princess Anna Mikhailovna, who is actually quite destitute, is taking her son Boris to go visit this Count Bezukov, I think, who's dying because there's some distant relative there. Oh, I know, because Boris is his godson, so she's hoping that he'll help Boris out before he dies. So there's that. Let's see, Mom said, Russian name days are an interesting tradition with Christian origins and part of Russian culture. When a Russian person is named after a saint, he or she has the opportunity to celebrate the day appointed for the saint in addition to a birthday. The name day is also called the Angel Day. Oh, okay. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, so that's kind of what I thought. It's not really their birthday, but it's another birthday-like celebration. But it's related to if they have a name, if they're named after a saint. So the Saint's Day, so Saint Natasha's Day, whatever. They're celebrating this because the Countess and her youngest daughter both have the same name as the saint. So yeah, thanks, Mom, for sharing that. If anybody has any questions or comments, feel free to drop them in the live chat, and I don't look up once I start reading that much, but I will try to keep an eye out, so if you have any questions, that's right. And after the video is posted, there'll be a link to the playlist, or you can go to my channel and look for the War and Peace playlist for other of the readings.
Did you know if you're grafted by the spider,
without further ado, Section 12.
When you think about it.
Mon cher Boris, Princess Anna Mikhailovna said to her son when Countess Rostov's carriage, in which they were sitting, drove down the straw-laid street and into the wide courtyard of Count Kirill Vladimirovich Bezukov. Mon cher Boris, said the mother, freeing her hand from under her old mantle and placing it with a timid and caressing movement on her son's hand. Be gentle, be attentive. Count Kirill Vladimirovich is, after all, your godfather, and your future fate depends on him. Remember that, mon cher. Be nice, as you know how to be. If I knew anything would come of it, besides humiliation, her son replied coldly, but I've promised you, and I'm doing it for you. Despite the fact that someone's carriage was standing at the entrance, the porter, having looked over the mother and son, who, without asking to be announced, had walked directly through the glass entryway between two rows of statues and niches, with a significant glance at the old mantle, asked whom they wanted to see, the princesses or the count, and on learning that it was the count, said that His Excellency was feeling worse that day, and that His Excellency was not receiving anyone. We can leave, the son said in French. Mon ami, the mother said in a pleading voice, again touching her son's hand, as if this touch would calm or encourage him. Boris fell silent, and, without taking off his overcoat, looked questioningly at his mother. Dearest, Anna Mikhailovna said in a tender little voice, turning to the porter, I know Count Kirill Vladimirovich is very ill. That's why I've come. I'm a relation. I won't trouble anyone, dearest. All I need is to see Prince Vasily Sergeyevich. He is staying here, I believe. Announce us, please.
I'm searching.
The porter sullenly pulled the bell rope that rang upstairs and turned away. Princess Dubretskoy to see Prince Vasily Sergeyevich, he called out to the servant in stocking shoes and a tailcoat who came running down and was now appearing from the turn of the stairway. The mother smoothed the folds of her red, re-dyed silk dress, looked in a full-length Venetian mirror on the wall, and in her down-on-heels shoes, went briskly up the carpet of the stairs. Mon cher, vous m'avez promis, she addressed her son again, touching his hand to encourage him. The son, lowering his eyes, calmly followed after her. They entered a large room in which one door led to the apartment assigned to Prince Vasily. As the mother and son reached the middle of the room, intending to ask their way from an old servant who had jumped up when they came in, the bronze handle of one of the doors turned, and Prince Vasily, in an informal velvet house jacket, with one star, came out accompanying a handsome, dark-haired man. This man was the famous Petersburg doctor, Lorraine. C'est donc positif, the prince was saying. Mon prince, erreur humaine est mais. The doctor replied, swallowing his R's and pronouncing the Latin words with a French accent. C'est bien, c'est bien. Noticing Anna Mikhailovna and her son, Prince Vasily dismissed the doctor with a bow and silently, but with a questioning look, came over to them. The son noticed how deep grief suddenly appeared in his mother's eyes and smiled slightly. Yes, Prince, we meet here under such sad circumstances. Well, how is our dear patient? She said, as if oblivious of the cold, insulting gaze directed at her. Prince Vasily looked questioningly, to the point of bewilderment, at her, then at Boris. Boris bowed courteously. Prince Vasily, without responding to the bow, turned to Anna Mikhailovna and replied to her question with a movement of the head and lips signifying the worst hopes for the patient. "Can it be?" exclaimed Anna Mikhailovna. "Ah, it's terrible. I'm afraid to think. This is my son," she added, pointing to Boris. "He wanted to thank you himself." Boris once more bowed courteously. "Believe me, Prince, a mother's heart will never forget what you have done for us." "I'm glad that I could give you pleasure, my dearest Anna Mikhailovna," said Prince Vasily, straightening his jabot, and in his gesture and voice displaying here, in Moscow, before the patronized Anna Mikhailovna, far greater importance than in Petersburg, at Annette Scherer's soiree. "Try to serve well and be worthy," he added, sternly addressing Boris. "I'm glad. You're here on leave?" he dictated in his passionless tone. "Awaiting orders, Your Excellency, to be dispatched to my new assignment," replied Boris, showing neither vexation at the prince's abrupt tone, nor the wish to get into conversation, but so calmly and deferentially that the prince looked at him intently. "You live with your mother?" "I live at the Countess Rostov's," said Boris, again adding, "Your Excellency." "It's that Ilya Rostov who married Natalie Shinshin," said Anna Mikhailovna. I know," said Prince Vasily in his monotone voice. "Je n'ai jamais pour concevoir comme Nathalie s'est décidée et asposeuse cette ause malèche, un personnage complémentaire, stupide et ridicule, et joyeux à ce qu'on dit. Mas très brave homme, mon prince," observed Anna Mikhailovna, smiling touchingly, as though she too knew that Count Rostov deserved such an opinion, but begged for pity on the poor man. "What do the doctors say?" the prince asked, after a brief pause, and again showing great sorrow. "What do the doctors say?" the princess asked, again after a brief pause, and again showing great sorrow on her baby face. "There's little hope," said the prince. "And I wish so much to thank uncle for all his benefactions to me and to Boria. Ce sont felu," she added in such a tone, as though this news was to make Prince Vasily extremely glad. Prince Vasily pondered and winced. Anna Mikhailovna understood that he feared to find in her a rival over Count Bezukhov's will. She hastened to reassure him. "If it weren't for my true love and devotion to uncle," she said, uttering this word with a special assurance and casualness, "I know his character noble and direct, but there are just the princesses around him. They're still young." She inclined her head in admittance. "Has he fulfilled his last duty? How precious these last moments are. I cannot get any worse. He must be prepared if he's so poor. We wouldn't," she smiled tenderly. "Always know how to save his things. I must see him, however hard it is for me. By now, I must see him." The prince apparently realized, as at Annette's soiree, that it was difficult to get rid of her. Sheppy Anna Mikhailovna, he said, "Let's wait till evening. The doctors have pretty good advices." "But we cannot wait, Prince, at such a moment. Princess Ilya Saturdays. Ah, c'est terrible of it was." The door to the inner room opened, and one of the young princesses of the Count's nieces came out with a folded saddle and a long waist, strikingly out of proportion to her length. Prince Vasily turned to her. "Well, how is he?" "The same, and like it or not, this knows," said the princess, looking down at the look that pulled the legs from her. "Ah, chérie, je ne connaissance pas," Anna Mikhailovna said with a happy smile, approaching her. places where he usually took them. He greeted the ladies who were sitting over their embroidery and a book, which one of them was reading aloud. There were 3 of them. Happy Monday! Welcome to Quarantine Story Time. I'm Charlotte. I'm running late. And I'm here to bring you some more War and Peace until we are required to go outside. We'll be here reading this book. Should take us some time. Hopefully, well, no. Just hopefully it'll be fun. Bye. Anyways, thanks for joining me. Sorry, I'm late. There was a really long line at the grocery store, and my shopping list was all out of order. But I got good things, so yay. Happy to be able to stay fed, make good food for those around me. Hey, Mom's here. Hey, Mom! Thanks for joining. She's used to me because I'm standing with family trade. Anyway, so we're going to be doing a session probably 14th day in this version of War and Peace, which is written by Leo Tolstoy, and this particular translation is by Richard Prevere and Marisa. You have it. Follow along, and this song is after my dad. Let's see. A lot of intrigue going on. You know, there's the Countess's family, and that we've been kind of eavesdropping on their lives as they're having like a name day or like probably like birthday celebration sort of thing for the Countess and her daughter. I guess name day is different, but whatever. Is name day related to, does anyone know if is it related, in Russia, would it be related to like the feast of a specific saint? Or I would think so, like if you're, in this case it's a Natasha and Natalia kind of situation, so your name day, you'd be celebrating like the day, the saint who had your same name, their whatever their day is. I mean, there's been a lot of gossip about the Count, who might die, who's Pierre's father. Pierre's his bastard son, one of many evidently, but also his favorite. And there's talk about whether Pierre will inherit the fortune, or the person Pierre's currently staying with, which is Prince Vasily, who is related to the Count via his wife, via Prince Vasily's wife, and so Prince Vasily might be angling for the money. Also, the little cousins at the Countess's, I forgot what her name is. She's like the cousin of Anna Mikhailovna or something. But the kids and their cousins all have little like crushes on each other. Then there's the older daughter who like is just a snot. It's probably like raised differently than everyone else, and so has her own little attitude going on. But anyways, so let's jump back in. If you haven't, this is your first time, welcome. At some point it'll be really hard for me to recap everything that's going on, so you'll probably just want to maybe I'll do a little recap at the beginning, and then you'll want to like maybe check out the playlist I have of all the other previous readings so you can catch up if you want. Otherwise, you can always just spark notes or clip notes of what's going on. So we're still at the house of Countess Rostov, and her good friend and distant relative, I believe, Princess Anna Mikhailovna, who is actually quite destitute, is taking her son Boris to go visit this count. Uzikov, I think, who's dying because there's some distant relatives there. Oh, I know, because Boris is his godson, so she's hoping that he'll help Boris out before he dies. Let's see, Mom said, Russian name days are an interesting tradition with Russian origin and part of Russian culture. When a Russian person is named after a saint, he or she has the opportunity to celebrate the day appointed for the saint in addition to a birthday. The name day is also called the Angel Day. Oh, okay. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, so that's kind of what I thought. It's not really their birthday, but it's another birthday-like celebration. But it's related to if they have a name, if they're named after a saint. So the Saint's Day, so Saint Natasha's Day or whatever, they're celebrating this because the Countess and her youngest daughter both have the same name as the saint. So yeah, thanks Mom for sharing that. If anybody has any questions or comments, feel free to drop them in the live chat, and I don't look up once I start reading that much, but I will try to keep an eye out. So if you have any questions, and after the video is posted, there'll be a link to the playlist, or you can go to my channel and look for the War and Peace playlist for other of the readings. So, without further ado, Section 12. Mon cher Boris, Princess Anna Mikhailovna said to her son when Countess Rostov's carriage, in which they were sitting, drove down the straw-laid street and into the wide courtyard of Count Kirill Vladimirovich Bezukov. Mon cher Boris, said the mother, freeing her hand from under her old mantle and placing it with a timid and caressing movement on her son's hand. Be gentle, be attentive. Count Kirill Vladimirovich is, after all, your godfather, and your future fate depends on him. Remember that, mon cher. Be nice, as you know how to be. If I knew anything would come of it, besides humiliation, her son replied coldly, but I've promised you, and I'm doing it for you. Despite the fact that someone's carriage was standing at the entrance, the porter, having looked over the mother and son, who, without asking to be announced, had walked directly through the glass entryway between two rows of statues and niches, with a significant glance at the old mantle, asked whom they wanted to see, the princesses or the count, and on learning that it was the count, said that His Excellency was feeling worse that day, and that His Excellency was not receiving anyone. We can leave, the son said in French. Mon ami, the mother said in a pleading voice, again touching her son's hand, as if this touch would calm or encourage him. Boris fell silent, and, without taking off his overcoat, looked questioningly at his mother. Dears, Anna Mikhailovna said in a tender little voice, turning to the porter, I know Count Kirill Vladimirovich is very ill. That's why I've come. I'm a relation. I won't trouble anyone, dears. All I need is to see Prince Vasily Sergeyevich. He is staying here, I believe. Announce us, please. The porter suddenly pulled the bell rope that rang upstairs and turned away. Princess Dubretskoy to see Prince Vasily Sergeyevich, he called out to the servant in stocking shoes and a tailcoat, who came running down and was now appearing from the turn of the stairway. The mother smoothed the folds of her re-dyed silk dress, looked in a full-length Venetian mirror on the wall, and in her down-on-the-heels shoes, went briskly up the carpet upstairs. Mon cher, vous m'avez promis, she addressed her son again. touching his hand to encourage him.
But
The son, lowering his eyes, calmly followed after her. They entered a large room in which one door led to the apartment assigned to Prince Vasily.
Why should that matter?
As the mother and son reached the middle of the room, intending to ask their way from an old servant who had jumped up when they came in, the bronze handle of one of the doors turned, and Prince Vasily, in an informal velvet house jacket with one star, came out accompanying a handsome, dark-haired man. This man was the famous Petersburg doctor Lorraine. C'est donc positif, the prince was saying. Mon prince, rien humain est humain, the doctor replied, swallowing his R's and pronouncing the Latin words with a French accent. C'est bien, c'est bien. Noticing Anna Mikhailovna and her son, Prince Vasily dismissed the doctor with a bow and silently, but with a questioning look, came over to them. The son noticed how deep grief suddenly appeared in his mother's eyes and smiled slightly. Yes, Prince, we meet here under such sad circumstances. Well, how is our dear patient? She said, as if oblivious of the cold, insulting gaze directed at her. Prince Vasily looked questioningly, to the point of bewilderment, at her, then at Boris. Boris bowed courteously. Prince Vasily, without responding to the bow, turned to Anna Mikhailovna and replied to her question with a movement of the head and lips signifying the worst hopes for the patient. Can it be? Exclaimed Anna Mikhailovna. Oh, it's terrible. I'm afraid to think. This is my son, she added, pointing to Boris. He wanted to thank you himself. Boris once more bowed courteously. Believe me, Prince, a mother's heart will never forget what you have done for us. I'm glad that I can give you pleasure, my dearest Anna Mikhailovna, said Prince Vasily, straightening his jabot, and in his gesture and voice, displaying here, in Moscow, before the patronized Anna Mikhailovna, far greater importance than in Petersburg, at Annette Scherer's soiree. Try to serve well and be worthy, he added, sternly addressing Boris. I'm glad. You're here on leave, he dictated in his passionless tone. Awaiting orders, Your Excellency, to be dispatched to my new assignment, replied Boris, showing neither vexation at the prince's abrupt tone, nor the wish to get into conversation, but so calmly and deferentially that the prince looked at him intently. You live with your mother? I live at the Countess Rostov's, said Boris, again adding, Your Excellency. It's that Ilya Rostov who married Natalie Shinshin, said Anna Mikhailovna. I know, said Prince Vasily in his monotone voice. Je n'ai jamais trop concevoir comme Nathalie s'est décidée et osseuse. C'est aus malèche. Un personnage complémentaire, stupide et ridicule. Et joyeux à ce que l'on dit. Mas très brave homme, observed Anna Mikhailovna, smiling touchingly, as though she too knew that Count Rostov deserved such an opinion, but begged for pity on the poor man. What do the doctors say? The prince asked, after a brief pause, and again showing great sorrow. What do the doctors say? The princess asked, again after a brief pause, and again showing great sorrow on her weepy face. There's little hope, said the prince. And I wish so much to thank Uncle for all his benefactions to me and to Borya. C'est son felu, she added in such a tone, as though this news was to make Prince Vasily extremely glad. Prince Vasily pondered and winced. Anna Mikhailovna understood that he feared to find in her a rival over Count Bezukov's will. She hastened to reassure him. If it weren't for my true love and devotion to Uncle, she said, uttering this word with a special assurance and casualness, I know his character noble and direct, but there are just the princesses around him. They're still young. She inclined her head and added in a whisper, Has he fulfilled his last duty, Prince? How precious these last moments are. I cannot get any worse. He must be prepared if he's so poor. We women, she smiled tenderly, always know how to say these things, Prince. I must see him. However hard it is for me, by now I'm used to suffering. The prince apparently realized, as at Annette's Scherer's soiree, that it was difficult to get rid of Anna Mikhailovna. This meeting might be hard on him. Sure, chérie, Anna Mikhailovna, he said. Let's wait till the doctors have waited for your crisis. But we cannot wait, Prince, at such a moment. Princess Ilya va saluer son âme à ce terrible devoirs chrétienne. The door to the inner room opened, and one of the young princesses, the count's nieces, came out with a cold and sullen face and a long face strikingly out of proportion to her legs. Prince Vasily turned to her. "Well, how is he?" "The same. Like it or not, this knows," said the princess, looking panickily over like a stranger. "Ah, chérie, je ne vous reconnais pas." Anna Nikolaevna said with a happy smile, approaching the countess at a right angle. "Je viens d'accueillir et je suis pour avec j'imagine combien vous avez souffert," she added, rolling up her eyes sympathetically. The princess made no reply, did not even smile, and left at once. Anna Nikolaevna took off her gloves and settled into a high position in an armchair, inviting Prince Vasily to sit down beside her. "Boris," she said to his son's mouth, "I'll go to my uncle, and meanwhile, go to you. And don't forget to convey to him the invitation from the Rostovs. They're inviting him to dinner. He won't go, I suppose." "On the contrary," said the prince, now plainly understood. "Je serais très offensive, mais débarrassé de vous home." The count had never once asked one. He shrugged his shoulders. The servant led the young man down and up another stair to the upper Pierre had not managed to preserve himself as he observed, and had been even back to Moscow for lying stupidly. Oh, sorry, this is section 15. Pierre had not managed to achieve a career for himself in Petersburg, and had indeed been banished from Moscow for lying to somebody. The story told at Rostov's was true. He had taken part in tracking behind the newsstands the road. He had arrived several days ago and was staying, as usual, at his father's house. It was supposed that the story was already known in Moscow, and that the ladies who surrounded his father, other important stories towards him, were just to loud and mad. He nevertheless went to his father's part of the house where he arrived. On entering the drawing room where the princess was receiving the count, he greeted the ladies who were sitting under an awning and a book. Each one of them was reading. There were three of them. The elder was a long-waisted surgeon. The one who had come out to Anna Nikolaevna was reading. The younger ones, both red-cheeked and pretty, differing from each other only in that one had a mole above her lip, which was very becoming to her, were doing embroidery. Pierre was met like a gentleman. The eldest princess interrupted her reading and silently stared at him with frightened eyes. The younger one, assumed exactly as she expected. The youngest, with the other man not expression, bent over her embroidery frame to hide a smile, probably provoked by the shortcomings which she foresaw would be amusing. She drew the ruler very through and bent down to the study of herself, barely able to keep from laughing. Bonjour, mon cousin, said Pierre. I recognize you only too well. Only too well. How is it not Pierre asked awkwardly, as usual, but without embarrassment. The count is physically immoral, and it seems to have taken place upon with as much moral suffering as possible. May I see the count? Pierre repeated. If you want to cook the real now, that you may see them. Over, go and see whether Uncle would make any soon time, she asked, thereby showing Pierre her ignorance and his company with his father, while he was obviously overbusy upside down. Old went after. Pierre stood, looking at the sisters for a while, and bowing said, I'll go to my room then. Tell me when I can see him. He went out, and the ringing, though not loud laughter of the sister with the mole could be heard behind him. The next day, Prince Vasily came and settled in the Count's house. He summoned Pierre and said to him, Mon cher, si vous conduisez ici comme à Petersburg, vous finirez très mal. C'est tout ce je vous dis. The Count is very ill. You must not see him at all. Since then, Pierre had not been disturbed, and he spent whole days alone upstairs in his room. When Boris came in, Pierre was pacing his room, stopping now and then in the corners, making threatening gestures to the wall as if piercing the invisible enemy with a sword, looking sternly over his spectacles, and then starting his promenade again, uttering vague words, shrugging his shoulders, and spreading his arms. L'Angleterre avec vous, he said, frowning and pointing his fingers at someone. Monsieur peut comprêter à la nation et outlaw des jeunes c'est commandeur. He did not have time to finish Pitt's sentence, imagining that moment that he was Napoleon himself, and with his hero had already carried out the dangerous crossing of the Pas de Calais and conquered London before he saw a young, trim, and handsome officer come into his room. He stopped. Pierre had left Boris, a 14-year-old boy, and had decidedly no recollection of him. But despite that, with the quick and cordial manner proper to him, he took his hand and smiled amiably. "Do you remember me?" said Boris quietly with a pleasant smile. "I've come to see the Count with my mother, but it seems he's not entirely well." "Yes, it seems he's unwell. They keep disturbing him," Pierre replied, trying to recall who this young man was. Boris felt that Pierre did not recognize him, but he did not consider it necessary to give his name, and not feeling the least embarrassed, looked him straight in the eye. "Count Rostov invited you to dinner today," he said after a rather long silence, which was awkward for Pierre. "Ah, Count Rostov!" Pierre began joyfully. "So you're his son Ilya. Can you imagine? I didn't recognize you at first. Remember we used to go to the Sparrow Hills with Madame Jacquot long ago?" "You are mistaken," Boris said unhurriedly with a bold and slightly mocking smile. "I'm Boris, the son of Princess Anna Mikhailovna Dubretskoy. The Rostov father is called Ilya, the son is Nikolai, and I never knew any Madame Jacquot." Pierre waved his hands and head as if he was being attacked by mosquitoes or bees. "Ah, well, how about that? I've got everything confused. There are so many relations in Moscow. You're Boris, yes. So we finally straightened it out. Well, what do you think of the Bologna expedition? Won't the English be in trouble if Napoleon crosses the canal? Won't the English be in trouble if Napoleon crosses the channel? I think the expedition is very important. If only Villeneuve didn't botch it." Boris knew nothing about the Bologna expedition. He did not read the newspapers and was hearing about Villeneuve for the first time. "Here in Moscow, we're more taken up with dinners and gossip than with politics," he said in his calm, mocking tone. "I neither know nor think about any of it. Moscow is taken up with gossip most of all," he went on. "Now the talk is about you and the Count." Pierre smiled his kindly smile, as if fearing that his interlocutor might say something he would then regret. But Boris spoke distinctly, clearly, dryly, looking Pierre straight in the eye. "Moscow has nothing else to do but gossip," he went on. "Everyone's concerned about whom the Count will leave his fortune to. Though maybe he'll outlive us all, which is my heartfelt wish." "Yes, it's all very painful," Pierre picked up. "Very painful." Pierre kept fearing that this officer would accidentally fall into a conversation awkward for himself. "And it must seem to you," Boris said, blushing slightly but without changing his voice or pose, "it must seem to you that all everyone is concerned with is getting something out of the rich man." "Here we go," thought Pierre. "But I precisely wish to tell you, so as to avoid misunderstandings, that you are greatly mistaken if you count my mother and me among those people. We're very poor, but I can speak for myself at least. Precisely because your father is rich, I don't consider myself his relation, and neither I nor my mother will ever ask for or accept anything from him." Pierre could not understand for a long time, but when he did, he jumped up from the sofa, seized Boris' arm from below with his peculiar quickness and awkwardness, which turning much more red than Boris, began speaking with a mixed feeling of shame and vexation. "How strange! Did I ever... Who could think? I know very well," but Boris interrupted him again. "I'm glad I've spoken it all out. Maybe it's unpleasant for you. You must excuse me," he said, reassuring Pierre instead of being reassured by him. "But I hope I haven't offended you. I make it a rule to say everything directly. What shall I tell them, then? Will you come to the Rostovs for dinner?" And Boris, obviously relieved himself of a painful duty, getting out of an awkward situation himself, and putting another man in one, again became perfectly pleasant.
"I'm Corin, a man of the cloth.
"No, listen," said Pierre, calming down. "You're a surprising man. What you just said is good, very good. Of course you don't know me. We haven't met for so long, since we were children. You may suppose that I understand you very well, and I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have courage enough, but it's beautiful. I'm very glad to have made your acquaintance. It's strange," he added after a pause and smiling. "What you supposed of me." He laughed. "Well, so what? We'll become better acquainted. If you please." He shook Boris's hand.
wonderful
You know, I
news.
haven't once been to
Most
see the Count.
tarnished are
He hasn't
blind to
sent
it
for me.
these days.
I pity him as a human being,
You
but
are something
what
of
to
a rare
do?
breed.
And you think Napoleon will manage to send
What
the
do you
army
say?
across?
Care
Boris
to
asked,
learn an
smiling.
incantation of your
Pierre
two
understood that
fingers?
Boris wanted to change the subject, and agreeing with him, began to explain the advantages and disadvantages of the Bologna undertaking. A lackey came to summon Boris to the princess. The princess was leaving. Pierre promised to come for dinner in order to become closer with Boris, pressed his hand hard, looking him affectionately in the eye through his spectacles. After his departure, Pierre spent a long time pacing the room, no longer piercing the invisible enemy with a sword, but smiling at the memory of this nice, intelligent, and firm young man. As happens in early youth, and especially when one is alone, he felt a gratuitous tenderness for this young man and promised himself to be sure to become friends with him. Prince Vasily was seeing the princess off. The princess was holding a handkerchief to her eyes, and her face was all in tears. "It's terrible, terrible," she was saying, "but whatever it costs, I will fulfill my duty. I will come to spend the night. He can't be left like that. Every minute is precious. I don't understand why the princesses keep delaying. Maybe God will help me find the means to prepare him. Adieu, mon prince. Que le bon Dieu vous
May the golden
soutienne.
order shine
Adieu,
through
ma
you."
bonne. Prince Vasily replied, turning away from her. "Ah, he's in a terrible state," the mother said to the son. As they were getting back in the carriage, "He hardly recognizes anyone." "I don't understand, Mamma. What is his attitudes towards Pierre?" asked the son. "It will all be spelled out in the will. Our fate, too, depends on it. But why do you think he'll leave us anything? Ah, my friend, he's so rich and we're so poor. And that's still not enough of a reason, Mamma."
Well, to
"Ah,
the
my
honour of
God,
one's
my God,
house
he is
anyway.
so ill," the
She's my
mother
servant.
exclaimed.
Take your eyes off her for if you find her.
Section 14. When Anna Mikhailovna and her son left for Count Kirill Vladimirovich Bezukov's, Countess Rostov sat for a long time alone, putting her handkerchief to her eyes. Finally, she rang. "What's wrong, dear?" she said crossly to the girl, who made her wait a few minutes. "You don't want to serve me? Then I'll find another place for you, miss." The Countess was upset by her friend's woes and humiliating poverty, and was therefore out of sorts, which always expressed itself in her calling the maid dear and miss. "Beg pardon, ma'am," said the maid. "Ask the Count to come to me." The Count, waddling, approached his wife with a somewhat guilty look, as he always did. "Well, my little Countess, what a sauté à medir of hazel grouse will have, mon cher. I sampled it. Not for nothing did I pay 1,000 rubles for Taraska. He's worth it." He sat down by his wife, resting his elbows dashingly on his knees and ruffling his gray hair. "What are your orders, little Countess?" "The thing is, my friend—" "What's this stain you've got there?" she said, pointing to his waistcoat. "Must be the sauté," she added, smiling. "The thing is, Count, that I need money." Her face grew sad. "Ah, little Countess," and the Count began fussing, pulling out his wallet. "I need a lot, Count. I need 500 rubles." And taking out a cambric handkerchief, she began rubbing her husband's waistcoat. "Just a moment. Hey, you there!" he cried in a voice such as people use who are sure that those they call will come rushing to them. "Send Mitenka to me." Mitenka, that nobleman's son, brought up by the Count, who now managed all his affairs, came into the room with quiet steps. "The thing is, my dear," the Count said to the deferential young man as he came in. "Bring me," he pondered. Yes, 700 rubles, and see that you don't bring torn and dirty ones like the other time, but nice ones for the Countess." "Yes, Mitenka, please be sure they're clean," said the Countess, sighing sadly. When shall I bring it, Your Excellency?" said Mitenka. "Allow me to tell you that. However, please don't worry," he added, noticing that the Count was beginning to breathe heavily and quickly, which was a sign of incipient wrath. "I almost forgot. Shall I deliver it this minute?" Yes, right. Bring it. Give it to the Countess." "He's pure gold, my Mitenka," the Count added, smiling when the young man went out. "Nothing's ever impossible. I can't stand that. Everything's possible." "Ah, money. Count. Money. There's so much grief in the world because of it," said the Countess. "But I need this money very badly." "You, my dear wife, are a notorious spendthrift," said the Count, and kissing his wife's hand, he went back to his study. When Anna Mikhailovna came back from Bezukov's, the money was already lying by the Countess, all in new notes under a handkerchief on a little table. and Anna Mikhailovna noticed that something was troubling the Countess. "Well, my friend," asked the Countess. He's in such a terrible state. You wouldn't recognize him. He's so poorly, so poorly. I stayed only a minute and didn't say 2 words. Annette, for God's sake, don't refuse me," the Countess said suddenly, blushing, which was quite strange with her thin, dignified, and no longer young face, taking the money from under the handkerchief. Anna Mikhailovna instantly realized what it was about and bent forward as to embrace the Countess adroitly at the right moment. "This is for Boris from me to have his uniform made." Anna Mikhailovna was already embracing her and weeping. The Countess was also weeping. They wept because they were friends, and because they were kind, and because they, who had been friends since childhood, were concerned with such a mean subject, money, and because their youth was gone. But for both of them, they were pleasant tears. And that is the end of section 14. So I think I'll leave it there for today. We'll probably do another few sections again tomorrow, probably closer to 3 o'clock. I have no errands tomorrow. All at your discretion. So rather interesting. Countess seems quite sweet. Not sure what I make of Anna Mikhailovna, but Boris seems like a nice young man. Good character. I like his straightforwardness, even though if he is a little bit, kind of uses it a little bit to put people ill at ease. There's something else I feel like I wanted to mention, but I don't remember. Thank you all for tuning in. Come back tomorrow, 3 p.m. my channel for more War and Peace. Thank you. Have a great day, everybody. Hello. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Sorry. There we go. Better. Welcome back to Quarantine Story Time. Reading aloud a little book you may have heard of, War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. I'm running out of funny, War and Peace giant epic book jokes. Anyways, if anyone's got any good jokes about how long War and Peace is, please feel free to drop them, send them, comment to me. I could always use some fresh, dad jokes. This is by Leo Tolstoy. This particular translation is by Richard Pavir and Larissa Volonkonsky. And we are on sections, so still volume 1, part 1, but we've moved into, we'll be doing section 15, 16, and 17 today. And
nothing special. Trap mess always too.
Still dealing with Anna Mikhailovna trying to get her father's godson, Count Kirill, who's dying, to give some money to her godson to her son, his godson, for his outfitting to go to the army. So, and her son, Boris, who's totally against this sort of asking favors of rich, distant, not real relatives, kind of put off by the whole thing. And he chats with Pierre and is very upfront about how he doesn't want anything from Pierre's father. Pierre has been exiled to his room because of his bad behavior and hasn't gotten to see his father since he's come to Moscow from Petersburg. And he hasn't really done much about it, and his dad's just sort of sick and dying. And then when they get back to the Rostovs, Boris and Anna Mikhailovna, the Countess has gotten money from her husband to give to her friend so that she can get Boris set up, so that Boris can, he has to buy his uniform and kit, whatever, before he can take his orders in the military. So she just gave her the money, and they're crying and tearful amongst friends for the help. So I believe we are still at the Rostovs, and they're having that dinner party later the evening for their name day celebration. And Pierre has been invited, so we'll see if he shows up, how he behaves. And like I said, it's going to get hard for me to recap who everyone is and what's been going on. So if you haven't read War and Peace before, been here before, check out my channel. There's a playlist, a War and Peace playlist with all the other chapters in it so far, so it's nice to do that. And otherwise, just enjoy whatever you tune in for. And if this is your first time, welcome and thank you. Alright. Let's just jump in, shall we? Countess Rostov, with her daughters and an already large number of guests, was sitting in the drawing room. The Count had led the male guests to his study to offer them his prized collection of Turkish pipes. From time to time, he came out and asked whether she had come yet. They were expecting Maria Dmitrievna Akrosimov, known in society as Le Terrible Dragon, a lady famous neither for her wealth nor for her rank, but for her directness of mind and frank simplicity of manners. Maria Dmitrievna was known to the Tsar's family and was known to all of Moscow and all of Petersburg, and both cities, astonished at her, chuckled secretly at her rudeness and told anecdotes about her. Nevertheless, everyone without exception respected and feared her. Oh, hey! My mom just joined. Hey, Mom. We just got started. So, back in. Oh, and if, like I said before, yesterday, if anyone, I have the live chat up, so if anyone has any questions or comments, feel free to drop in there and I'll try to take a peek every now and again. Alright, sorry, back in the story. In the smoke-filled study, the conversation turned to the war, which had been declared in the manifesto, and to recruitment. No one had read the manifesto yet, but everyone knew of its appearance. The Count sat on an ottoman between two smoking and talking neighbors. The Count himself neither smoked nor talked, but, inclining his head now to one side, now to the other, looked with obvious pleasure at the smokers and listened to the conversation of his two neighbors, whom he had set on each other. One of the talkers was a civilian with a wrinkled, billowy, gaunt, and clean-shaven face. A man approaching old age, though dressed like a most fashionable young man. He sat with his feet on the ottoman, looking like a familiar of the house, the amber bit deep in the shade of his mouth, impetuously sucking in smoke and squinting. This was the old bachelor Shinshin, the Countess's cousin, a wicked tongue, as the talk went in Moscow drawing rooms, who seemed to be condescending to his interlocutor. The other, a fresh pink officer of the guards, impeccably scrubbed, combed, and buttoned up, held the amber bit in the middle of his mouth and drew the smoke in lightly with his pink lips, letting it out of his handsome mouth in rings. This was that Lieutenant Bird, an officer of the Semyonsky regiment, with whom Boris was going off to join the regiment, and whom Natasha, teasing Vera, her older sister, called her fiancé. The Count sat between them and listened attentively. For the Count, the most agreeable occupation, apart from the game of Boston, which he liked very much, was the position of listener, especially when he managed to set two garrulous interlocutors on each other. Well, what then, old boy? Mon très honorable Alphonse Karlich, said Shinshin, chuckling and combining, which was a peculiarity of his speech, the simplest popular Russian expressions with refined French phrases. Vous comptez vous faire d'argent sur l'équipe. You want to get a little something from your company? No, Pyotr Nikolovich. I merely wish to prove, sir, that the cavalry is much less profitable than the infantry. Now look, Pyotr Nikolovich, just consider my position. Bert always spoke very precisely, calmly, and courteously. His conversation was always concerned with himself alone. He always kept calmly quiet when the talk was about something that had no direct relation to himself. And he could be silent like that for several hours without experiencing in himself or causing in others the slightest embarrassment. But as soon as the conversation concerned him personally, he began to speak expansively and with obvious pleasure. Consider my position, Pyotr Nikolaevich. If I were in the infantry, I'd get no more than 200 rubles every 4 months, even with the rank of sub-lieutenant, which now I get 230, he said with a joyful, pleasant smile, looking at Shinshin and the Count as though it was obvious to him that his success would always constitute the chief goal of everyone else's desires. Besides that, Pyotr Nikolaevich, in transferring to the guards, I am in view, Berg went on, and vacancies in the foot guards are much more frequent. Then consider for yourselves how I'm able to get along on 230 rubles. Yet I save some, and also send some to my father, he went on, letting out a smoke ring. Le ballon yes. A German can make cheese from chalk. Comme de le Faubourg, said Shinshin, sifting the amber to the other side of his mouth, and winked at the Count. The Count burst out laughing. Other guests, seeing that Shinshin was conducting a conversation, came over to listen. Berg, oblivious of both the mockery and the indifference, went on to tell how he, by being transferred to the guards, was already one rank ahead of his comrades in the court. How in wartime the company commander might be killed, and he, remaining the senior in the company, could very easily become the mayor, and how everyone in the regiment liked him, and how his papa was pleased with him. Berg apparently enjoyed telling about it all, and seemed not to suspect that other people might also have their interests. But everything he told about was so nice, so earnest, the naivete of his youthful egoism was so obvious that his listeners were disarmed. Well, old boy, infantry or cavalry, you'll make it anywhere, that I prophesy to you, said Shinshin, patting him on the shoulder and lowering his feet from the ottoman. Berg smiled joyfully. The Count and his guests after him went to the drawing room. It was that time before a formal dinner, when the assembled guests refrained from beginning a long conversation, expecting to be called to the hors d'oeuvres, but at the same time consider it necessary to move about and not be silent in order to show that they are not at all impatient to sit down at the table. The hosts keep glancing at the door and occasionally exchange glances with each other. The guests try to guess from these glances who or what they are still waiting for, an important belated relation or a dish that is not ready yet. Pierre arrived just before dinner and sat awkwardly in the middle of the drawing room, in the first armchair he happened upon, getting in everyone's way. The Countess wanted to get him to talk, but he looked around naively through his spectacles as if searching for someone, and gave monosyllabic answers to all the Countess's questions. He was an inconvenience, and was the only one not to notice it. The majority of the guests, knowing his story with the bear, looked curiously at this big, fat, and placid man, wondering how such a clumsy and shy fellow could perform such a stunt with a policeman. Did you arrive recently? The Countess asked him. Oui, madame, he replied, looking around. Have you seen my husband? Non, madame. He smiled quite inappropriately. It seems you were recently in Paris. I suppose it was very interesting. Very interesting. The Countess exchanged glances with Anna Mikhailovna. Anna Mikhailovna understood that she was being asked to take up this young man, and sitting beside him, she began speaking of his father. But as with the Countess, he gave her nothing but monosyllabic answers. The guests were all taken up with each other. Les Razumovsky est charmant. Vous êtes bien bon. Le Countess Apatine was heard on all sides. The Countess got up and went to the reception room. Maria Dmitrievna, her voice was heard from there. Herself, a rough female voice, was heard in reply, after which Maria Dmitrievna came into the room. All the girls, and even the ladies, except for the oldest ones, rose. Maria Dmitrievna stood in the doorway, and from the height of her corpulent body, her 50-year-old head with its gray curled hair held high, looked over the guests, and unhurriedly straightened the wide sleeves of her dress, as if pushing them up. Maria Dmitrievna always spoke in Russian. Congratulations to the dear name-day lady and her children, she said in her loud, dense voice, which overwhelmed all other noises. And you old sinner, she turned to the Count, who was kissing her hand. I bet you're bored in Moscow. No chasing about this with dogs here? Nothing to be done, old boy. Look at how these birdies are growing up. She pointed to the girls. Like it or not, you'll have to hunt for suitors. Well, how's my Cossack? Maria Dmitrievna called Natasha a Cossack, she said, caressing Natasha, who came up to kiss her hand fearlessly and merrily. I know she's a wicked girl, but I love her. She took from her enormous reticule a pair of pear-shaped ruby earrings, and having given them to the festively radiant and red-cheeked Natasha, turned away at once and addressed Pierre. Yeah, my gallant, come here to me, she said, in a falsely quiet and high voice. Come here to me, my gallant. And she menacingly pushed up her sleeves still higher. Pierre approached, gazing at her naively through his spectacles. Come on, my gallant. I was the only one to tell your father the truth when chance smiled on him. And to you too, God willing. She paused. Everyone fell silent, waiting for what would happen and feeling that this was only the preface. A fine one, to say the least, a fine lad. His father's lying on his deathbed and he's having fun, sitting a policeman on the back of a bear. Shame on you, old boy, shame on you. You'd do better to go to the war. She turned away and offered her arm to the Count, who could barely keep from laughing. Well, so I suppose it's to the table, said Marya Dmitrievna. The Count was first with Marya Dmitrievna. Then came the Countess, led by a hussar colonel, a useful man with whom Nikolai was to overtake his regiment, and Anna Mikhailovna with Shinshin. Berg offered his arm to Vera. The smiling Julie Kerrigan went to the table with Nikolai. After them came other couples, stretching the whole length of the room, and behind them all the children, tutors and governesses came singly. Servants bustled about, chairs scraped, music began playing in the gallery, and guests seated themselves. The sounds of the Count's household music was replaced by the sounds of knives and forks, the talk of guests, the soft footsteps of the servants. At the head of the table, at one end, sat the Countess. To her right, Marya Dmitrievna, and to her left, Anna Mikhailovna and the other ladies. At the other end sat the Count. To his left, the hussar colonel. To his right, Shinshin and the other male guests. One side of the long table was occupied by the older young people. Vera sat next to Berg, Pierre next to Boris. On the other side were the children, tutors and governesses. From behind the crystal, the bottles, and the bowls of fruit, the Count kept glancing at his wife and her tall cap with blue ribbons, and diligently poured wine for his neighbors, not forgetting himself. The Countess, too, from behind the pineapples, never forgetting her duties as hostess, cast meaningful glances at her husband, the redness of whose face and bald head, it seemed to her, contrasted sharply with his gray hair. At the ladies' end, a steady chatter went on. At the men's, louder and louder voices could be heard, especially that of the hussar colonel, who ate and drank so much, growing redder and redder, that the Count now set him as an example to the other guests. Berg was saying to Vera with a tender smile that love was a heavenly, not an earthly feeling. Boris was naming the guests at the table for his new friend Pierre, while exchanging glances with Natasha, who was sitting across from him. Pierre spoke little, looked at the new faces, and ate a lot. Starting with the two soups, of which he chose à la tortue, and the savory pie, right up to the hazel grouse, he did not skip a single dish or a single wine, which the butler mysteriously displayed for him behind his neighbor's shoulder, the bottle wrapped in a napkin murmuring dry Madeira, or Hungarian, or Rhine wine. Of the 4 crystal glasses with the Count's monogram that stood before each place, he would hold out the first he happened to be upon and drink with enjoyment, glancing around at the guests with a more and more pleasant air. Natasha, who was sitting across from him, gazed at Boris as a 13-year-old girl gazes at a boy she has just kissed for the first time and is in love with. She occasionally turned this same gaze to Pierre, and, under the gaze of this funny, lively girl, he wanted to laugh himself, without knowing why. Nikolai sat far away from Sonia, next to Julie Kerrigan, and again was saying something to her with an involuntary smile. Sonia smiled formally, but was clearly suffering from jealousy. She turned pale, then red, and tried as hard as she could to hear what Nikolai and Julie were saying to each other. The governess looked around anxiously, as if preparing to resist if anyone took it into his head to offend the children. The German tutor tried to memorize all the kinds of dishes and desserts and wines in order to describe everything in detail in his letter to his family in Germany, and was quite offended that the butler, with a napkin-wrapped bottle, bypassed him. The German frowned, trying to show by his look that he did not even wish to have this wine, but was offended because no one wanted to understand that the wine was necessary for him, not in order to quench his thirst, nor out of greed, but out of conscientious love of knowledge. Section 16. At the men's end of the table, the conversation was becoming more and more animated. The colonel said that the manifesto with the declaration of war had already been published in Petersburg, and that a copy, which he had seen himself, had been delivered today by messenger to the commander-in-chief. "And what the deuce makes us go to war with Bonaparte?" said Shinshin. Il a déjà rabattu la paquette à la Autriche. La prince cache cette fois, c'est le sort notre tour. The colonel was a tall, stout, and sanguine German, obviously a seasoned soldier and a patriot. He took offense at Shinshin's words. Because, my dear sir, he said, pronouncing the B as a P and the D as a T. Because the emperor knows that. He said in the manifesto that he cannot look mit indifference at the dangers that threaten Russia, and that the security of the empire, its dignity, and the sacredness of its alliances, he said, for some reason giving special emphasis to the word alliances, as if this was the essence of the matter. And with that impeccable official memory peculiar to him, he repeated the introductory words of the manifesto. And the desire which constitutes the sole and absolute aim of the sovereign to establish a peace in Europe on firm foundations led to his present decision to move part of the army abroad and to make further efforts towards the achievement of that intention. It's because of that, my dear sir, he concluded, did it actually. Oh, that's a hard word. Didactically. Taking a glass of wine and looking to the count for encouragement. Connaissez-vous le proverbe? Jerome, stay close to home. Keep your shovel in the loam. Asked Shinshin, wincing and smiling. C'est le nous convient à unravel. Take Suryov. Even he got beaten. À pleth too. And where are our Suryovs now? Je nous demande un peu. Je vous demande un peu, he said, constantly switching from Russian to French. We must fight to the last drop of blood, said the colonel, pounding the table. Und Thierry for our emperor, and then all will be well. And reason as little as possible. He especially drew out the word possible. As little as possible, he concluded, again addressing the count. So the old hussars see it anyway. And how do you, a young man and a young hussar, see it? He added, turning to Nikolai, who, hearing that things had got on to the war, had abandoned his interlocutress and was looking all eyes and listening all ears to the colonel. I agree with you completely, replied Nikolai, blushing all over, turning his plate and rearranging the glasses, and with such a determined and desperate air as though he was exposed right then to great danger. I'm convinced that the Russians must either die or conquer, he said, aware himself, as the others were, once the word had been spoken, that it was too rapturous and pompous for the present occasion, and therefore awkward. Sauf bien de ce que vous veniez de dire. Julie, who was sitting next to him, said with a sigh. Sonia trembled all over and blushed to her ears, behind her ears, and down her neck and shoulders as Nikolai was speaking. Pierre listened to what the colonel said and nodded approvingly. That's very nice, he said. A real hussar, young man, replied the colonel, pounding the table again. What's this noise about? Maria Dmitrov's brass voice was suddenly heard all down the table. What are you pounding the table for? She addressed the hussar. Why are you getting excited? Maybe you think the French are here in front of you? I'm speaking the truth, the hussar said, smiling. It's all about the war, the count shouted down the table. My son's going, Maria Dmitrovna, my son. I've got 4 sons in the army, and I'm not grieving. It's all God's will. You can die in your sleep, and God can spare you in battle. The dense voice of Maria Dmitrovna rang out effortlessly from the other end of the table. That's so. And the conversation again became concentrated. The ladies at their end of the table and the men at theirs. You don't dare ask, said Natasha's little brother. You don't dare ask. Yes, I do, replied Natasha. Her face suddenly flushed, expressing a desperate and merry resolve. She stood up, her eyes inviting Pierre, who sat across from her, to listen, and addressed her mother. Mama! Her throaty child's voice rang out for the whole table to hear. What is it? The Countess asked fearfully, but seeing from her daughter's face that it was a prank, she sternly waved her hand at her, making a threatening and negative gesture with her head. The conversation hushed, Natasha. Mama, what's for dessert? Natasha's little voice rang out still more resolutely without faltering. The Countess wanted to frown, but could not. Maria Dmitrievna shook her fat finger. Cossack, she said menacingly. Most of the guests looked at the parents, not knowing how to take this escapade. You're going to get it, said the Countess. Mama, what's for dessert? Cried Natasha boldly now, and with capricious merriment, certain beforehand that her escapade would be taken well. Sonia and fat Petya hid their faces with laughter. So I dare, Natasha whispered to her little brother, and to Pierre, at whom she glanced again. Ice cream, only you won't get any, said Maria Dmitrievna. Natasha saw that there was nothing to fear, so she was not afraid of Maria Dmitrievna either. What kind of ice cream, Maria Dmitrievna? I don't like vanilla. Carrot. No, what kind, Maria Dmitrievna? What kind? She nearly shouted. I want to know. Maria Dmitrievna and the Countess laughed, and all the guests followed suit. Everyone laughed not at Maria Dmitrievna's reply, but at the inconceivable boldness and adroitness of this girl, who was both smart and pert enough to treat Maria Dmitrievna that way. Natasha left off only when they told her there would be pineapple ice cream. Before the ice cream, champagne was served. The music struck up again. The Count kissed his dear Countess, and the guests, rising, wished the Countess a happy name day, and clinked glasses across the table with the Count, the children, and each other. Again the waiters scurried about, chairs scraped, and the guests, in the same order but with redder faces, returned to the drawing room and the Count's study. Section 17. Tables were set up for Boston, parties were drawn, and the Count's guests settled themselves in 2 drawing rooms, the sitting room and the library. The Count, his cards already in a fan, refrained with difficulty from his usual after-dinner nap and laughed at everything. The young people, at the Countess's urging, gathered around the clavichord and the harp. Julie was the first, at everyone's request, to play a piece with variations for the harp, and along with the other girls began asking Natasha and Nikolai, known for their musicality, to sing something. Natasha, who was addressed like a grown-up, was obviously very proud of it, but at the same time timid. What shall we sing? She asked. The Spring, replied Nikolai. Well, let's be quick about it. Boris, come here, said Natasha. But where's Sonia? She looked around, and seeing that her friend was not in the room, ran to look for her. Running into Sonia's room and not finding her friend there, Natasha ran to the nursery. Sonia was not there either. Natasha realized that Sonia was in the corridor on the chest. The chest in the corridor was a place of sorrows for the young female generation of the Rostov household. Indeed, Sonia, in her airy pink dress, crushing it, was lying face down on the nanny's dirty striped feather bed on the chest, and covering her face with her fingers was sobbing, her bare little shoulders twitching. Natasha's face, animated and festive all day, suddenly changed. Her eyes stared, then her broad neck shuddered, and the corners of her mouth drooped. Sonia, what is it? What's the matter with you? What? And Natasha, spreading her big mouth and looking perfectly ugly, started howling like a baby, not knowing the reason why, only because Sonia was crying. Sonia wanted to raise her head and reply, but could not, and buried herself still more. Natasha wept, sitting on the blue feather bed and embracing her friend. Gathering her forces, Sonia sat up and began wiping away her tears and telling her story. Nikolenka's leaving in a week. His papers are ready. He told me himself, but all the same, I wouldn't be crying. She held up the paper she had in her hand. It was verses written by Nikolai. All the same, I wouldn't be crying, but you can't. Nobody can understand what a soul he has. And again, she began to cry, because his soul was so good. It's all right for you. I'm not envious. I love you, and Boris too, she said, gathering her forces a little. He's nice. There's no obstacles for you. But Nikolai's my cousin. We need the Metropolitan himself. Even then, it's impossible. And then, if Mama... Sonia considered and called the Countess her mother. She'll say that I'm ruining Nikolai's career, that I have no heart, that I'm ungrateful, and really, I swear to God, she crossed herself. I love her and all of you but so very much. Only Vera. Why? What have I done to her? I'm so grateful to you that I'd be glad to sacrifice everything I have, but I don't have anything. Sonia could not speak anymore, and again hid her head in her hands and in the feather bed. And Kasia began to calm down, but it was clear from her face that she realized all the importance of her friend's grief. Sonia, she said suddenly, as if guessing the real reason for her cousin's distress. Vera must have talked with you after dinner. Did she? Yes. Nikolai himself wrote out these verses and I wrote down some others. She found them on my desk and she said she'd show them to Mama. And she also said that I was ungrateful, that Mama would never let him marry me, and that he'd marry Julie. You see how he's been with her the whole day. Natasha, why? And she burst out crying more bitterly than before. Natasha pulled her up, hugged her, and smiling through her tears began to reassure her. Sonia, don't believe her, dear heart, don't believe her. Remember how we and Nikolenka, the three of us, talked in the sitting room? Remember after supper? We decided how everything was going to be. I don't remember how anymore, but remembered how good and possible it all was? Why, Uncle Shinshin's brother married his first cousin, and we're just second cousins. And Boris said it was very possible. You know, I told him everything, and he's so intelligent and so nice. And Natasha went on saying, so don't cry, Sonia, dearest, darling Sonia. And she kissed her, laughing. Vera's wicked, God help her, but everything will be all right. She won't tell Mama. Nikolenka will tell her himself, and he never gave a thought to Julie. And she kissed her on the head. Sonia got up, the kitten revived. Its eyes sparkled and it seemed ready to raise its tail at any moment, spring up on its soft paws and play with a ball of yarn as a kitten ought to do. Do you really think so? Really, swear to God? She said quickly, straightening her dress and hair. Really, swear to God, replied Natasha, straightening a strand of stiff hair that had come loose from her friend's braid. And the two girls laughed. So let's go and sing the spring. Yes, let's. You know that fat Pierre who sat across from me is so funny, Natasha said, suddenly stopping. I feel so merry. And Natasha was running down the corridor. Natasha went running down the corridor. Sonia brushing off feathers and hiding the verses in her bosom. Near her mat, with its protruding collarbones, her face flushed, went running after Natasha with light, merry steps down the corridor to the sitting room. At the request of the guests, the young people sang the quartet, The Spring, which everyone liked very much. Then Nikolai sang a song he had just learned. On a pleasant night beneath the moon, how happy it is the reverie, that in this world there still is one, whose thoughts do ever turn to thee. And as her lovely hand, which she lets wander o'er the harp's bright strings, plays in impassioned harmony, so she to thee her summons sings. 1 day, 2 days, then paradise, but ah, thy friend is cold as ice. And he had not finished singing the last words before the young people in the ballroom began preparing to dance, and the musicians began stamping their feet and coughing in the gallery. Pierre was sitting in the drawing room where Shinshin, knowing he had come from abroad, had started a boring political conversation with him, in which other people joined. When the music began to play, Natasha came into the drawing room and going straight up to Pierre, blushing and with laughing eyes, said, Mama told me to ask you to dance. I'm afraid I'll confuse the figures, said Pierre, but if you'd like to be my teacher, and he lowered his fat arm, he offered it to the slender girl. When the couples were being placed and the musicians were tuning up, Pierre sat with his little partner. Natasha was perfectly happy. She was dancing with a grown-up who had come from abroad. She sat in full view of everyone and talked to him like a grown-up. In her hand was a fan which a young lady had given her to hold. And assuming a most worldly pose, God knows where and when she learned it, fanning herself and smiling through the fan, she talked with her partner. Look at her, just look at her, said the old countess, walking through the room, pointing at Natasha. Natasha blushed and laughed. Well, what is it, Mama? What are you getting at? What's so surprising? In the middle of the third écossais, the chairs began moving into the drawing room where the Count and Maria Dmitrievna were playing, and the greater part of the honored guests and old folk, stretching after sitting so long and putting their wallets and purses in their pocket, came to the door of the ballroom. At their head came Maria Dmitrievna and the Count, both with merry faces. The Count, with jocular politeness, somehow in a ballet-like fashion, offered his rounded arm to Maria Dmitrievna. He drew himself up, and his face brightened with a special, dashingly sly smile, and as soon as the last figures of the écossais came to an end, he clapped his hands and called out to the musicians in the gallery, addressing the first fiddle. Semyon, do you know Daniel Cooper? That was the Count's favorite dance, which he used to dance while still in his youth. Daniel Cooper was in fact one of the figures of the Anglaise. "Look at Papa," Natasha shouted to the whole room, completely forgetting that she was dancing with a grown-up. Bending her curly head down to her knees and dissolving into her ringing laughter for the whole ballroom to hear. Indeed, all who were in the ballroom looked with smiles of joy at the merry old man, who beside his stately partner, Marya Dmitrievna, who was taller than he, rounded his arms, shook them in time to the music, and squared his shoulders, flexed his legs, stamped slightly, and the smile widened more and more on his round face, prepared the spectators for what was to come. As soon as the merry, provocative sounds of Daniel Cooper, resembling a rollicking tripek, rang out, all the doors of the ballroom suddenly filled with the smiling faces of the servants, the men on one side, the women on the other, who came to watch their master's merrymaking. "Look at that, look at the old dear, an eagle," the nanny said loudly from one door. The Count danced well and knew it, but his partner could not and would not dance well at all. Her enormous body stood straight, her powerful arms hung down. She had given her reticule to the Countess. Only her stern but handsome face danced. What was expressed in the whole round figure of the Count, in Marya Dmitrievna, was expressed in her ever more smiling face and ever more thrust-up nose. On the other hand, if the Count, who got himself going more and more, fascinated his spectators by his unexpectedly deft capers and the light leaps of his supple legs, Marya Dmitrievna, by the slightest exertion in moving her shoulders or rounding her arms while turning or stamping, produced no less of an impression by its merit, which everyone appreciated in view of her corpulence and perpetual severity. The dance became more and more lively. The other couples could not draw attention to themselves for a minute and did not even try to. All were taken up with the Count and Marya Dmitrievna. Natasha pulled everyone present by the sleeve or the dress, demanding that they look at Papa, though even without that, they could hardly ever take their eyes off the dancers. The Count, during the pauses in the dance, panted heavily, waved and shouted to the musicians to play faster, more and more quickly, more and more dashingly. The Count deployed himself, now on tiptoe, now on his heels, dancing around Marya Dmitrievna, and finally returning his partner to her seat, he performed the last step, raising his supple leg behind him, bending down his sweating head with its smiling face, and waving his round right arm amidst the thunder of applause and laughter, especially from Natasha. The two dancers stopped, breathing heavily and wiping their faces with cambric handkerchiefs. "That's how people danced in our time, ma chérie," said the Count. "Ah, what a Daniel Cooper," said Marya Dmitrievna, letting out a long, deep breath and pushing up her sleeves. And that takes us to the end of 17, and I believe we'll save 18 for next time. So, the Count and Countess clearly know how to host a party. They seem like a fun group of people to hang out with. Like, he just loves her. He's kind of a goofy dude who just kind of hangs around, and she's like happy with her children and, you know, her good friends. And then they have this like random lady who likes to speak her mind very emphatically, who's like also somehow good friends with them, and their impertinent little children just amuse her. So it seems a good mix all around. Be interesting to see what happens with Sonia and Nikolai though. That has bodings of like a love triangle, some kind of heartbreak there. So yeah, that's we're moving right along. If anyone's curious, we're that far into it. So should be good times. Yeah, that's all for today. Stay tuned tomorrow about 3. I'm gonna try to be here right at 3 tomorrow to have more War and Peace. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day. Bye. Good afternoon. Happy Wednesday. Hump day. Though it hardly feels like that for those of us who are stuck in quarantine. But never fear, there's always time to read. So, for those of you whose first time it is, we're taking this quarantine story time to read aloud from a little book known as War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. And this particular version is translated from the original Russian by Richard Kavir and Larissa Nolan-Kosky. Credit where it's due. And hello to those of you who are joining first time, and those who are returning, and to those who have subscribed to the channel. Thank you so much. That's very kind. Hopefully it helps keep you abreast of when this is happening. But it should be pretty close to 3, Monday through Friday. If you need to catch up, I have a playlist. It'll be in a link in the description of this video once it's done. But it's just a War and Peace playlist, and it has each reading numbered, or you could see they're also in order by date. So you can catch up and use it for some light background, free audiobook. My apologies, though, for the horrible pronunciation, occasionally of the Russian names, but often of the copious amounts of French that is being found in this book, which, as we've discussed, is actually due to the fact that, historically speaking, French was the language of diplomats and high society in Europe during the period this book takes place. So it's not unusual for people in court or wealthier families to speak some or, a lot of French, and to engage with that in their society life. And speaking of society life, we just finished some sections that are on the Rostov family, who is a wealthy family in Moscow, and they were having a name day celebration for the Countess and their youngest daughter, and it sounded like quite a party, lots of eating, lots of drinking and dancing, and the father, the Count, seems like quite of a hilarious dude. Pierre was there, and he's the bastard son of the different Count, who is apparently dying, quite wealthy and apparently dying, and they're not sure who his fortune's going to go to. Also, we were introduced in these last segments to Maria Dmitrievna, who is, they call her the Dragon Lady, because she's like this outspoken, large woman with a very large personality who says whatever she wants to, whenever she wants to. And everyone always is talking about what she said whenever, not like, I guess, behind her back, but also just like she's much talked about. It seems like she probably wouldn't care because she says whatever she thinks anyways, so don't care if people talk about her. Also, if you guys have any comments, the live chat's up. Feel free to drop any questions or comments, and give me feedback too if you like. I had some feedback that the sound might be a little tinny, which could be because I'm recording directly from my laptop, so I may need to see about getting an external mic for better sound quality. But it could also just be the person's device who gave me the feedback. So feel free to let me know how the sound quality is from your end. And it sounds like we're picking up some of the ambient noise in the background, which is, Vincent's playing the piano, so that's always a nice background sound. It's perfect, actually, for classical reading to have some beautiful piano playing, so I'm glad we're getting a little bit of that, and there's not other noise like they were cutting the grass the other day or something. I've been playing some Tchaikovsky. Yeah, I should. Actually, he's working on a really difficult piece by Chopin right now, one of the Polonaises. So, I mean, not particularly at this moment, but that's what he's trying. He used to know it before, but he hasn't played it in a while, and it's one of those, like, muscle memory things that doesn't come back quite as fast, so he's having to, like, really study it. Maybe I shouldn't tell you that. But yeah, he's working hard, and he's playing for several hours every day, so it's nice. It's wonderful to have the house full of music. Makes me want to pick up an instrument. So, all right, well, I've prattled away long enough. Let's jump into it. So we're going to read, pick up where we left off last time. And so, just a reminder, we're still in Volume 1 of War and Peace, in Part 1 of that volume, and we're going to pick up in sections 18 and do 18, 19, and 20 today. And I'll look into it, but originally this book was published as a serial, so kind of like a literary miniseries, like in a magazine or something, when it was originally written. So I'm not sure if each of these sections was if 18 was published one day and then 19 came out the following week. But so you can kind of get a sense of like the literary miniseries, the way it was broken up in that way, as opposed to like maybe your traditional chapters, which might have had a different sort of there's a different sort of intention and directive when you're breaking it up like a mini series, where you want to like keep people coming back for what happens next, versus like a chapter book where maybe you break it up based on events or periods of time or something. But you can also use chapters in chapter books the same way, you know, as a mini series. So maybe I'm just don't know what I'm talking about, prattling on, making random wild accusations, but just something to think about as far as background. So let's go ahead and get started with it. Yeah, but Russian music really, yeah, I should get some of the piano in the background to be like Russian. Right now I think it's just jazzy, so that's alright. Hopefully it blends into the quality of the music. Alright. Section 8. Just as the 6th Anglaise was being danced in the Rostov's ballroom to the sounds of the weary, out-of-tune musicians, and the weary servants and cooks were preparing supper, Count Bezukov was in his 6th stroke. The doctors declared that there was no hope of recovery. The sick man was given a blank confession and communion. Preparations for extreme unction were made, and the house was filled with the bustle and anxiety of expectation usual at such moments. Outside the house, beyond the gate, avoiding the carriages that drove up, undertakers crowded in anticipation of a rich order for the Count's funeral. The commander-in-chief of Moscow, who had constantly been sending adjuncts to ask after the Count's health, came in person that evening to take leave of Catherine's celebrated courtier, Count Bezukov. The magnificent reception room was filled. Everyone rose deferentially when the commander-in-chief, having spent about half an hour alone with the sick man, came out, responding slightly to the bows and trying to go quickly past the looks that doctors, clergymen, and relations directed at him. Prince Vasily, grown thin and pale during those days, accompanied the commander-in-chief and quietly repeated something to him several times. Having seen the commander-in-chief off, Prince Vasily sat by himself on a chair in the hall, his legs crossed high up, his elbows resting on his knee, his hand over his eyes. Having sat like this for some time, he got up and with unhabitually hurried steps, looking around with frightened eyes, went down the long corridor to the rear of the house to the eldest princess. Those who were in the dimly lit room talked together in broken whispers, and fell silent each time, turning with eyes full of inquiry and expectation to the door which led to the dying man's room, and which made a faint noise whenever someone went in or came out. A limit has been set, said a little old man, a clerical person to a lady who sat beside him and listened to him naively. A limit has been set to human life, which cannot be overstepped. I wonder if it's not too late to give extreme unction, the lady asked, adding his clerical title as if she had no opinion on the subject. It's a great sacrament, my dear, the clerical person responded, passing his hand over his bald head, which had several strands of half-gray hair combed over it. Who was that? The commander-in-chief himself? Someone asked in the other room. What a youthful man. He's in his 70s. Well, so they say. The Count no longer recognizes anyone? Do they need to give him extreme unction? I know a man who received extreme unction 7 times. The second princess came out of the sick man's room with tearful eyes and sat down next to Dr. Lorraine, who was sitting in a graceful pose under a portrait of Catherine, leaning his elbow on the table. Très bien, the doctor said, in reply to a question about the weather. Très bien, princesse, êtes-vous? Moscow ne sait pas à la campagne. Ne sait pas, said the princess, sighing. So he's allowed to drink? Lorraine pondered. Has he taken his medicine? Yes. The doctor looked at his Brugeot. Take a glass of boiled water and put it in un pincy. With his slender fingers he showed what un pincy meant. De crematoire ta tai. There has been no occasion, a German doctor said to an adjunct, that one remains alive after a second stroke. And he was such a fresh man, said the adjunct, and to whom will all that wealth go? He added in a whisper. There will be no lack of cigars, the German said, smiling. Everyone looked at the door again. It creaked, and the second princess, having prepared the drink prescribed by Lorraine, carried it to the sick man. The German doctor went over to Lorraine. He may still last until tomorrow morning. The German doctor asked in poorly pronounced French. Lorraine, compressing his lips, wagged his finger sternly and negatively in front of his nose. Tonight, no later, he said softly, with a decent smile of self-satisfaction at being able to clearly understand and explain the patient's condition, and walked away. Meanwhile, Prince Vasily had opened the door to the princess's room. The room was in semi-darkness. Only 2 icon lamps burned before the icons, and there was a good smell of incense and flowers. The whole room was filled with small furniture, little chiffoniers, cupboards, and tables. Behind a screen, the white covers of a high feathered bed could be seen. A little dog barked. Ah, it's you, mon coussin? She got up and straightened her hair, which was always, even now, so extraordinarily smooth that it seemed varnished and of one piece with her head. What, has something happened? She said. I'm so frightened. Nothing, it's all the same. I only come to talk with you, Katish, about business, said the prince, sitting with an air of fatigue in the armchair from which she had gotten up. How warm you keep it, though, he said. We'll sit down here, Cossons. I thought something had happened, said the princess, and with her unchanging stern and stony expression, she sat down opposite the prince and prepared to listen. I want to get some sleep, mon coussin, but I can't. Well, and so, my dear, said Prince Vasily, taking the princess's hand and putting it down, as was his habit. It was clear that this and so referred to many things they both understood without naming them. The princess, with her dry and straight waist, incongruously long for her legs, looked straight and passionlessly at the prince with her prominent gray eyes. She shook her head and, sighing, turned to look at the icons. Her gesture could have been interpreted either as an expression of sorrow and devotion, or an expression of weariness and hope for a speedy repose. Prince Vasily interpreted this gesture as an expression of weariness. And do you think it's any easier for me? He said. Je suis orienté comme un cheval de poste. But all the same, I must talk with you, Katish, and very seriously. Prince Vasily fell silent, and his cheeks began to twitch nervously, now on one side, now on the other, giving his face an unpleasant expression, which never appeared on Prince Vasily's face when he was in a drawing room. His eyes were also not the same as usual. Now they looked with insolent jocularity, now they glanced around fearfully. The princess, holding the dog on her lap, with her dry, thin hands, looked attentively into Prince Vasily's eyes. But it was evident that she would not break the silence with a question, even if she had to remain silent till morning. You see, my dear princess and cousin Katerina Semyonovna, Prince Vasily continued, evidently getting himself to continue his talk only after an inner struggle. At moments like this, it is necessary to think of everything. It is necessary to think of the future, of you. I love you all like my own children, you know that. The princess went on looking at him just as dully and fixedly. Finally, it is necessary to think of my family too, Prince Vasily continued, angrily pushing the little table away, and without looking at her. You know, Katish, that you 3 Mamontov sisters, and my wife as well, we are the Count's only direct heirs. I know how hard it is for you to speak and think about such things. It's no easier for me, and I'm over 50, my friend. I must be ready for anything. Do you know that I have sent for Pierre, and that the Count, pointing directly at his portrait, demanded that he come? Prince Vasily looked questioningly at the princess, but could not tell whether she was considering what he had said to her, or was simply staring at him. There's one thing for which I never cease praying to God, mon cousin, she replied, that he have mercy on him and grant that his beautiful soul peacefully depart this. Yes, that's right, Prince Vasily went on impatiently. rubbing his bald head and angrily seizing the little table he had pushed away and moving it towards him again. But finally, the thing is, as you know yourself, that last winter the Count wrote a will according to which, passing over his direct heirs and us, he bequeathed all his property to Pierre. He has written all sorts of wills, said the princess calmly, but he cannot bequeath anything to Pierre. Pierre is illegitimate. But mon cher, Prince Vasily said suddenly, clutching the little table to him, becoming animated and beginning to speak more quickly. What if a letter had been written to the sovereign and the Count had asked to adopt Pierre? You understand, given the Count's merits, his request would be granted. The princess smiled as people smile who think they know more about a matter than those they are talking with. I'll tell you more, Prince Vasily went on, gripping her hand. The letter has been written, though not sent, and the sovereign knows of it. The only question is whether it has been destroyed or not. If not, then as soon as it's all over, Prince Vasily sighed, letting it be understood what he meant by all over. And the Count's papers are open, the will and the letter will be sent to the sovereign, and his request will most likely be granted. As a legitimate son, Pierre will get everything. And our share? Asked the princess, smiling ironically, as if anything but that could happen. Ma pauvre Catiche, c'est clair comme le jour. He alone is then the legitimate heir to everything, and you won't even get this much. You must know, my dear, whether the will and the letter were written, and whether they have been destroyed. And if they've been overlooked for some reason, you must know where they are, and must find them, because... That's all we need, the princess interrupted, smiling sardonically, and without changing the expression of her eyes. I'm a woman. In your opinion, we're all stupid. But I know enough to be sure that an illegitimate son cannot inherit. Un bâtard, she added, supposing that this translation would definitively prove to the prince his groundlessness. How is it you don't understand, finally, Catiche? You're so intelligent. How is it you don't understand? If the Count wrote a letter to the sovereign in which he asked that his son be recognized as legitimate, it means that Pierre will no longer be Pierre, but Count Bezukhov, and then according to the will, he'll get everything. And if the will and the letter have not been destroyed, there will be nothing left for you except the consolation that you have been virtuous et tout ce qui s'ensuit. That is certain. I know that the will has been written, but I also know that it is not valid, and you seem to consider me a perfect fool, mon cousin, said the princess, with that expression with which women speak when they suppose they have said something witty and insulting. My dear Princess Katerina Semyonovna. Prince Vasily began speaking impatiently. I have come to you not in order to exchange barbs, but in order to talk with you, as with a kinswoman, a good, kind, true kinswoman, about your own interests. I tell you for the 10th time that if the letter to the sovereign and the will favoring Pierre are among the Count's papers, then, my darling, you and your sisters do not inherit. If you don't believe me, believe people who know. I've just spoken with Dmitri Onufrich. This was the family lawyer, and he says the same thing. Evidently, something suddenly changed in the princess's mind. Her thin lips turned pale, her eyes remained the same, and her voice, when she began to speak, kept breaking into such tremors as she evidently did not expect herself. That would be just fine, she said. I don't want anything, and never did. She threw the dog off her lap and straightened the folds of her dress. There's gratitude, there's thankfulness to people who have sacrificed everything for him, she said. Wonderful, very fine, I need nothing, Prince. Yes, but you're not alone, you have sisters, replied Prince Vasily. But the princess was not listening to him. Yes, I've long known, but I had forgotten that apart from baseness, deceit, envy, intrigue, apart from ingratitude, the blackest ingratitude, I could expect nothing in this house. Do you or do you not know where the will is? Prince Vasily asked, his cheeks twitching still more than before. Yes, I was stupid. I still believed in people and loved them and sacrificed myself. But only those who are mean and vile succeed. I know whose intrigue this is. The princess was about to get up, but the prince held her by the arm. The princess had the air of someone who had suddenly become disappointed in the whole human race. She looked spitefully at her interlocutor. There's still time, my friend. Remember, Catiche, it was all done inadvertently, in a moment of wrath, illness, and then forgotten. Our duty, my dear, is to correct his mistake, to alleviate his last moments by not allowing him to do this injustice. by not letting him die thinking he has made unhappy those people who sacrificed everything for him. The princess picked up, again trying to rise, but the prince did not let her. Something he was never able to appreciate. No, mon cousin, she said with a sigh. I shall remember that one can expect no reward in this world, that in this world there is neither just honor nor justice. One must be cunning and wicked in this world. Well, voyons, calm down. I know your excellent heart. No, I have a wicked heart. I know your heart, the prince repeated. I value your friendship, and I wish you were of the same opinion about me. Calm down and parlons présent. While this time, maybe a day, maybe an hour, tell me all you know about the will, and above all, where it is. You must know. We'll take it right now and show it to the count. He has surely forgotten about it by now, and will want it destroyed. You understand that my only desire is to fulfill his wishes religiously. That is the only reason I've come here. I'm here only to help him and you. Now I've understood everything. I know whose intrigue it is. I know, said the princess. That's not the point, dear heart. It's your protégée, your dear Anna Mikhailovna, who I wouldn't have as a housemaid, that vile, loathsome woman. Ne perdons point de temps. Ah, don't speak to me. Last winter she wormed her way in here and told the count a whole heap of such vile, such nasty things about us all, especially Sophie. I can't repeat it. But the count became ill and didn't want to see us for 2 weeks. I know it was then that he wrote that nasty, loathsome document, but I thought the document meant nothing. Nous y voilà! Why didn't you tell me anything before? It's in the inlaid portfolio he keeps under his pillow. Now I know, said the princess, not replying. Yes, if I have a sin, a great sin, it's my hatred of that loathsome woman. The princess nearly shouted, changing into a completely different person. And why is she worming her way in here? But I'll have it out with her. I'll have it all out. The time will come. Section 19. While such conversations were going on in the reception room and the princess's apartments, the carriage bringing Pierre, who had been sent for, and Anna Mikhailovna, who found it necessary to go with him, was driving into Count Bezukhov's courtyard. As the wheels of the carriage rumbled softly over the straw spread under the windows, Anna Mikhailovna, turning to her companion with words of comfort, discovered that he was asleep in the corner of the carriage and woke him up. Coming to his senses, Pierre followed Anna Mikhailovna out of the carriage and only then thought about the meeting with his dying father that lay ahead of him. He noticed that they had driven up not to the front but to the back entrance. Just as he was stepping out, 2 men in tradesman clothes hastily ran away from the entrance into the shadow of the wall. Having stopped, Pierre made out several more men in the same sort in the shadow of the house on both sides. But neither Anna Mikhailovna nor the footman nor the coachman, who could not help seeing these men, paid any attention to them. So that is how it has to be, Pierre decided to himself, and went after Anna Mikhailovna. Anna Mikhailovna went up the dimly lit, narrow stone stairs with hasty steps, called to Pierre, who lagged behind her, and who, though he did not understand why in general he had to go to the count, and still less why he had to go by the back stairs, decided to himself, judging by Anna Mikhailovna's assurance and haste, that this had necessarily to be so. Halfway up the stairs they were nearly knocked off their feet by some people with buckets who came running down the stairs, stamping with their boots. These people pressed themselves to the wall to let Pierre and Anna Mikhailovna pass, and did not show the least surprise when they saw them. Is this the way to the princess's apartments? Anna Mikhailovna asked one of them. Yes, the lackey answered in a bold, loud voice, as though everything was permitted now. The door on the left, good lady. Maybe the count didn't send for me, said Pierre, when he came to the landing. I'll just go to my own rooms. Anna Mikhailovna stopped so that Pierre could catch up with her. Ah, mon ami, she said with the same gesture as in the morning when she touched her son's arm. Croyez que je souffre autant que vous, mais soyez home. Really, why don't I go? Asked Pierre, looking at Anna Mikhailovna affectionately through his spectacles. Ah, mon ami, oblige le temps qu'on a pu avoir envers vous. Pensez que ce votre père peut être l'agonie, she sighed. Je vous ai tout, je suis ami comme mon fils. Fiez à moi, Pierre. Je ne oublierai pas vos intérêts. Pierre understood none of it. He had still a stronger impression that this was how it had to be, and he obediently followed Anna Mikhailovna, who was already opening the door. The door led to the back stairs hallway. In the corner sat the princess's old servant knitting a sock. Pierre had never been in this part of the house. He had not even suspected the existence of these rooms. Anna Mikhailovna asked a girl who walked past them with a carafe on a tray, calling her dear and sweetheart, about the princess's health, and drew Pierre further down the stone corridor. The first room to the left from the corridor led to the princess's living quarters. The maid with the carafe, in her haste, everything was being done in haste just then in this house, did not close the door, and as they were passing by, Pierre and Anna Mikhailovna involuntarily glanced into the room where the eldest princess and Prince Vasily were sitting close together talking. Seeing them pass by, Prince Vasily made an impatient movement and drew back. The princess jumped up and in a desperate gesture, slammed the door shut with all her might. This gesture was so unlike the princess's usual calm. The fear that showed on Prince Vasily's face was so inconsistent with his augustness that Pierre stopped and looked at his guide questioningly through his spectacles. Anna Mikhailovna expressed no surprise. She only smiled slightly and sighed, as if to show that she had expected it all. Soyez mon ami, c'est moi qui velerai à vous intéresse, she said in response to his look, and went still more quickly down the corridor. Pierre did not understand what it all meant, and still less what veler à vous intéresse meant, but he understood that it all had to be so. From the corridor they went into the half-lit salon adjoining the Count's anteroom. It was one of those cold and luxurious rooms which Pierre knew only from the front porch. But in this room, too, in the middle of it, stood an empty tub, and water had been spilled on the carpet. They encountered a servant and an acolyte with a censer, who were walking on tiptoe and paid no attention to them. They went into the anteroom, so familiar to Pierre, with its two Italian windows opening on the winter garden, a big bust and a full-length portrait of Catherine. The same people, in almost the same positions, were sitting in the anteroom exchanging whispers. They all fell silent and turned to look at the entering Anna Mikhailovna with her pale, weepy face, and the big fat Pierre with his head hanging obediently following her. Anna Mikhailovna's face expressed an awareness that the decisive moment had come. With the manner of a businesslike Petersburg lady, she entered the room still more boldly than in the morning, not letting Pierre stray from her. She felt that, since she was bringing with her the person whom the dying man wished to see, her reception was assured. With a quick glance around, taking in everyone who was in the room, and noticing the Count's father confessor, not truly bending down, but suddenly making herself shorter, at a quick amble glided over to the father confessor and respectfully received a blessing first from the one, then from the other clerical person. "Thank God we're in time," she said to the clerical person. "We, his relations, were all so afraid. This young man is the Count's son," she added in a lower voice. A terrible moment. Having spoken these words, she went over to the doctor. "Cher docteur," she said, "ce jeune homme est le fils du comte. Et a-t-il de l'espoir?" The doctor was silent, raising his eyes and shoulders with a quick movement. Anna Mikhailovna was, with exactly the same movement, raised her shoulders and eyes, almost closing them, sighed, and walked away from the doctor towards Pierre. She addressed Pierre with a special respectfulness and tender sorrow. "Ayez confiance en sa miséricorde," she said to him, pointing to the little settee on which he could sit and wait for her, made inaudibly for the door that everyone was looking at, and following the barely inaudible voice of that door, disappeared behind it. Pierre, having decided to obey his guide in all things, made for this little settee she had pointed out to him. As soon as Anna Mikhailovna disappeared, he noticed the eyes of everyone in the room turned to him with something more than curiosity and sympathy. He noticed that they all had exchanged whispers, indicating him with their eyes, as if with fear and even obsequiousness. He was being shown a respect no one had ever shown him before. A lady unknown to him, who had been talking with the clerical persons, got up from her place and offered him a seat. The adjutant picked up a glove Pierre had dropped and handed it to him. The doctors fell deferentially silent when he walked past them and stepped aside to make way for him. Pierre first wanted to sit somewhere else so as not to inconvenience the lady, wanted to pick up the glove himself and to bypass the doctors who were not standing in his way. But he suddenly felt that that would be improper. He felt that night he was the person responsible for performing some terrible rite which everyone expected, and that he therefore had to accept services from all of them. He silently accepted the glove from the adjutant, sat down in the lady's place, putting his big hands on symmetrically displayed knees in the naive pose of an Egyptian statue, and decided to himself that this was precisely as it had to be, and that evening, so as not to lose his head and do something foolish, he ought not to act according to his own reasoning, but give himself up entirely to the will of those who were guiding him. 2 minutes had not gone by before Prince Vasily, in his caftan with 3 stars, holding his head high, majestically entered the room. He seemed to have grown thinner since morning. His eyes were larger than usual as he looked around and saw Pierre. He went over to him, took his hand, something he had never done before, and pulled it down as if testing whether it was well attached. Courage, courage, mon ami. Il a demande de vous voir. C'est bien. And he was about to leave, but Pierre considered it necessary to ask, how is the health of... He hesitated, not knowing whether it was proper to call the dying man Count, yet he was embarrassed to call him father. Il a eu encore un coup. Il y a un demi-cour. Yet another stroke. Courage, mon ami. Pierre was in such a state of mental confusion that at the word stroke, he pictured some sort of blow to the body. He looked at Prince Vasily in perplexity, and only then realized that stroke referred to an illness. Prince Vasily spoke several words to Lorraine in passing, and went through the door on tiptoe. He did not know how to walk on tiptoe, and his whole body bobbed up and down awkwardly. The elder princess went in after him. Then the clerical persons and the acolytes went in. Then the servants also went through the door. Behind the door, movement was heard, and finally, with the same face, pale but firm in the fulfillment of her duty, Anna Mikhailovna rushed out and, touching Pierre's arm, said, La bonté divine est inexplicable. C'est la cérémonie de l'extrême enchanté va commencer. Venez. Pierre went through the door, stepping on the soft carpet, noticed that the adjutant, an unknown lady, and some other servants all came in after him, as if there was no longer any need to ask permission to enter that room. Section 20. Pierre knew well that big room, divided by columns and an archway, all hung with Persian carpets. The part of the room behind the columns, where on one side stood a high mahogany bed under a silk canopy, and on the other an enormous stand with icons, was brightly lit with red light, as is usual in churches during evening services. Under the shining casings of the icons stood a long Voltaire armchair, and on the chair, its upper part spread with snow-white, unrumpled, apparently just changed pillows, covered to the waist with a bright green coverlet, lay the majestic figure, so familiar to Pierre, of his father, Count Bezukov, with the same mane of gray hair, reminiscent of a lion, above his broad forehead, and the same characteristically noble, deep furrows on his handsome reddish-yellow face. He lay directly under the icons. His 2 large, fat arms were freed of the coverlet and lay on top of it. In his right hand, which lay palm down, a wax candle had been placed between the thumb and the index finger, held in place by an old servant who reached from behind the armchair. Over the armchair stood the clerical persons in their majestic, shining vestments, with their long hair spread loose on them, lighted candles in their hands, performing the service with slow solemnity. A little behind them stood the 2 younger princesses, holding handkerchiefs to their eyes, and in front of them the elder princess, Katish, with a spiteful and resolute air, not taking her eyes off the icons for a moment, as if telling everyone that she would not answer for herself if she glanced back. Anna Mikhailovna, meek sorrow and all forgiveness on her face, and the unknown lady stood by the door. Prince Vasily stood on the other side of the door, close to the armchair, behind a velvet-upholstered chair, with its carved back turned to him. Resting his elbow on it, holding a candle in his left hand, crossing himself with the right, raising his eyes each time he put the fingers to his forehead, his face expressed calm piety and submission to the will of God. If you don't understand these feelings, the worse for you, his face seemed to say. Behind him stood the adjutant, the doctors, and the male servants. The men and women who were separated as in church. All were silent, crossing themselves. Only the church reading could be heard. The restrained bass singing, and in the moments of silence, sighing and the shuffling of feet. Anna Mikhailovna, with a significant air which showed that she knew what she was doing, went all the way across the room to give Pierre a candle. He lit it, and, diverted by observing the others, began to cross himself with the same hand in which he was holding the candle. The youngest, the red-cheeked, laughter-prone Princess Sophie, with the little mole, looked at him. She smiled, hid her face with her handkerchief, and did not uncover it for a long time. But looking at Pierre, she laughed again. She evidently felt herself unable to look at him without laughing, and could not keep from looking at him, and to avoid temptation, slowly moved behind a column. Midway through the service, the voices of the clergy suddenly fell silent. The clerical persons said something to each other in a whisper. The old servant who was holding the count's hand straightened up and turned to the ladies. Anna Mikhailovna stepped forward, and bending over the sick man, beckoned behind her back for Lorraine to come. The French doctor, who stood without a lighted candle, leaning on a column, in the respectful pose of a foreigner, which showed that, despite differences of belief, he understood all the importance of the rite being performed, and even approved of it, went over to the sick man with the inaudible steps of a man in the prime of life, took up his free hand from the green coverlid in his white slender fingers, and turning away began taking his pulse and pondering. The sick man was given something to drink. There was a stirring around him. Then everyone went to their places, and the service resumed. During this interruption, Pierre noticed that Prince Vasily had come from behind the back of his chair, and with that same look which showed that he knew what he was doing, and so much the worse for the others if they did not understand him, did not go up to the sick man, but passing by him, joined the eldest princess, and together with her made for the depths of the bedroom, to the high bed under the silk canopy. From the bed, both prince and princess disappeared through a rear door, but before the end of the service they came back to their places, one after the other. Pierre paid no more attention to this circumstance than to all the others, having decided in his mind once and for all that everything taking place before him this evening had necessarily to be so. The sound of the church singing ceased, and the voice of the clerical person was heard deferentially congratulating the sick man with having received the sacrament. The sick man went on lying in the same way, lifelessly and motionlessly. Around him everyone stirred. Footsteps and whispers were heard, among which the
As
whisper
I'm in the
of
midst
Anna
of applying
Mikhailovna
for
stood out more
residency right
sharply
now,
than the
wish me
rest.
luck, Grammarly has
Pierre heard
again
saying,
been a lifesaver
"He
with my
must be transferred to his
helping
bed.
me write my personal...
Here it will be quite impossible." The sick man was so surrounded by doctors, princesses, and servants that Pierre could no longer see the reddish-yellow head with its grey mane, which, though he did see other faces, had never once left his sight during the whole service. By the cautious movements of the people standing around the armchair, Pierre guessed that the dying man was being lifted up and transferred. "Hold on to my arm, otherwise you'll drop him," the frightened whisper of one of the servants reached him. "From below, one more," voices said, and the heavy breathing and the tread of people's feet quickened, as if the load they were carrying was beyond their strength. The carriers, who also included Anna Mikhailovna, came even with the young man, and for a moment, over people's backs and necks, he saw the high, fleshy, bared chest and massive shoulders of the sick man, raised up by the people who held him under the arms, and his curly grey, leonine head. The head, with its extraordinarily wide brow and cheekbones, handsome sensual mouth, and majestic cold gaze, was not disfigured by the proximity of death. It was the same as Pierre had known it 3 months earlier when the Count had seen him off to Petersburg. But this head swayed helplessly from the uneven steps of the carriers, and the cold, indifferent gaze did not know where to rest. Several minutes were spent bustling around the high bed, and the people who had carried the sick man dispersed. Anna Mikhailovna touched Pierre's arm and said, "Venez." Together with her, Pierre went up to the bed, on which the sick man had been laid in a stately pose, evidently having to do with the just received sacrament. He lay with his head resting on the highly propped pillows. His hands were symmetrically laid out, palm down, on the green silk coverlet, when Pierre went up, the Count looked straight at him, but looked with a gaze the meaning and significance of which no man could possibly understand. Either this gaze said nothing at all, except that as long as one has eyes, one must look somewhere, or it said all too much. Pierre stood there not knowing what to do, and looked questioningly at his guide, Anna Mikhailovna. Anna Mikhailovna made a hasty gesture with her eyes, indicating the sick man's hand, and sending it an airborne kiss with her lips. Pierre diligently stretched his neck so as not to snag the coverlet, followed her advice, and put his lips to the wide-boned and fleshy hand. Neither the hand nor a single muscle of the Count's face stirred. Pierre again looked questioningly at Anna Mikhailovna, asking what he was to do now. Anna Mikhailovna pointed him with her eyes to an armchair that stood by the bed. Pierre obediently began to sit down in the chair, his eyes still asking whether he was doing the right thing. Anna Mikhailovna nodded her head approvingly. Pierre again assumed the symmetrically naive pose of the Egyptian statue, evidently regretting that his clumsy and fat body was so much. And applying all his inner forces to make himself seem as possible. He looked at the Count. The Count looked at the space where Pierre's face had been, was standing. Anna Mikhailovna's face expressed an awareness of the touching importance of this last-minute meeting of father and son. This went on for 2 minutes, which seemed like an hour to Pierre. Suddenly a shuddering came over the big muscles and furrowed the Count's face. The shuddering increased. The handsome mouth became contorted. Only here did Pierre realize how close to death his father was. A vague, hoarse sound came from the contorted mouth. Anna Mikhailovna diligently looked into the sick man's eyes, trying to guess what he wanted. Pointed to Pierre, then to the drink, then in a questioning whisper named Prince Vasily. Then pointed to the coverlet. The sick man's eyes and face showed impatience. He made an effort to look at the servant who never left his post at the head of the bed. He would like to be turned on that side, whispered the servant, and he got up to turn the Count's heavy body face to the wall. Pierre stood up to help the servant. As the Count was being turned, one of his arms was left hanging helplessly, and he made a vain attempt to drag it over. Either the Count noticed the horror with which Pierre looked at this lifeless arm, or some other thought flashed in his dying head at that moment. But he looked at the disobedient arm, at the expression of horror on Pierre's face, at the arm again, and on his face there appeared, so incongruous with his features, a faint, suffering smile as if expressing mockery at his own strengthlessness. Unexpectedly, at the sight of this smile, Pierre felt a shuddering in his breast, a tickling in his nose, and tears blurred his vision. The sick man was turned on his side to the wall. He sighed. "Iras asipi," said Anna Mikhailovna, noticing the princess. Coming to replace them. "Allons." Pierre went out. And that is section 20. So we'll pick up with 21 tomorrow. More intrigue. The Russian court seems quite full of intrigue. I can't help feel a little bad for Pierre. He seems sort of like he doesn't seem to be a person with much strength of character, but also kind of disconnected. And the fact that he isn't even really there to say goodbye to his father who's dying, and everyone else is coming in and out, and they're just leaving him sit. It seems a little sad that it wasn't kind of the Count is literally they wants to see his son before he dies, and everybody's like, let me go in first, let's do this religious ceremony first, bit silly but interesting. So yeah, we'll pick up there tomorrow, ponder on all of that and what Prince Vasily and the eldest princess are up to. Don't really think I like Prince Vasily that much. He seems like a schemer. Also, you don't notice it much in this chapter, maybe we'll see in the next, but it's interesting to me that in some of the other chapters, Leo Tolstoy, I wonder if he has a lip fetish, because he just describes people's lips in such detail. It's so and you couldn't possibly mistake this distinctive way of their lips. So if you listen back in some of the other ratings, it's kind of funny how he describes it. So that was a thought I had a while back and I wanted to share. But I think that's it for today, like I said. So tune in with me again tomorrow at 3. And we'll pick up where we left off. Have a great rest of your day, everyone. Happy Wednesday. happy Thursday. Again. Sorry guys, I don't know what's going on with my computer right now. It just crashed and kicked me out, so just as I was about to start. So we didn't get through any reading, but we did get through a lot of exposition. Quarantine Story Hour, me with Charlotte and her crummy computer reading War and Peace, which is a thick book, just getting started. Thank you to those who've been watching. Sorry for the tech trouble. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll see what I can do about preventing it. This is the second time it's happened in the last couple weeks, so I don't know if it's something from my computer's end or YouTube. But anyways, if you're back, welcome back. I was just saying that we're through a little bit of the book. Not very much, but enough to know that there's a lot of intrigue going on, people who are angling for the dying Count's fortune, and his son, Pierre, is there. And what else? Sorry. Got distracted. So his son Pierre is there. Pierre is an illegitimate son, so some people think that he might inherit if the sovereign will recognize him as like a legitimate adopted son. Because the Count has a lot of money, a lot of people are angling to be part of his will and not wanting to Pierre to inherit it all. Pierre seems like a nice guy, but he's a bit of a flighty sort of dude, just does whatever. Not really good about making a plan, sticking to it, not really good about, having any kind of like real moral guidelines. He kind of just parties. He brought some shame on the family by tying a policeman to a bear and throwing them both in the river. So someone he's been staying with is Prince Vasily while he's back in Russia from studying abroad, and Prince Vasily is like distantly related to him through his wife, Prince Vasily's wife, and that's why Prince Vasily is also angling for this fortune. And it seems like he and some other members of the family may have sought out the will and some documents that would have helped Pierre inherit, and they might be trying to hide those, destroy them, whatever. And the Count has had several strokes, and he's getting last rites, and everyone is sitting around his bedside. And Pierre is feeling really maybe sad for the first time, realizing his dad might be dying. So that's a little bit of recap. For more information about what happened last time, you can always go to my channel and look at the War and Peace playlist for all of the readings so far. And I'll also drop a link directly to that playlist in the end of this video once this video is properly finished. Again, I'm sorry about that. It's just really kind of weird and frustrating. But anyways, so shaking that off, let's just carry back in where we were. If you were here for the first time I started this, you got a little bit of a better explanation than this, but it is what it is. Hopefully you tuned in before so you have an idea. Otherwise, it's alright. You get a feel. Prince Vasily, who's here. There's these princesses who are related to the Count who've been staying with him, who also are hoping to inherit. And the Count was the lover of Catherine the Great. So there's a lot of paintings of her around just in case that comes up. Also, like I was saying before, there's a lot of French in this book. And so if there's a few words or sentences, I might read them. But this translation that I have has footnotes with a lot of the French in English at the bottom of the page. So as I was looking ahead for today, there are whole pages written in French, like someone wrote a letter in French or whatever, and it's all written out in French. I do not speak French well enough that I'm going to read full paragraphs, full pages of French. That would be embarrassing to myself and to French speakers all over the world. Also, if you don't understand French, we're gonna all be lost here for a minute. So when it comes to that, I'll probably start jumping down to those larger sections. I'll jump down to the English at the bottom, just so that we can all kind of really know what's going on, and I don't have to embarrass myself or offend anyone by French. So there's that. So we're on section 21 today, and I'm just going to check one thing before we get going. Alright. Let's see. And I have the live chat going, so feel free to drop a comment or question. Like if anything, if as the reading's going, something doesn't make sense, feel free to drop a comment. And if maybe it's a character or a situation that we've encountered before and this is your first time, or you don't remember, if I could reference it or remember it for you, I'll try to jump in and help as well. So I'll try to keep an eye on that. Otherwise, let's just dig into some Tolstoy. Pierre has just left the room of his dying father, who appears to have fallen asleep. Section 21. There was no one in the reception room now except Prince Vasily and the elder princess, who were sitting under the portrait of Catherine, having a lively talk. As soon as they saw Pierre with his guide, they fell silent. The princess hid something, as it seemed to Pierre, and whispered, "I can't bear that woman." "Katisha fait donner un lieu de danse le petit salon," Prince Vasily said to Anna Mikhailovna. "Allez, ma pauvre Anna Mikhailovna, prenez quelque chose, autrement vous ne souffrirez pas." He said nothing to Pierre, only squeezed his upper arm feelingly. Pierre and Anna Mikhailovna moved on to the small drawing room. "Il n'y a rien que restevoir, comme une tasse de cette excellente verrousse après une lutte blanche," said Lorraine with an expression of restrained animation, sipping from a fine china cup without a handle, standing in the small, round drawing room in front of a table on which a tea service and a cold supper had been laid. Everyone who was in Count Bezukov's house that night gathered around the table to fortify themselves. He remembered very well this small, round drawing room with its mirrors and little tables. During balls at the Count's house, Pierre, who danced poorly, liked to sit in this little room of mirrors and watch how ladies in ball gowns, with diamonds and pearls on their bare shoulders, passed through this room, looking at themselves in the brightly lit mirrors, which repeated their reflections several times. Now the same room was barely lit with 2 candles, and in the middle of the night a tea service and some dishes lay in disorder on one of the little tables, and various non-festive people exchanging whispers were sitting in it, showing with each movement, each word, that none of them had forgotten what was going on and was yet to be consummated in the bedroom. Pierre did not eat, though he very much wanted to. He glanced questioningly at his guide and saw her going out on tiptoe, back to the reception room where Prince Vasily had remained with the elder princess. Pierre supposed that it had to be so, lingered a little and followed her. Anna Mikhailovna was standing by the princess, and the 2 women were speaking simultaneously in agitated whispers. "Allow me, princess, to know what is and what is not necessary," the young woman was saying, evidently in the same agitated state she had been in when she had slammed the door to her room. "But my dear princess," Anna Mikhailovna was saying meekly and persuasively, barring the way to the bedroom and preventing the princess from going in, "won't it be too hard on poor dear uncle at such a moment, when he needs rest? Talk about worldly things at such a moment, when his soul is literally prepared." Prince Vasily was sitting in an armchair in a casual pose, one leg crossed high up over the other. His cheeks were twitching badly, and, when they slackened, seemed fatter below, but he had the look of a man who was little taken up with the conversation of the 2 ladies. "Voyons, mon bon Anna Mikhailovna, laissez-faire Katish. You know how the Count loves her." "I don't even know what's in this document," said the princess, turning to Prince Vasily and pointing to the inlaid portfolio she was holding in her hands. "I only know that the real will is in his desk, and this is a forgotten document." She tried to go around Anna Mikhailovna, but Anna Mikhailovna sprang over and again barred her way. "I know, dear good princess," said Anna Mikhailovna, seizing the portfolio with her hand, and so firmly that it was clear that she would not soon let go of it. "Dear princess, I beg you, I beseech you, have pity on him. Je vous en conjure." The princess said nothing. All that could be heard was the sound of the efforts of the struggle over the portfolio. It was clear if she did start to talk, it would not be flattering for Anna Mikhailovna. Anna Mikhailovna held on tight, but in spite of that, her voice retained its sweet, drawling softness. "Pierre, come here, my friend. I think he won't be out of place in the family council. Isn't that so, Pierre? Why are you silent, mon cousin? The princess suddenly shouted so loudly that the people in the drawing room heard and were frightened by her voice. Why are you silent when here God knows who allows herself to interfere and make scenes on dying man's threshold? Intriguer, she whispered spitefully and tugged at the portfolio with all her might. But Anna Mikhailovna went a few steps so as not to let go of the portfolio and shifted her grip. Oh, Prince Vasily said with a reproach and astonishment. He got up. C'est ridicule. Voyons, let's go, I tell you. The princess let go. You too. Anna Mikhailovna did not obey him. Let go, I tell you. I take it all upon myself. I'll go and ask him. Let that be enough for you. Mass, mon prince, said Anna Mikhailovna. Give him a moment's rest after such a great sacrament. Here, Pierre, tell us your opinion. She turned to the young man, who, coming up close to them, looked with astonishment at the princess's spiteful face, which had lost all decency, and at the twitching cheeks of Prince Vasily. Remember that you will answer for all the consequences, Prince Vasily said sternly, and you don't know what you're doing. Loathsome woman, the princess cried, suddenly falling on Anna Mikhailovna and tearing the portfolio from her. Prince Vasily hung his head and spread his hands. At that moment the door, that awful door at which Pierre had stared for so long and which had opened so softly, now it opened noisily, banging against the wall, and the young princess ran out clasping her hands. What are you doing? She said desperately. Il s'en va et vous me laissez seul. The elder princess dropped the portfolio. Anna Mikhailovna quickly bent down and picked up the disputed object, ran to the bedroom. The elder princess and Prince Vasily came to their senses and followed her. A few minutes later, the elder princess was the first to come out, with a pale and dry face, biting her lower lip. At the sight of Pierre, her face showed irrepressible spite. Yes, rejoice now, she said. You've been waiting for this. And, bursting into sobs, she covered her face with a handkerchief and ran out of the room. After the princess, Prince Vasily came out. Staggering, he reached the sofa on which Pierre was sitting and collapsed on it, covering his eyes with his hands. Pierre noted that he was pale and his lower jaw was twitching and shaking in a fever. Ah, my friend, he said, taking Pierre by the elbow, and in his voice there was sincerity and weakness, such as Pierre had never noticed in him before. We sin so much, we deceive so much, and all for what? I'm over 50, my friend. Everything ends in death. Everything. Death is terrible. He wept. Anna Mikhailovna was the last to come out. She went to Pierre with quiet, slow steps. Pierre, she said. Pierre looked at her questioningly. She kissed the young man on the forehead, wetting it with her tears. She paused. Il n'est plus. Pierre looked at her through his spectacles. Allons, je vous reconduirai. Tâchez de pleurer. Rien ne laisse Solange comme les hommes. She led him to the dark drawing room, and Pierre was glad that nobody could see his face. Anna Mikhailovna left him, and when she came back, he was sound asleep, his head resting on his arm. The next morning, Anna Mikhailovna said to Pierre, Oui, mon cher, c'est une grande fête pour nous tous. Je ne parlais pas de vous, mais du vous s'étendra, vous êtes jeune et vous voilà à la tête d'une immense fortune, je l'espère. Le testament n'est pas encore ouvert. Je vous connais assez pour savoir que cela ne vous tournera pas la tête, mais cela vous impose de voir et il fait être homme. Pierre was silent. Peut-être plus tard, je vous dirai, mon cher. I think I'm going to jump down to the English at this point for all our six. So I'll just jump back up to what she said. The next morning, Anna Mikhailovna said to Pierre, in English, Yes, my dear, it is a great loss for us all, to say nothing of you, but God will sustain you. You are young, and you are at the head of an immense fortune, I hope. The will has not yet been opened. I know you well enough to know that this will not turn your head, but it does impose duties on you, and one must be a man. Pierre was silent. Perhaps later on I'll tell you, my dear, that if I hadn't been there, God knows what would have happened. You know my uncle just the day before yesterday promised me not to forget Boris, but he had no time. I hope, my dear friend, that you will fulfill your father's wish. Pierre understood nothing and silently gazed at Anna Mikhailovna, blushing shyly. Having talked with Pierre, Anna Mikhailovna drove off to the Rostovs and went to bed. She woke up in the morning and told the Rostovs and all her acquaintances the detail of Count Bazoukov's death. She said that the Count had died as she would like to die, that his end had been not only touching but also instructive, and the last meeting of the father and son had been so touching that she could not recall it without tears, and that she did not know who had behaved better in those terrible moments. The father who remembered everything and everyone so well in the last minutes and said such touching things to the son, or Pierre, who was a pity to see, he was so crushed, but who nevertheless tried to hide his sorrow so as not to upset his father. It's, in English, it's painful, but it does one good. It elevates the soul to see men like the old Count and his worthy son, she said. She also told disapprovingly about the actions of the princess and Prince Vasily, but as a great secret and in a whisper. Hey! Alright, so 22. So it seems like there's lots of schemers in this book. At Bald Hills, the estate of Prince Nikolai Andreevich Volkonsky, the arrival of the young Prince Andrei and the princess was expected any day. But that expectation did not disrupt the harmonious order in which life went on in the old prince's house. General-in-Chief Prince Nikolai Andreevich, known in society as Le Roi de Prusse, the King of Prussia, had been banished to his country estate under Paul and had lived uninterruptedly at Bald Hills ever since, with his daughter, Princess Maria, and her companion, Mademoiselle Bourienne. And under the new reign, though he was permitted entry to the capitals, he went on living uninterruptedly in the country. He went on living uninterruptedly in the country, saying that anyone who needed him could travel to the 100 miles from Moscow to Bald Hills, but that he himself needed no one and nothing. He used to say that there were only two sources of human vice, idleness and superstition, and that there were only two virtues, activity and intelligence. He occupied himself personally with his daughter's upbringing and developed the two chief virtues in her, gave her lessons in algebra and geometry, and portioned out her whole life among constant studies. He himself was constantly occupied, now with writing his memoirs, now with higher mathematical calculations, now with turning snuff boxes on a lathe, and now with working in the garden and supervising the construction work that never ceased on his estate. As the main condition for activity was order, so the order in his way of life was brought to the utmost degree of precision. His coming to the table was performed under the same invariable conditions, and not only at the same hour, but at the same minute. With the people around him, from his daughter to the servants, the prince was brusque and invariably demanding, and thus, without being cruel, inspired a fear and respect for himself, such as the cruelest of men would not find it easy to obtain. Though he was retired, and now with no importance in state affairs, every governor of the province in which the prince's estate lay considered it his duty to call on him, and like the architect, the gardener, or Princess Maria, to wait at the appointed hour for the prince to come out to the high-ceilinged waiting room. And each person in the waiting room experienced the same feeling of respect and even fear at the moment when the immensely high door to the study opened and revealed the small figure of the old man in a powdered wig with small dry hands and gray beetling brows, which sometimes, when he frowned, hid the brightness of his intelligence and youthfully bright eyes. On the day of the young couple's arrival in the morning, as usual, Princess Maria went into the waiting room at the appointed hour for the morning greeting and fearfully crossed herself and inwardly recited a prayer. Every day she went in, and every day she prayed that this daily meeting would go well. A powdered old servant who was sitting in the waiting room got up with a quiet movement and in a whisper announced, "If you please." And from behind the door came the regular sounds of a lathe. The princess timidly pulled the easily and smoothly opening door and stepped into the doorway. The prince was working at the lathe, and having glanced at her, went on with what he was doing. The immense study was filled with things obviously in constant use. The big table with books and plans lying on it, the tall bookcases with keys in their glass doors, the tall table for writing in a standing position on which lay an open notebook, the lathe with tools laid out and wood shavings strewn around it. Everything spoke of constant, diverse, and orderly activity. By the movements of the small foot shod in a silver-embroidered Tartar boot, by the firm pressure of the sinewy, lean hand, one could see in the prince the still persistent and much enduring strength of fresh old age. Having made a few more turns, he took his foot from the pedal of the lathe, wiped the chisel, dropped it into a leather pouch attached to the lathe, and going to the table, called his daughter over. He never blessed his children, but offering her his bristly, as yet unshaven cheek, giving her a stern and at the same time attentively tender look, merely said, "Are you well? Sit down then." He took the geometry notebook, written in his own hand, and moved a chair over with his foot. "For tomorrow," he said, quickly finding the page and marking it paragraph by paragraph with his hard fingernail. The princess bent to the table over the notebook. "Wait, there's a letter for you," the old man said suddenly, taking an envelope with a woman's writing on it from a pouch attached to the table and dropping it in front of her. At the sight of the letter, the princess's face became covered with red blotches. She hastily took it and bent over it. "From Heloise?" asked the prince, baring his still strong and yellowish teeth in a cold smile. "Yes, from Julie," said the princess, glancing up timidly and smiling timidly. "I'll skip 2 letters and read the 3rd, the prince said sternly. "I'm afraid you write a lot of nonsense." "I'll read the 3rd. "You can read this one, mon Pierre," the princess replied, blushing still more and handing him the letter. "The 3rd, I said, the 3rd, the prince shouted curtly, pushing the letter away, and leaning his elbow on the table, drew the notebook with geometry drawings towards him. "Well, ma'am," the old man began, bending close to his daughter over the notebook, and putting one arm on the back of the chair in which the princess was sitting, so that the princess felt herself surrounded on all sides by her father's strong smell of tobacco and pungent old age, which she had known so long. "Well, ma'am, these triangles are similar. Kindly look, the angle ABC." The princess glanced fearfully at her father's bright eyes, so near to her. Red blotches came over her face, and it was obvious that she understood nothing, and was so afraid that fear would prevent her from understanding all of her father's further explanation, however clear they were. Whether it was the teacher or the pupil who was at fault, the same thing repeated itself every day. The princess felt giddy, saw nothing, heard nothing, only felt the lean face of her stern father near her, felt his breathing and his smell, and thought only of how to get out of the study as quickly as possible and work out the problem in the freedom of her own room. The old man would get beside himself. He would noisily move the chair he was sitting in back and forth, trying hard to keep himself from flying into a rage, and almost always flew into a rage, poured out abuse, and sometimes flung the notebook away. The princess gave the wrong answer. "Well, aren't you a fool?" shouted the prince, shoving the notebook away. He got up at once, paced about, touched the princess's hair with his hands, and sat down again. He moved closer and continued his explanations. "It won't do, princess, it won't do," he said when the princess, having taken and closed the notebook with the next day's lessons, was getting ready to leave. "Mathematics is a great thing, my lady, and I don't want you to be like our stupid women here. Much patience, much pleasure." He patted her on the cheek. "It will knock the foolishness out of your head." She was about to leave, but he gestured for her to stop, and took a new, uncut book from the tall table. Here's some key to the mystery your Heloise sends you. Religious, but I don't interfere with anyone's beliefs. I've looked through it. Take it. Well, off with you. Off with you. He patted her on the shoulder and locked the door behind her. Princess Maria went back to her room with the sad, frightened expression which rarely left her, and made her unattractive, sickly face still more unattractive, and sat down at her desk, covered with miniature portraits and heaped with books and notebooks. The princess was as disorderly as her father was orderly. She put down her geometry notebook and impatiently unsealed the letter. The letter was from the princess's closest childhood friend. This friend was the same Julie Kerrigan who had been at the Rostovs' name day party. Julie wrote, it's in French, I'll jump down to the English. "Dear and excellent friend, what a terrible and frightening thing is absence. Though I tell myself that half of my existence and of my happiness is in you, that despite the distance which separates us, our hearts are united by indissoluble bonds. My own heart revolts against destiny, and despite the pleasures and distractions that surround me, I am unable to overcome a certain hidden sadness which I feel at the bottom of my heart since our separation. Why are we not reunited? As this summer in your big study on the blue couch, the couch of confidences, why can I not, as 3 months ago, draw new moral strength from your look, so gentle, so calm, so penetrating, that look I loved so much and that I think I see before me as I write to you. Having read that far, Princess Maria sighed and glanced into the pier glass that stood to the right of her. The mirror reflected an unattractive, weak body and a thin face. Her eyes, always sad, now looked into the mirror with particular hopelessness. She's flattering me, thought the princess, and she turned away and went on reading. Julie, however, was not flattering her friend. Indeed, the princess's eyes, large, deep, and luminous, sometimes it was as if rays of warm light came from them in sheaves, were so beautiful that very often, despite the unattractiveness of the whole face, those eyes were more attractive than beauty. But the princess had never seen the good expression of those eyes, the expression they had in moments when she was not thinking of herself. As with all people, the moment she looked into the mirror, her face assumed a strained, unnatural, bad expression. She went on reading. French. So down to the English. All Moscow talks only of war. One of my brothers is already abroad. The other is with the guards who are starting on the march to the frontier. Our dear emperor has left Petersburg and, they claim, is intending to expose his own precious existence to the hazards of war. God grant the Corsican monster who is destroying the peace of Europe be overthrown by the angel whom the Almighty in his mercy has given us for a sovereign. Not to mention my brothers, this war has deprived me of a relation that is one of the dearest to my heart. I'm speaking of young Nikolai Rostov, who with his enthusiasm could not bear inaction and has left the university to go and enlist in the army. Well, dear Marie, I'll admit to you that, despite his extreme youth, his leaving for the army has been a great sadness for me. The young man of whom I spoke to you this summer has so much nobility, so much true youthfulness, which one encounters so rarely in the age we live in among our old men of 20. Above all, he has so much candor and heart. He is so pure and poetical that my relations with him, ephemeral as they were, have been one of the sweetest joys of my poor heart, which has already suffered so much. One day I'll tell you about our farewells and all that got said in parting. It's all still too fresh. Ah, dear friend, you are fortunate not to know these so poignant joys and sorrows. You are fortunate because the latter are usually the stronger. I know very well that Count Nikolai is too young ever to be able to be anything more than a friend to me, but this sweet friendship, these relations, so poetical and so pure, have been a need of my heart. But let us speak no more of that. The big news of the day, which all Moscow has taken up, is the death of old Count Bezukhov and his inheritance. Imagine, the three princesses got very little, Prince Vasily got nothing, and it is Monsieur Pierre who has inherited everything, and who on top of that has been recognized as a legitimate son, consequently as Count Bezukhov and possessor of the handsomest fortune in Russia. They claim that Prince Vasily played a very nasty role in this whole story, and that he has gone back quite sheepishly to Petersburg. I confess to you that I understand very little of all these matters of legacies and wills. What I do know is that the young man we knew simply under the name of Monsieur Pierre has become Count Bezukhov and possessor of one of the largest fortunes in Russia. I have been much amused to observe the changes of tone and manners of mammas burdened with marriageable daughters, and of the young ladies themselves with regard to this individual who, parenthetically, has always seemed a poor sort to me. Since people have amused themselves for the past years by making matches for me that I mostly knew nothing about, the matrimonial Chronicle of Moscow is now making me Countess Bezukhov. But you can feel very well that I do not care at all to become that. Speaking of marriage, do you know that the Aunt-in-General, Anna Mikhailovna, under the seal of greatest secrecy, has confided to me a plan to get you married? It is no more nor less than the son of Prince Vasily, Anatoly, whom they would like to set up by marrying him to a rich and distinguished person, and the choice of the parents has fallen on you. I do not know how you would look at it, but I thought it my duty to warn you of it. He's said to be very handsome and a very bad boy, and that is all I have been able to learn
She
about
asked
him.
him at last
But enough
how he
of this
liked
chattering.
Netherfield, and he could not help answering her.
I
But
finished
she
my
said
second
he seemed
sheet, and Mamma has sent for
angry.
me to go to dinner at the
Miss
Approximates.
Bingley told me,
Read the
said
mystical
Jane, that he never
book I am
speaks
sending
much
you,
unless
and
among
that
his intimate
is causing a
acquaintances.
furor here.
With
Though there
them
are
he is
things in this
remarkably
book
agreeable.
that are hard to grasp with weak human
I would not
understanding.
believe a
It's an
word of
admirable
it, my
book.
dear.
The
If he
reading
had
of
been
which
so
calms
very
and elevates
agreeable,
the
he would have
soul.
talked to Mrs.
Farewell. My
Long.
respects to
But
your
I can
father
guess
and
how
my
it was.
compliments
Everybody
to
says that he is
Mademoiselle Laurie.
et up with
I embrace
pride.
you as I
And I
love you,
dare say
Julie.
he had heard
P.S.
somehow that
Give me
Mrs. Long
news of
does
your
not
brother
keep a
and his charming
carriage
little
and had
wife.
come to the ball in a hack chaise.
The princess pondered, smiled pensively, at which
I
her
do not
face,
mind his
lit
not
up by her
talking to
luminous
Mrs.
eyes,
Long,
was
said Miss
completely
Lucas.
transformed.
But I wish he had
And
danced
suddenly
with
getting
Eliza.
up, went with her heavy step to the desk.
Another
She
time,
took out some
Lizzie,
paper,
said
and
her
ran
mother.
quickly began
I
reading
would
across
not
it.
dance
This is
with
what she
him
wrote in reply.
if I were you.
We'll jump down to the English.
I
Dear
believe,
and excellent
Mum.
friend, your letter of the 13th gave me great joy. So you still
I may
love
safely
me, my
promise you
poetical
never
Julie.
to
Actions
dance
of
with
which
him.
you say such bad things.
His
has thus
pride,
not had
said
its
Miss
usual
Lucas,
influence
does
on
not
you.
offend me
You complain about
so
absence.
much as pride
What
often
would
does,
I have
because
said
there
if
is
I
an
dared to
excuse
complain?
for it.
Deprived of all
One
those
cannot
fair
wonder
duties.
that so very fine a
If
young
we do
man with
not
family
have religion
fortune
to
and everything in
console
his
us,
favour
life
should
would
think
be
so
quite
highly of
sad.
himself.
Why do
If
you
I
suppose me
may
to have
so
a stern
express
look
it,
when you
he
speak
has
to
a
me
right
of your
to be
affection for
proud.
a young man? In that connection,
That's
I am
very
strict
true, replied
only with
Elizabeth.
myself. I understand
And I
his
could
feelings
easily
in
forgive
others,
him
and if
his
I cannot
pride,
approve of them,
if
never
he had not
having felt them,
mortified
I do
mine.
not condemn them. It only seems to me
Pride,
that Christian love,
observed
the love
Mary,
of
who
one's
piqued
neighbor,
herself upon the
love
solidity
for
of her
one's
reflections,
enemies, is more
is a very
meritorious,
common
sweeter,
failing,
and more
I
beautiful than
believe.
are the
By all
feelings
that I
the
have ever
beautiful eyes
read,
of a
I am
young man
convinced
inspire
that it is
in
very
a
common
poetical and
indeed
loving girl like
that
you.
human nature is
The
particularly
news
prone
of the
to it,
death of Count
and that
Bezukov
there
reached
are
us
very
before
few
your
of us
letter. My
who do
father-
not cherish a feeling of self-complacency on the score of some quality or other, real or imaginary. Vanity and pride are different
was much
things,
infected by it.
though the words
He said
are
that he was the
often
next to last
synonymously.
representative of the
A
grand
person
century,
may be
and
proud
that now it
without
is his
being
turn,
vain.
and that he will do
Pride
his
relates
best to
more
put
to
his turn
an
off for as long
opinion
as
of
possible.
ourselves,
God
vanity
keeps
to
us
what we
from
would
that
have
terrible
others
misfortune.
think of us.
I cannot share my opinion of Pierre, whom
If
I know
I
as a
were as
child.
rich as
You
Mr.
would
Darcy,
seem
cried a young
to
Lucas
me
who
to
came
have
with
an
his
excellent
sisters,
heart, and
I
that
should
is the
not care how
quality I
proud
esteem
I was.
most in people.
I would keep a pack
As
of
for his inheritance
foxhounds
and
and
the
drink a
role
bottle of
considered
wine a
later,
day.
It is a sad thing for them both.
Then you would drink a
Ah,
great deal
dear
more than
friend,
you
the
ought,
words of our
said
divine
Mrs.
Savior.
Bennet,
It
and
is
if I were
easier
to
for a
see you
camel
at
to
it, I
pass
should
through
take
the eye of
away
a needle
your
than for a
bottle
rich man to
directly.
enter the kingdom of
The
heaven.
boy protested that
word
she
is
should
terribly
not.
true.
She continued to declare that she would,
I feel even
and
sorry
the
for
argument
Pierre.
ended
So young and
only
burdened with such
with
woe.
the visit.
What temptations he will have
Chapter
to endure.
6.
If I were asked what I would
The
like
ladies
most
of
in the
Longbourn
world,
soon
it would
waited
be
on those
to
of
be
Netherfield.
poorer than the
The
poorest
visit
beggar.
was soon returned in
1,000
due form.
thanks, dear
Miss
friend,
Bennet's
for the
pleasing
word you have
manners
sent
grew
me,
on the
and
goodwill
which
of
is
Mrs.
causing
Hurst
such
and
a
Miss
furor
Bingley,
there.
and though
However,
the mother
since
was
you
found
told
to
me
be
that
intolerable and the
several
younger
good things,
sisters
there are
not
other
worth
things-
speaking
there
to,
are others
a
that
wish of
human
being better
understanding
acquainted
cannot
with
grasp.
them
It
was
would seem
expressed
to me
towards the
rather
two eldest.
useless to occupy myself
By Jane,
with
this attention was
unintelligible reading
received
matter,
with the
which by
greatest
the
pleasure,
very
but
fact
Elizabeth
cannot be
still
of
saw
any truth.
superciliousness in
I
their
have
treatment
never
of
been able to
everybody,
understand the
hardly
passions
excepting
certain
even her
persons
sister,
have for muddling
and
their
could
wits
not
by
like them.
fastening upon mystical books,
Though their
which only
kindness
awaken
to
doubts
Jane,
in their
such as
mind,
it was,
excite their
had a
imagination, and
value
give
as
them an
arising in all
exaggerated
probability
character,
from the
totally
influence
contrary to
of
Christian
their brother's
simplicity.
affection.
Let us read the apostles
Admiration,
and the gospel.
brother's
Let us
admiration.
not seek to penetrate
It was
what they
evident,
contain
it was
of the
generally
mysterious.
evident whenever
For
they
how
met
should we dare
that he
aspire
did
in
admire
miserable
her,
sins that we
and
are,
to her
to
it was
initiate
equally
ourselves
evident that
into the
Jane was
terrible and
yielding to the
sacred
preference
secrets of Providence,
which she had begun to
so long as
entertain
we
for
wear
him
this
from
fleshly
the
mask,
first,
which raises an
and was in a
impenetrable
way
veil between us and
to be
the
very
eternal.
much in
Let
love.
us limit ourselves then to studying
But she
the
considered
divine
with pleasure that it was
principles
not
that our divine
directly to be
Savior has
discovered
left
by
for
the
us
world in general,
for our
Miss Jane united with great strength of feeling, a composure of temper, and a uniform cheerfulness of manner which would guard her from the suspicions of the intellectual. She mentioned this to her friend Miss Lucas.
That the less we seek to delve into what
It may
has been
perhaps be
peace, we
pleasant,
feel from our
replied
nature.
Charlotte, to be able to impose on the public in such a case, but it is sometimes a disadvantage to be so very guarded. If a woman conceals her affection with the same skill from the object of it, she may lose the opportunity of fixing him, and it would then be but poor consolation to believe the world equally in the dark. There is so much of gratitude or vanity in almost every attachment that it is not safe to leave any to itself. We can all begin freely, a slight preference is natural enough,
without troubling
but there
myself
are very
with
few
the
of us who have
examination
heart
of my
enough
feelings
to
regarding
really
him,
be
whom he will give me for a husband.
really in love without
I have
encouragement.
received a letter from my brother who
9
announces
cases
his
out of
arrival
10,
at Bald Hills with his
a woman
wife.
had better show more
This will be a
affection than
short-lived
she
joy
can.
since he is leaving us to take part in
Bingley
this
likes her
wretched
sister
war
undoubtedly,
in which we are being
but
dragged,
he may
God
never
knows
do
how
more
or
than like
why.
her.
Not
She
just
does
with
not
you
help
there
him
in the
along.
center of affairs
Help
and of the
him on.
world is there
But she does
only
help
talk
him
of
on,
war. But
as
here
much
in the
as her
midst of these
nature
rural
will
labors
allow.
and this calm
If I can
nature which
perceive her
city
regard
dwellers
for
usually
him, he
picture
must be
to
a
themselves
simpleton indeed not
in
to
the
discover
country,
it too.
the noise of war makes itself heard and felt
Remember,
painfully.
Eliza, that he does
My
not
father
know
speaks
Jane's
of nothing.
disposition as you do.
But marches and countermarches,
But if a
things
woman is partial to a man
of
and
which
does
I
not
have no
endeavor to
understanding.
conceal it, he
The
must
day
find
before
it out.
yesterday, while going for my usual stroll along the
he
village
knows,
street,
if he
I was
sees
witness
enough
to a
of her.
heart-rending scene.
But though Bingley and
It was a
Jane meet
convoy of
tolerably
recruits
often, it is
enlisted
never
from our
for many
state and
hours
being sent
together,
off to the army.
and as they
You
always
should have
see each
seen the
other
state that
in
the
large mixed
mothers, the
parties, it
wives,
is
and the
impossible
children of
that
these
every
departing
moment
men
should
were
be
in,
employed in
and
conversing
heard the
together.
sobs on both
Jane
sides.
should
You would
therefore
think that
make
humanity
the
has
most of
forgotten the
every
laws of
half hour
divine,
in which she
its
can
divine
command
Savior,
his
to preach
attention.
love and
When she is
forgiveness of
secure of him,
transgressions,
there
that
will
it
be
may
no
find
leisure
greatest
falling in
merit
love as much
in the
as she
art of
chooses.
mutual killing.
Your plan is a good one.
Farewell, dear
replied
and good
Elizabeth,
friend. May our
where
divine
nothing
Savior
is in
and His most
question
holy
but the
mother
desire
keep
of
you in
being
their
well
powerful,
married.
their holy and powerful
But if
care.
I were
Marie.
determined to get a rich husband, or any husband,
Ah, you're sending a letter,
your
Princess.
plan
I've already
is
sent
a good
mine.
one, replied
I wrote to
Elizabeth.
my poor mother.
where nothing
The
is in
smiling
question but the
Mademoiselle
desire.
Bourrienne spoke in a quick and pleasant, juicy
I will
little
get this
voice,
right.
swallowing her
Your
R's
plan
and
is
bringing
a
with
good
her
one,
into the
replied Elizabeth, where
concentrated,
nothing is
sad,
in
and
question
dreary
but the
atmosphere
desire of being well married. And if I were
of Princess
determined to get
Maria,
a rich
a
husband
completely
or
different
any
and
husband,
frivolously
I
gay and
dare say I should adopt it.
self-contented world.
But these are not Jane's feelings. She is not acting by design. As yet, she cannot even be certain of the degree of
Princess,
her
I
own
must warn you, she added, lowering her voice. The
nor
princess
of its
had an
reasonableness.
altercation. She said
She's known him
deliberately,
only a
swallowing her
fortnight.
R's and
She danced
listening
four
to herself
four
with pleasure.
dances with him at Meryton.
An
She
altercation
saw him
with
one
Mikhail
morning at his
Ivanov.
own house,
He's in
and
a
has
very
since
bad
dined with him in
humor,
company
very
4
rude.
times.
He warned
This
me.
is not quite enough to make her understand his character.
Ah, my dear friend,
Not
answered
as you
Prince Maria.
represented.
I
Had she
beg you
merely
never to warn
dined
me
with
of the
him, she
humor of
might
my
only have
father
discovered whether he
happens
had a
to
good
be in.
appetite.
I do
But
not
you
allow
must remember that
myself to
4
judge him,
evenings
and I
have
would
also
prefer that
been
others
spent
do
together,
not
and 4 evenings
so.
may do a great
The
deal.
princess glanced at her watch, and noticing that she was
Yes,
already
those 4
5
evenings
minutes
have
late
enabled
playing
them to
clavichord,
ascertain that they
went
both
with a
like
frightened
manner
face to the sitting
that
room.
had been
According
commonest.
to the established order
But
of
with
the day,
respect to
between
any other
noon and 2
leading
o'clock, the
characteristic, I
prince
do not
rested,
imagine
and the
that
princess played
much
the
has been
clavichord.
unfolded. Well,
Section
said Charlotte,
23.
I wish Jane success with all my heart.
The great
And if she were married
sat
then tomorrow, I
dozing,
should
listening
think
to the
she
prince
had as
snoring
good a
in immense
chance of
study.
happiness as if
From
she
the
were
far
to be
side of the
studying his
house, from
character
beyond a
for a
closed door,
12
came the
months.
sounds
Happiness
of a
in marriage is
Jusek
entirely a
sonata,
matter of
the
chance.
difficult passages
If
repeated
the
20 times.
dispositions, Bleh.
Just
if
then,
the
a carriage
dispositions of
and
the
a-
parties were
and a
ever so well
britska
known to
drove
each
up the-
other, or
up to
ever
the
so
porch,
similar
and from the
beforehand,
carriage stepped Prince Andre,
it does
who
not
helped his
advance
little
their
wife out and
felicity in the
allowed
least.
her to go
they
ahead.
always continue to grow sufficiently
Grey-haired
unlike
Tikhon, in a web,
afterwards to
in a
have their
wig,
share of
stuck
vexation.
himself out of the door
And it is
of the
better to
waiting
know
room,
as little as
said
possible
in a
of the
whisper that the
defects of the
prince was
person
sleeping,
with
and
whom you
hastily
are.
closed the door.
With whom you are.
Tikhon knew that neither the sun's arrival nor any sort of
You may be
extraordinary
wrong,
event
Charlotte.
was to interrupt
But
the
it is
order of
not
the day.
sound. You know it is not sound, and he would
Prince
never
Andre
act in his
evidently
way
knew it
himself.
as well as Tikhon. He looked at his watch as if to
Occupied in
check whether his
observing Mr.
father's
Bingley's
habits
attentions
had
to her
changed during the
sister,
time they had
Elizabeth
not
was
seen
far
him,
from
and verifying that they
suspecting
had
that
not
she
turned to his
herself
wife.
was
He'll
becoming
get
an
up in
object
20
of some
minutes.
interest in
Let's
the
go
eyes
to
of his
Princess
friend.
Maria, he said. The little
Mr.
princess had
Darcy
filled out
had
during
at
this
first
time,
scarcely
but her
allowed
eyes
her
and
to
her
be
short
pretty.
lip, with
He had
its
looked
little
at her without
flash and
admiration
smile
at the
rose
ball.
as gaily and sweetly as
And
ever
when they next
when
met, he looked
she
at
began
her
to
only to
speak.
criticize. But no
Mrs.
sooner had he made it clear to
Infante,
himself
she
and
said
his
to her
friends
husband,
that
looking
she
around with the
hardly
expression
had a
of someone
good feature in her
paying
face,
compliments to the host of a
then
ball.
he began to
Allons,
find it was
vite,
rendered
vite.
uncommonly
Looking around them,
intelligent
she
by the
smiled at
beautiful
Tikhon
expression
and
of
at
her
her
dark
husband and at the
eyes.
servant who had accompanied them.
To this discovery
Cette Marie
succeeded some
que
others, equally
Sexer
mortifying.
Allons,
Though he had detected with a critical eye more than one failure of perfect symmetry
Prince
in
Andre
her
walked
form,
behind her with a
he was
polite and
forced to
sad
acknowledge
expression.
her figure to be
"You've
light
aged
and
to come," he
pleasing,
said to the old
and in
man,
spite of
kissed
his
his hand as he
asserting
passed.
that her manners
Before
were
the
not
room from
those
which
of
the
the
sounds of the
fashionable world,
clavichord
he
came,
was
a
caught
pretty
by
blonde
their
French woman
easy
popped out of the side door. Mademoiselle
Of
Bourienne
this,
seemed
she was
wildly
perfectly
excited.
unaware.
"Ah, quel bonheur pour le
To her,
princesse,"
he
she
was
said.
only a man
"En fin, il fait
who had
que
made himself
je la
agreeable nowhere,
prévienne.
and
Non,
who had
non,
not
de
thought her
grâce,
handsome enough
vous
to dance with.
êtes Mademoiselle
He began to
Bourienne.
wish to know
Je
more,
vous connais déjà.
and as a step
Parle
towards
à mes
conversing with
types
her himself,
que vous
attended to
porte
her
la belle
conversation
soeur,"
with
said the
others.
princess, kissing her.
His doing so drew her
Ne nous
notice. It was at Sir
attends
William
pas.
Lucas's, where a large party
They went up
were
to the door
assembled.
of the sitting room, and
What is Miss
through which
Darcy
came the sounds of the same passage
Charlotte
repeated again and
listening to my
again.
conversation
Prince
with
Andre
Colonel
stopped and
Forster?
winced, as if expecting something
That's the
unpleasant.
question which
The
Mr.
princess went in.
Darcy
The passage
can
broke
answer.
off in the middle. A cry was heard, then the heavy
But if he does
footsteps
it
of
anymore,
Princess
I
Maria
shall
and the
certainly
sounds
let
of
him know
kissing.
that I see
When Prince
what he
Andre
is
went in,
about.
the two princesses,
He
who
has
had
a
seen
very
each other only
satirical
once for a short
eye.
time at Prince Andre's
And if I
wedding,
do not
were
begin
standing
by being impertinent
with their
myself, I
arms
shall
around
soon
each
grow
other, their
afraid
lips
of
pressed
him.
hard to whatever place
On
they had
his
happened
approaching
upon in the
soon
first moment.
afterwards, though, without
Mademoiselle
seeming to
Bourienne
have
was
any
standing
intention
beside
of
them, her
speaking,
hands pressed to her
Miss
heart,
Lucas
smiling
defied her
piously,
friend to mention
apparently
such a
as ready to
subject
weep
to
as to
him,
laugh.
which immediately
Prince
provoked
Andre shrugged his shoulders
which
and winked,
immediately
as music
provoked
lovers
Elizabeth
wince
to
when
do
they
it.
hear a false
She
note.
turned to him and
The
said,
two women let go of each other. Then again,
"Did you not
as if
think,
fearing it
Mr.
would be
Darcy,
too
that I
late,
expressed myself
kissed each
uncommonly
other's
well
by
just
each
now
other
when
by
I
the
was
hand,
teasing Colonel
again
Forster
kissing,
to
tore their
give us a
hands
ball
away,
at Meredith?
and then again began kissing each other on the face, and
With
quite
great
unexpectedly
energy,
for Prince Andre,
but it is
they
always
both
a
wept and
subject
began
which
to kiss
makes a
again.
lady energetic."
Mademoiselle Bourienne also wept.
You are
Prince
so
Andre
dear,
obviously
woman.
felt awkward, but for the two women it seemed natural to weep. It seemed it had never occurred to them that their meeting could be otherwise. "Ah, chérie, ah, Marie."
No,
The
I
two
guess
women
it's
suddenly
not a
began to speak and then laugh.
With great
Chérie,
energy,
c'est
but it
lui.
is always a
Vous ne-
subject which makes a
vous ne-
lady
Vous ne
energetic.
nous attendez
You
donc
are
pas.
severe,
Ah,
Alice.
Marie, vous avez marqué.
It will be her
Et
turn
vous
soon
avez
to be
marqué.
teased, said Miss Lucas. I am going to open the instruments, Eliza, and you know what follows. You are
And
a
I
very
recognized the
strange
madam,
creature
the
by way
princess
of
at
a
once,
friend,
Mademoiselle
always
Bourienne
wanting
put
to
in.
play and sing before anybody
And
and
I had no
everybody.
idea. Ah, Andre,
If my
I
vanity
didn't
had
see
taken
you.
a musical turn, you would have been
Exclaimed
invaluable.
Princess Maria.
But as it is, I would
Princess-
really
Prince
rather
Andre
not
and
sit
his
down
sister
before
kissed
those
each
who
other's
must be in the
hands.
habit of hearing
And he
very
told
best
her that
performance.
she was
On Miss Lucas's
same
persevering, however, she added,
crybaby she had always been.
"Very well,
Princess
if it must be
Maria
so,
turned
it
to her
must."
big brother. Through her
Gravely-
tears, the
and
loving,
gravely
warm, and
glancing at
meek
Mr.
gaze of her
Darcy,
big luminous eyes,
There is a
very
fine
beautiful
old
at the moment,
saying,
rested
which
on Prince
everybody
Andre's
here is of
face.
course familiar
The
with.
little princess talked nonstop.
Keep your
Her
breath,
short upper
cool
lip
your
with its little
porridge,
mustache
and
would
I shall
momentarily
keep
flip
mine
down,
to swell my
touching where it
song.
had to the rosy lower lip, and
Her
opened
performance
up
was
again
pleasing,
in a
though by
smile
no
of
means capital.
gleaming teeth and eyes. She
After
told
a
about
song or
an
two,
incident
and
that
before she
happened
could
to
reply
her
to the
at
entreaties of
Vasco
several that she
Hill,
would sing
which
again,
was dangerous
she was
for her
eagerly
and her
succeeded
condition.
at the
And
instrument by
just
her
after
sister Mary,
that, she
who,
said she had
having,
left
in
all her dresses
consequence
in
of being the
Petersburg
only plain one in
and
the
would go
family,
out,
worked hard for
go
knowledge and
about here, and God knows
accomplishments,
what.
was always
And that
impatient
Andre
for
was quite
display.
changed, and that Kitty
Mary had
ordered
neither genius nor
Yensev
taste.
and married an old man,
And though
that there
vanity
was
had
a
given
suitor
her
for Princess
application,
Maria.
it had
called
given her
Poof
likewise
Boy,
a
but we'll talk
pedantic
about
air
that
of
later.
a conceited
Princess
man,
Maria
which
went
would
on
injure
silently
the
looking at
highest
her
degree of
brother,
excellence.
and there was love and sadness in her beautiful eyes. It was clear that she had established her own train of thought independent of her sister-in-law's talk.
So well.
In the middle of her
And
story
Mary,
about
at the
the
end of a
last
long
defeats in
crusade
Petersburg,
from
she addressed her
Sherwood
brother.
was glad to
And
purchase
you've
praise and
you're
gratitude
decidedly
by
going to the war,
Scotch and
Andre,
Irish
she said,
airs
sighing.
at the request of the
And he's
younger
also
sisters, who
sighing.
with some
Tomorrow,
of
even,
the Lucases
her brother
and
answered.
2 or 3 officers joined eagerly
He's
in dancing
abandoning
at
me
one
here,
point.
and God knows why, when he could have had a promotion.
Mr.
Princess
Darcy
Maria did
stood
not
near them in
finish
silent indignation
listening,
at such a
and
mode
continuing
of
with the
passing
thread
the
of her
evening,
thoughts,
to the
turned to her
exclusion of all
sister-in-law, her
conversation,
gentle eyes indicating her stomach.
and was too
Is it
much
certain
engrossed
she
by
asked?
his thoughts to
The
perceive
princess's
that
face
Sir William
changed. She
Lucas was
sighed.
his neighbour.
Yes, sir, she
Till
said.
Sir William
It's
thus
very
began.
frightening. Lisa's lower
What
lip.
a charming amusement
Lisa's little lip lowered. She brought her face close to her sister-in-law's face and again brushed unexpectedly. She needs rest, Prince Andre winced. Said Prince Andre wincing. Isn't it so, Lisa? Take her to your rooms, and I'll go to Father.
And it has the advantage also of being in vogue among the less fortunate
I don't know where. I don't know whether in Europe.
They're very
Eyes.
savage can dance.
The princess replied joyfully.
Sir William only smiled.
The same
Your
hours
friend
and the
was
strange
to
strolls
like
in the
me,
avenues
continued
delayed,
after a pause on
as
seeing
Princess
Bigby
Andre had a
join
barely
the group. And I doubt not that
smile,
you
which
are
showed
an
that,
adept
despite
in
all his
science
love and
yourself,
respect for
Mr.
his
Darcy.
father, he was aware of his
You saw me
weaknesses.
dance at
The
Meryton
same
with
hours
Lisa.
and the same lathe, also
Yes, indeed, and
mathematics and my
received no
geometry lessons.
inconsiderable pleasure from the
Princess
sight.
Maria replied joyfully, as though
You
her
often
lessons in
dance
geometry were one of the most joyful expressions of her
Never,
life.
sir. Do you not
When
think
they
it would
had
be a
waited
proper
out for 20
compliment
minutes
to
until it was time for the old prince to get
It
up,
is a compliment which I
Tikhon
never
came to
paid
summon
him.
the young prince to
It
his
is a
father.
compliment
In
which I
honor of
never
his
paid
son's
to
arrival,
any
the old
place
man
if I
had made
could
an
do it.
exception in his way of life. He
You
gave
have
orders
a
to
house
allow
in
him
town,
into his part of the house while he was
Mr.
still
Darcy
dressing
bowed.
for dinner. The prince
I
held
had
to the
once
fashion
had
of
some
wearing a
thought of fixing
caftan
a town
and
myself, for I
powdering
am
his hair.
fond of
At the
superior
moment when Prince
society.
Andre, not
But I
with
did
that
not feel
peevish
quite
expression
certain
and
about the
manner he
air of
assumed in
London.
drawing
I did not
rooms,
feel quite certain
but
that
with
the
the
air of
same
London
animated
would agree
face he
with
had
Lady
when he
Lucas.
talked with Pierre,
He paused
came
in
to his
hopes of
father's.
an
The old
answer,
man was sitting in his
but
dressing
his
room
companion was not disposed to make
on a
any.
wide Morocco
And Elizabeth,
upholstered
at that instant
armchair,
moving
in a
towards them, he
powdering
was struck
mantle,
with the action of
entrusting
doing
his
a
head
very
to
gallant
Tikhon's
thing,
hand.
and called out to her,
Ah,
"My
the
dear Miss
warrior.
Eliza, why are
So
you
you
not
wanted to
dancing?
defeat
Mr.
Bonaparte," said
Darcy,
the
you
old
must
man,
allow me to
shaking
present
his
this young
powdered
lady
head
to
as
you as
much
a
as
very
the braided-
desirable partner. You cannot
the
refuse to
braided
dance,
queue,
I am
which
sure,
was
when
in
so much
Tikhon's
beauty
hands
is
would let
before
him.
you.
At least give
And
him a
taking
good
her
drubbing,
hand,
or pretty soon he'll be
he would have given it to Mr. Darcy,
writing us
who,
down too as his
though
subjects.
extremely surprised,
Greetings, he said,
was
and
not
he offered
unwilling
his
to
cheek.
receive it.
The old man was in
When
high
she
spirits
instantly
following his
drew back and
before
said
dinner
with
nap.
some
He
discomposure
used
to
to
Sir
say
William,
that an
"Indeed, sir,
after
I have
dinner
not
nap
the
was
least
silver,
intention
but
of dancing. I
but a
entreat you
before
not to
dinner
suppose
nap
that I
was
moved
gold."
this way in order to
He
beg for a
joyfully
pardon."
cast sidelong glances at his son
Mr.
from
Darcy
under
was
his
grave
thick,
with
eagling
pride and
brows.
requested to be allowed the honour.
Prince Andre went up and kissed his father
But
on
in
the
vain.
place indicated to him. He
Elizabeth
did not
was
respond to his
determined,
father's favor
nor did Sir William at all shake her
poking fun at the
purpose by his
present-day
attempts at
military,
persuasion.
especially at Bonaparte.
"You excel
Yes, I've
so
come to
much
see you,
in the
Papa,
dance,
and
Miss
with a
Eliza,
pregnant
it is
wife," said
cruel
Pierre,
to deny
said
me the
Prince
happiness
Andre,
of seeing
his
you.
animated and
And though
respectful
this
eyes
gentleman
following the
dislikes the
movement of
amusement
every
in
feature in
general,
his
he
father's
can
face.
have no
How
objection,
is your
I am
health?
sure, to oblige
Only
us
fools
for
and
one
profligates
half
can
hour.
be unwell, my boy. And you know me, I'm
Mr.
busy
Darcy
from
is
morning
very
till
polite.
evening. I'm temperate, so I'm well.
Elizabeth smiling.
Thank God.
He
his
is
son said,
indeed,
smiling.
but considering
God
the
has nothing to do with
inducement,
it.
my dear
Well,
Miss
tell me, he
Eliza,
went on,
we
playing
cannot
back
wonder
on his
at
hobby
his
horse.
complacence.
How have the
For who
Germans
would
taught you to
object
fight
to such a
Bonaparte by
part?
this new science of yours known as
Elizabeth looked
strategy?
archly
Prince
and turned
Andre
away.
smiled.
Her
Let me
resistance
collect my
had not
wits,
injured
Papa,
her
he
with
said
the
with a smile
gentleman,
that showed that his
and he
father's
was thinking
weaknesses
of her with
did
some
not prevent him
complacency
from loving and respecting
when
him.
thus accosted
I haven't
by
even
Miss
settled in.
Bingley.
Nonsense, nonsense,
I
cried the old
can
man,
guess the
shaking his
subject of
cue
your
to see
reverie.
whether it was tightly braided, and seized his son's arm.
I should
The
imagine
house is
not.
ready for your wife. Princess
You are
Maria will
considering how
will take
insupportable
her
it
around
would
and
be
show
to
her and
pass many
babble
evenings in
3
this manner,
cartloads.
in
That's
such
their womanish
society.
business. I'm
And
glad
indeed,
of
I
her.
am quite
Glad
of
of
your
her.
opinion.
Sit down
I
and
was
tell
never
me.
more rural.
Mikhailson's army, I understand, and Tolstoy's simultaneous landing.
noise, the
What's the
knuckles,
Southern
and
Army
yet
going
the
on?
self-importance
Pressure,
of
neutrality.
all those
That I
peoples.
know. What about Austria?
What would I
He was getting
give
up from
to
his
hear
chair
your
and pacing the
restrictions
room,
on
with
them?
Tikhon running after him and handing him pieces of clothing.
Your
What
conjecture
about
is
Sweden?
totally wrong.
How will they cross Pomerania? Seeing his
My mind
father's
was more
insistent
agreeably
command, Prince
engaged.
Andre, reluctantly at first,
I have been
but then
meditating
with
on the
more
very
and more
great
animation
pleasure
and
which a pair
inadvertently
of fine
switching from
eyes
Russian
and
to
a face of
French
pretty
out of
women
habit,
can just
in the middle
bestow.
of his discourse, began to explain the plans
Miss
of
Bingley
operation
immediately fixed her
for the
eyes on
proposed
his face,
campaign. He
and
told how
desired
a
he would tell her what lady
19,000-man
had
army was to
credited
threaten
inspiring
Prussia
such
so as to draw
reflections.
her out of neutrality and involve her
Mr.
in the
Darcy
war.
replied with
How
great
part of that army was to
intrepidity.
unite with the Swedish army in
Miss Elizabeth Bennet.
Stralsund. How 220,000
Bennet,
Austrians united with
replied Miss
100,000
Bingley.
Russians
I am
were to go
full
into action in
astonishment.
Italy and on the Rhine, and how
How long
50,000
has she been
Russians and
such a
50,000
favorite?
English would land at Naples, and how
nay,
a
when am I
500,000
to
strong
wish you
army
joy?
would attack the French from different sides.
That is
The
exactly the
old prince
question
showed
which I
not the
expected you
slightest
to
interest during the
A lady's
telling, as though
imagination
he was
is
not
very
listening.
rapid. It jumps
And
from admiration to
continuing
love,
to
from
dress
love
as he
to
paced,
matrimony in a
interrupted him
moment.
3 times unexpectedly.
I knew you would be
Once he
wishing me
stopped him and
joy.
shouted, "The white one, the white
Nay,
one."
if you are
This-
serious about
this
it,
meant
I shall
that
consider
Tikon
the
had not
matter
handed
is
him the
absolutely
waistcoat he
settled.
wanted. Another
You
time
will
he
be
asked,
having a
"And how soon
charming
will she give birth?"
mother-in-law
And shaking his head
indeed.
reproachfully, he said,
And of
"Not
course,
good, go on,
she
go
will
on."
always
The
be
third time, as
attended.
Prince Andre was finishing his description, the old man
He
sang
listened
in
to
an
her
old
with
man's
perfect
off-key
indifference
voice.
while she chose to
"Malgré
entertain herself in this manner. And as his composure convinced her that all was safe,
Marlborough is going to war. God knows
her
when
wit
it can
flowed
happen.
long.
His son merely smiled. "I'm not saying that this is a plan I approve of," the
Hope you
son
guys have a
said.
great day.
"I've only told you what's in it. Napoleon has already put together a plan no worse than this one." "Well, you haven't told me anything new," the old man muttered pensively to himself in a quick patter. "Tu sais gon revendre." Go to the dining room. And that is the end for today.
Chapter 7. Mr. Bennet's property consisted almost entirely of an estate of $2,000 a year, which, unfortunately for his daughters, was entailed in default of heirs male on a distant relation.
So it seems that Pierre got
And
the
their mother's
inheritance
fortune,
after all, and Prince
though ample
Vasily
for
has
the
been
situation in life, could
called
but ill
out about
supply
it.
the
And Anna
deficiency of
Mikhailovna
his.
is still scheming away
Her father
somehow
had
to
been an
get
attorney in
her
America
hands in
and
it.
had left her £4,000.
And so now we're in the country.
She had a
with,
sister married to a Mr. Phillips,
Prince
who
Andre's
had been a clerk
So
to their
it'll be
father
interesting
and
to
succeeded
see
him in the business.
what
And the
goes
brother
next.
settled in London in a
And
respectable
Julie
line of
Kerrigan,
trade.
she
The
was the one
village
who
of
was sitting
Longbourn
with
was only 1
the
mile
Rostov
from
boy
America,
at the
a most
party.
convenient distance for the young
he's
ladies,
the one who
were usually
him and his
tempted
cousin Sonia
thither
by
3 or 4
close, and
times a
Sonia
week
was jealous
to
of
pay their
Julie,
duty
so
to their aunt
very
and to the
interesting
milliner's
to
shop
see everyone's
just over the
different
way.
points of view on this.
The 2 youngest of the family, Catherine and
But I'm a
Lydia,
little worried about
were
Prince
particularly
Pierre
frequent
having all
in
that
these
money because
attentions.
he's kind of not
Their
been good with
minds
money
were
so
more
far.
vacant than
He's
their sisters, and
kind
when
of a
nothing
partier,
better
so
offered, a walk to
it'll be
Marion
interesting
was
to see what
necessary
happens there, but
to amuse
interesting
their
to
morning
see
hours and furnish conversation for the
to
evening.
how everyone's little
And however
intrigues
bare of
and
news the country in general
romances
might
work
be,
out.
they always contrived to learn something from
Sorry
their
again
aunt.
for the disruption
At
in
present,
service
indeed,
earlier.
they
Don't
were
know
well
what that was
supplied
about.
both with
Thanks
news
for sticking
and
around for this
happiness
longer
by the
reading
recent
today. I
arrival
promise
of a
tomorrow won't
militia
be as long,
regiment
and
in the
hopefully
neighborhood.
we won't have
It was
any
to
more
remain the
troubles.
whole
But again,
winter,
thank you guys for
and
tuning in
Meryton
for Quarantine
was the
Story Hour
headquarters.
with
Their visits to
me
Mrs.
and Leo
Phillips were
Tolstoy's
now
War and
productive
Peace.
of the most
See you guys
interesting
tomorrow.
intelligence.
Have a good rest of
Every
your
day
day.
added
Thanks.
something to their knowledge of
Bye.
the officers' names and connections. Their lodgings were not long a secret, and at length they began to know the officers themselves. Mr. Phillips visited them all,
Good
and
afternoon.
this opened to his nieces
Happy
a
Friday,
store
everybody.
of felicity unknown.
GIF.
They could talk.
We're back again with some more Quarantine
And Mr.
Story Hour.
Bingley's large
This
fortune,
time,
the mention of
continuing
which gave
as we
animation
have
to their
been
mother,
with War and
was
Peace.
worthless in their eyes
by
when
Leo
opposed
Tolstoy.
to the regimentals.
This translation I'm reading from is a newer
After
translation by
listening
Richard
one morning
Kabir
to their
and
effusions
Larissa
on this subject,
Volkanovsky.
Mr. Bennett coolly observed,
If you haven't tuned in before,
"From all that I
thanks for
can
joining. If
collect
you have,
by your
thanks for
manner
coming
of
back.
talking, you must be the two of the silliest girls in the
Any of
country.
the things you've missed, there's a
I
War and Peace
suspected it
playlist on my
sometime,
channel with all the readings so far.
But I am now
It's
convinced."
getting a little complicated
Catherine
to
was
sum up everything up,
disconcerted
but
and
there's a
made
lot
no
of
answer.
intrigues, a lot
But
of
Lydia,
different
with
people
perfect
involved.
indifference, continued to
Pierre,
express her admiration of
who's a
Captain
bastard
Carter
son of a
and
count,
her
who
hope
seems like he may have
of
gotten his
seeing him in the course
inheritance.
of the day,
And
as he was going
there's
the next
Prince
morning
Andre
to
and
London. "I am astonished, my dear," said Mrs. Bennet, "that you should be so ready to think of your own children, silly. If I wished to think slightingly of anybody's children, it should not be of my own, however. If my children are silly, I must hope to be always sensible of it." Yes,
Wife and
but as it
sister,
happens, they are all of them very
and a whole host of other people
That is the only
involved now
point I
in
flatter
all the
myself on
intrigues
which we
happening
do not
between
agree.
Petersburg
I had
and
hoped
Moscow
that our
and,
sentiments coincided in every
Prince
particular,
Andre's father's
but I
house,
must so far
Bald Hills,
differ
which
from
is
you
in the
as
country.
so
Today's
far
reading will
differ
be a little
from
bit
you
shorter.
as to
Sorry,
think
yesterday's
our
was
two
really
youngest
long.
daughters
Got a little
uncommonly
carried away, didn't
foolish.
realize how long it was. Today's is going to be shorter. I
Dear
have a lot of
Mr.
other things
Bennet,
I actually have to
you
jump
must
around
not
and
expect
today,
such girls
so,
to have the sense of their father
and you also see
mother.
we're
When they
coming
get to our
a
age, I dare say they will not
milestone,
think about
so
officers any more
let's
than
just
we
go ahead
do.
and jump in. I'll put the
I
link for the
remember the
playlist
time
at the end
when
of this
I liked
video.
to red coat myself very
There's a lot
well.
of different
And
languages
indeed,
involved here, so there's
I do still at my heart.
there's Russian names, there's some
And if
French.
a smart young
Some of the
colonel
French
with
I
5,000
will
or
read if it's
6,000
like a
a
few
year
words or
should want
sentences.
one of my girls,
but
I should not say
for
nay to
longer
him.
sections, there's
And I
translations
thought
in
Colonel
English,
Forster
so
looked
I'll
very
just cue you that I'm
becoming the
jumping
other
down
night
to
at
those
Sir
in
William's
English.
and his
And so if you're ever
regimentals.
curious about wanting maybe you speak French or
cried
because
Lydia.
sometimes
My aunt says
there's
that Colonel
nuances that
Forster
are
and
lost in
Captain
translation,
Carter
you're
do
welcome
not go
to
so
pick up a
often to
copy
Miss
and
Watson's
look for the original
as they
French,
did when they first
or,
came. She sees them now very
pick up a
often
copy and
standing in
translate some of the
Clark's
French to English
library.
or vice versa.
Mrs. Bennet
So,
was
let's
prevented
go ahead and
replying
just
by
jump
the
right in.
entrance of the footman with a note for
We
Miss
are
Bennet.
on
It came from Netherfield, and the servant
Volume
waited
1,
for an
Part
answer.
1, Section 24
Mrs.
today, and
Bennet's
we'll do 24 and 25.
sparkled with pleasure, and she was eagerly calling out while her daughter read.
At the appointed hour,
Jane,
powdered
who
and
is it
clean-shaven,
from?
the prince
What
came
is
out
it
to the
about?
dining room,
What
where
does
he
he
was
say?
awaited by his daughter-in-law,
Oh, Jane,
Princess
make
Maria.
haste and tell us. Make haste, my
Awaited by his
love.
daughter-in-law, Princess Maria,
It is from
Mademoiselle
Miss
Bourdienne,
Bingley,
and the prince's
said Jane,
architect,
and then
who
read
by
it
the
aloud.
prince's strange caprice was
My
admitted
dear
to the
friend,
table. Though by
If you
his
are not so
insignificant position, the
compassionate
man
as to
could in
dine
no way
today with
count on such
Louisa
an
and
honor.
me, we
The
shall be in
prince, who in his
danger of
life kept
hating each
firmly
other
to
for the rest
social
of our
distinctions
lives,
and rarely
for a
admitted
whole
even
day's tete-a-tete
important
between
provincial
two
officers
women
to
can
the
never
table,
end without a
suddenly
quarrel.
decided to demonstrate
Come
by
as
means
soon as
of
you
the
can on
architect
receipt
Mikhail
of this.
Ivanovich,
My brother
who
and the
used to
gentleman
blow
are
his
to
nose in
dine
the
with the
corner on a
officers.
checkered handkerchief.
Yours
But all
ever,
men are equal,
Caroline
and more than
Bingley.
once impressed upon
With
his
the
daughter that
officers?
Mikhail Ivanovich
Cried Lydia.
was no worse
I
than you
wonder
or
my
I.
aunt did not tell
At
us
table, the
that.
prince most often addressed himself
Dining
to the
out,
wordless Mikhail
said Mrs. Bennet.
Ivanovich.
That is very unlucky.
In the dining room,
Can I have
immensely
the
high,
carriage?
like all the rooms in the
Said
house,
Jane.
the prince's
No, my
entrance
dear,
was
you
awaited
had
by
to
the
go on
domestics and
horseback,
servants,
because it seems
standing
like it
behind
rained,
each chair.
and
The
then you would
butler,
sit
a
there
napkin
all
over
night.
his arm, examined the place
That would
settings,
be a good
winking to the
scheme,
latchkey
Sir
and
Elizabeth,
constantly shifting
if
his
you were
anxious
sure that they
gaze
would not offer
from the
to
wall
send her
clock to the
home.
door from which the prince was to appear.
Oh, but the
Prince
gentlemen will
Andre
have
was
Mr.
looking
Bingley's
at a
chaise
huge
to
gilded
Meryton,
frame
and the
near to
Hursts
him
have
with a
no
picture of the
horses to
family
bet.
tree of the prince's
I'd much rather go
Bolkonsky,
in the coach.
which hung across the room
But my
from
dear,
an
your
equally
father
large
cannot
frame
spare the horses,
with a poorly
I'm
painted
sure.
portrait,
They are wanted in
obviously
the
from
farm,
hand
Mr. Bennet,
of
are
a
they
household
not?
artist, of a sovereign prince in a crown,
They
who
are
was
wanted
supposed
in
to
the
be a
farm much
descendant
oftener
of
than
Rurik
I can
and
get
the
them.
first ancestor of the
But if you
Bolkonsky
have
family.
got them today,
Prince
Sir
Andre
Elizabeth,
looked
my
at
mother's
this genealogical
purpose will
tree,
be answered.
shaking his head and chuckling with an
She
air
did
of
at last
someone
extort
looking
from
at
her
a
father
portrait that
an
is ridiculous.
acknowledgment that the
That is
horses
a
were
ridiculously good
engaged.
likeness.
Jane was
That's
therefore
him all over,
obliged
he said
to
to
go
Princess
on
Maria,
horseback,
who came up to
and
him.
her mother attended
Princess
her to the
Maria
door
looked
with
at her
many
brother in
cheerful
surprise.
prognostics of
She
a
did not
bad day.
understand what made him
Her
smile.
hopes were answered.
Everything her father
Jane had
did
not
evoked an
gone,
awe in her which
had not
was
been
not
gone
subject
long,
to discussion.
for it rained hard.
Every man has
Her
his
sisters
Achilles
were
heel, Prince
uneasy
Andre
for
went
her,
on.
but her
With
mother
his enormous intelligence,
must have liked it.
donnait un dance ridicule.
The rain continued the whole evening
Princess
without
Maria could not
interruption.
understand her brother's bold
Jane
opinions and was
certainly
getting
would
ready
not
to object to him when the awaited
This
footsteps
was a
were
lucky
heard from the study.
idea of mine
The prince
indeed,
came in
said
quickly,
Mrs.
gaily,
Bennet more
as he
than
always
once,
did, as if
as if the
deliberately
credit of making
contrasting
it
his
rain
hasty
were all
movements
her own.
to the strict order
Till the
of the
next
house.
morning, however,
At
she
the
was
same
not aware
moment,
of all
the
the
big clock
felicity of
struck
her
2, and
contrivance.
another in the drawing
Breakfast
room
was scarcely
responded
over
in a high
when a
voice.
servant from
The
Netherfield
prince
brought
stopped.
the
From
following
under
note
his thick,
for
beetling
Elizabeth.
brows, his
My
lively,
dearest
bright, stern
Lizzie,
eyes looked
I
around
find
at
myself
everyone
very
and rested
unwell
on the
this
young
morning,
princess.
which I suppose
The young
is to be
princess
imputed by
experienced
my
at that
getting
moment
wet
the
through
feeling
yesterday.
courtiers experience
My kind
at the
friends
appearance
will
of a
not hear
Tsar.
of my return
That
until I
feeling
am
of
better.
fear and respect
They
which
insist
this old
also
man
on
evoked
my
in
seeing
all those
Mr.
around him.
Jones.
He stroked
Therefore,
the
do not
princess's
be
head,
alarmed
and then
if
with
you
an
should
awkward
hear of
gesture,
his having
patted her
been
on
to
the
me.
back of the neck.
And excepting a sore
Delighted,
throat
he
and a
said,
headache,
and looked at her
there is not
intently in one
much the
eye,
matter with me.
in the eye once
Yours,
again.
etc.
Quickly stepped away and sat down in his place. Sit down,
Well,
sit down.
my dear,
Mikhail
said
Ivanovich,
Mr.
sit
Bennet,
down.
when Elizabeth had read the
He
note
pointed
aloud.
his daughter-in-law to the place next to him.
If your
A
daughter
servant
should
pulled out
have a
the chair for
dangerous
her.
fit
Ho,
of
ho,
illness,
said the old man, looking at her rounded waist.
if she
Rushing
should
things,
die,
that's not good.
it would be
He
a
laughed
comfort to
dryly,
know that it was all in
coldly,
pursuit of
unpleasantly,
Mr.
as he always
Bingley and
laughed.
under your orders.
Only with his mouth, not with his eyes.
I'm not
You
afraid
must
of
walk.
her
Walk as
dying.
much as possible. As
Or do
much
not
as
die of
possible, he said.
trifling,
The
little
little
trifling
princess either did not
colds.
hear or did
She will
not
be
want to
taken
hear his
good
words.
care of.
She was silent
As long
and
as she
seemed
stays
embarrassed.
there,
The
it
prince
will be
asked
very
about
well.
her father,
I would go
and the
and see
princess
her
began to
if I
speak
could
and
have
smile.
the carriage.
He asked her about
Elizabeth,
mutual
feeling rather
acquaintances. The
anxious,
princess
was
became still
determined to
more
go to her,
animated
though
and
the
started
carriage
talking
was not
away,
to be had.
giving the prince
And
greetings
as she
from
was
town
no
gossip.
horsewoman,
The comtesse
walking was her
apportait une le portrait a perdu
alternative.
son mari
She
et
declared
elle
her
est plus
resolution.
les rames de la lune.
So
She
silly,
said,
cried her
becoming
mother.
more and more
Just to
animated.
think of such.
As her animation increased, the prince looked
I don't
at
know what
her
it looked
more
like
and
for
more
you, it just told
sternly,
me I
and
had
suddenly,
no
as if he had studied her enough, arrived at a clear idea of her, and turned away and addressed
As
Mikhail
to think of
Ivanovich.
such a thing.
Well,
In
now,
all this
Mikhail
dirt,
Ivanovich, things are
you
going
will not
badly
be
for our
fit to be
friend
seen when you
Bonaparte.
get there.
Prince Andrei,
I
who's
shall be
always
very
referring to
fit
his
to
son
see
in
Jane,
third person
which is
like
all I
this,
want.
has just been telling me what forces are
Is this
being
a
prepared
hint
against
to me,
him.
Lizzie?
But you and I
said
are
her
always,
father, to
always
send for
considered
the
him an
horses.
empty man.
No, indeed.
Mikhail Ivanovich,
I do
who
not
had
wish
no
to avoid
idea
the walk.
when this you and
The
I
distance
had
is
spoken
nothing
such words
when
about
one has a
Bonaparte,
motive.
but
Only
who
3
understood
miles.
that he was needed
I shall
in
be
order
back
to
by
launch
dinner.
into their favorite subject, looked at the
I
young prince in
admire the
surprise,
activity of your
not knowing
benevolence,
what would come of it.
observed Mary.
We have
But
a great
every impulse of
statistician
feeling
here.
should be guided by reason. And
The
in
prince
my
said to his son,
opinion,
pointing to the
exertion
architect.
should always be in proportion to
And the
what
conversation
is
again
required.
turned to war. To
We will go as
Bonaparte
far
and
as
today's
narrative
generals
with
and
you,
statesmen.
Catherine and
The
Lydia.
old prince seemed to be
Elizabeth
convinced
accepted
not
their
only that all
company, and
present-day
the
men
three
of
young
action were
ladies
mere
set
boys
off
who did
together.
not even understand the
If we
ABCs
make
of military and
haste,
state
said
affairs,
Lydia as they
and that
walked
Bonaparte
along,
was a
perhaps
worthless
we
little
may see
Frenchman
something
who
of
had
Captain Carter
was
before he
successful only
goes.
because there were
In
no
Meryton they parted.
Potemkins and
The two youngest repaired to the lodgings of one of the officers' wives, and Elizabeth continued her walk alone, crossing field after field at a quick pace, jumping over stiles and springing over puddles with impatient activity, and finding herself at last within view of the house with weary ankles, dirty stockings, and a face glowing with the warmth of exercise. She was shown into the breakfast parlour, where all but Jane were assembled, and where her appearance created a great deal of surprise. That she should have walked 3 miles so early in the day in such dirty weather and by herself was almost incredible to Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley, and Elizabeth was convinced that they held her in contempt for it. She was received, however, very politely by them, and in their brother's manners there was something better than politeness. There was good humour and kindness. Mr. Darcy said very little,
Even the devil
and
wouldn't
Mr.
be half
Hurst
glad of
not
that.
at all.
But go, you'll learn about
The former
those
was divided between
Hofkriegs,
admiration
worst snaps,
of the brilliance which
Suvorov
exercise had
couldn't
given
get
to
on
her
with
complexion,
that. How is Mikhail
and doubt
Kutuzov
as to the
going to do
occasions
it?
justifying
No, my
her
friend,
coming
he went
so
on.
far
You and your
alone.
generals won't get around Bonaparte.
The latter,
You need to get a hold of a
thinking of Lady
Frenchman so that their own don't know their own.
Her
and
inquiries
their
after
own
her
beat
sister
their
were
own.
not very favourably
They sent the
answered.
General
Miss
Popham
Bennet
to New
had
York,
slept
to
ill,
America, to fetch the
and
madman
though
Moreau. He
was
said
very
reading the
feverish
invitation made
and not
tomorrow
well
of
enough
that
to
year
leave her room.
to enter the Russian
Elizabeth
service.
was glad to be taken
Wonders
to her
what were the
immediately,
Potemkins,
and
the
Jane, who had
Suvorovs, the
only been
Orlovs,
withheld by the fear of giving
Germans,
alarm
no
or inconvenience
brothers,
from
either you're
expressing in
all
her
lost your
note
wits
how
there, or
much
mine
she
have burnt
longed
out.
for
God
a
help you,
visit,
but we'll see.
was
Take
delighted at
Bonaparte
her
for a great
entrance.
general.
She was not equal,
I'm by
however,
no means
to much
saying that all plans are
conversation,
good, said
and
Prince
when Miss
Andre.
Bingley left them
Only I
together,
can't
could
understand
attempt
how you
little
can make
besides
such a judgment
expressions
about
of
Bonaparte.
gratitude for the
Laugh all you
extraordinary
like, but
kindness
Bonaparte
she
is
was
still a
treated
great
with.
general. Mikhail
Elizabeth
Ivanovich, the
silently
old prince
attended
cried to the architect, who,
When
being
breakfast
busy
was
with the
over,
roast,
they were
had
joined
hoped
by
to
the
be forgotten.
sisters,
Didn't
and
I tell you
Elizabeth began
Bonaparte
to
was a
like
great
them herself
tactician?
when she saw
Well,
how
he
much
says so
affection
too.
and solicitude
Sure thing,
they
Your
showed for
Excellency,
Jane.
replied the architect.
The apothecary
prince laughed
came,
again.
and having examined
His
his
cold
patient,
laugh.
said,
Bonaparte was
as
born
might
lucky.
be supposed,
He has excellent
that she had
soldiers,
caught
and the
a
Germans were
violent
the
cold,
first he attacked.
and that they must
You'd
endeavour to
have
get
to
the
be a
better of
do-nothing
it.
not to beat the
Advised
Germans.
her to return
Ever
to
since
bed
the world
and
began,
promised her some
everyone's
draught.
beaten the Germans, and they've
The
beaten
advice
nobody
was
except
followed
each other.
readily,
It was
for the
on
feverish
them he
symptoms
earned his glory.
increased, and her
And
head
the prince began to
ached
analyze all the
deeply.
mistakes which, in his
Elizabeth
way of
did not
thinking,
quit her
Bonaparte
room
had
for a
made in all
moment,
his wars, and
nor
even in
were
state
the
fairs.
other ladies
His
often
son did not
absent.
object, but it was clear
Gentlemen
that,
being now,
whatever the
they had,
arguments
in
presented
fact,
to him, he
nothing
was
to do
he
elsewhere.
was as little
When the
able
clock struck
to change his
3,
opinion as
Elizabeth
the
felt
old
that she
prince
must
was.
go, and
Prince
very
Andre
unwillingly
listened,
said
holding
so.
back his objections,
Miss Bingley
and
offered her the
involuntarily
carriage,
amazed
and she only
at how this
wanted a
old
little
man,
pressing to
who had
accept
sat alone in the
it, when
country,
Jane testified
uninterruptedly
such
for so many
concern
years,
in
could know
parting
and
with her,
discuss
that Miss
in
Bingley
such
was
detail
obliged to
what-
convert the
with
offer
such
of the
subtlety
chaise to
all
an
the military
invitation
and
to
political
remain at
circumstances of
Netherfield
Europe
for the
in recent
present.
years. You think
Elizabeth
I'm an
most
old man
thankfully
and don't
consented,
understand the real
and
state
the
of
servant
affairs, he
was
concluded.
dispatched to
But I have it all
to
up
acquaint
here.
the family
I don't
with her
sleep
stay,
nights. So where
and bring
has
back
this
a
great general of
supply
yours shown
of
himself?
clothes.
That would be a long story,
I think
said
we
his
have a
son.
little more about it.
Off with you to your Bonaparte then.
Chapter eight.
Mademoiselle Bourienne,
Chapter
voilà
eight.
encore une
At 5
aventure
o'clock, the
de
two
votre
ladies
père
retired to dress,
Bouger,
and at half
the
past
Empereur,
6,
he
Elizabeth
shouted
was
in
summoned to
excellent
dinner.
French.
To the
Vous
civil
savez
inquiries
que je ne
which
sais-
then poured
je
in,
suis
and amongst
pardon,
which she had pleasure
partie,
distinguishing
mon
the
prince.
much superior
Dieu
solicitude
sait
of
quand
Mr. Bingley's,
revendre. The
she
prince
could
sang
not make a
off-key,
very
laughed
favourable
still more
answer.
off-key, and sat
Jane was by
left
no
the
means
table.
better.
All through
The
the argument
sisters,
and the
on
rest of
hearing
dinner, the
this,
little princess
repeated 3 or 4
was silent
times
and kept
how
glancing
much they were
fearfully now at
grieved,
Princess Maria,
how
now at her
shocking it
father-in-law.
was to have a
When they
bad
left the
cold,
table, she took her
and how
sister-in-law by the arm
excessively
and
they
led her
disliked being
to
ill
another room.
themselves.
Commencez,
And then thought no more of the matter, and their indifference towards Jane, when not immediately before them, restored Elizabeth to the enjoyment of all her
Ah, he's
former
so kind,
dislike.
said the princess.
Their brother, indeed, was the only one of the
Section
party whom she
25.
could regard with any
Prince Andre was
complacency.
leaving the next evening.
His
The old
anxiety
prince,
for
not
Jane was
abandoning his
evident,
order, went to
and his
his rooms
attentions
after
to
dinner.
herself most pleasing,
The prince
and they prevented her feeling herself so much an intruder as she believed she was considered by the others. She had very little notice from any but him. Miss Bingley was engrossed by Mr. Darcy, her sister, scarcely less so.
All that
And as
remained
for
in the
Mr.
room were the
Hurst,
objects
by
Prince
whom
Andre
this was
always
found,
carried with him.
he was an
A strong
indolent
box,
man
a
who
big
lived
silver
only to
cellar,
eat, drink, and play
two
at cards.
Two Turkish
Who, when
pistols,
he found
and a saber,
Hurd
a
to
present from his
prefer
father,
a plain dish
brought back from
to
a chakal.
I don't know this word.
All of
Ragu?
these traveling accessories
Ragu?
Prince Andre
Ragu?
kept in
I
great
don't
order.
know.
Everything was new, clean, in broad cloth covers, carefully
I know what
tied.
I know what it is. I know
At the
how to
moment
spell
of
it. I know how
departure
to read
and
it.
the
I don't
change
know
of
how to
life,
pronounce it.
people
So,
capable of
you know what I
reflecting
mean.
on their actions usually get
rag
into a
out.
serious state of mind.
Had nothing
At
to
these
say to
moments,
her.
they usually take
When
stock
dinner
of
was
the
over,
past
she returned
and make
directly to
plans for the
Jane.
future.
And
Prince
Miss
Andre's face
Bingley
was very thoughtful
began
and tender.
abusing her
His hands
as soon
behind
as
his
she was
back,
out
he
of
paced
the room.
rapidly up and down the room,
Her manners
looking
were
straight ahead
pronounced to
and
be
thoughtfully
very bad
shaking his head.
indeed. She didn't know how to say rag out, clearly.
Was he afraid of going
A
to
mixture
war?
of
Was he sad to
pride
be
and
leaving his wife?
impertinence.
Perhaps both.
She had
but
no
evidently not wishing to
conversation,
be
no
seen in such a
style,
state.
no beauty.
When he heard footsteps in the hallway, he
Mrs.
quickly
Hurst
unclasped
thought
his
the
hands,
same and added,
stopped by the table, pretending
"She
to tie
has
the tapes on the
nothing,
strong
in
box
short, to
cover,
recommend
and
her.
assumed his usual
But
calm
being
and
an excellent
impenetrable
walker.
expression.
I shall never
They were the
forget
heavy
her
footsteps
appearance
of
this
Princess
morning.
Maria.
She really looked
They told me you
almost
gave orders to
wild.
harness up, she said breathlessly.
Did indeed,
She had
Louisa.
obviously come
I
running,
could hardly
and I
keep
wanted
my
so much to talk
countenance.
more with you,
Very
alone.
nonsensical
God
to come
knows
at all.
how long we were parting
Poor
again.
mischievous
You're not
scampering
angry that
about
I've
the
come.
country
You've
because her
changed very
sister
much,
had a cold.
Andrushka. She added, as if to explain her
untidy,
question.
so
She smiled as
lousy.
she pronounced the name, Andrushka.
Yes,
It
her
must have been
petticoat.
strange
I
to her to
hope
think
you
that
saw
this
her
stern,
petticoat
handsome
6
man
inches
was
deep
the
in
same
mud, I'm
Andrushka,
absolutely
a
certain.
thin, frolicsome
And the
boy, her
gown,
childhood
which
companion.
had been let
And
down
where
to
is
hide
Louise?
it,
He
not
asked,
doing
when
its
he smiled,
office.
smiling in answer to her question.
Your picture
She
may
was
be
so
very
tired that she
exact,
fell asleep admiring on the
Louisa,
sofa.
Bingley.
Ah, Andre.
But this was all
Quel
lost
pezzo di
upon
ferro
me.
vous avez?
I thought Miss Elizabeth
She
Bennet
said,
looked
sitting down on the
remarkably
sofa
well
opposite
when
her
she
brother.
came into the room this morning.
She was a
Her dirty
perfect child,
petticoat
such a dear,
quite
merry
escaped my
child.
notice.
I've come to love her so.
You
Prince
observed
Andre
it,
was
Mr.
silent,
Darcy.
but the
I'm
princess
sure,
noticed the
said Miss
ironic and
Bingley,
scornful
and I'm
expression that
inclined to
appeared
think
on
that you
his
would not wish to
face.
see your sister make such
But
an
one must be
exhibition.
indulgent towards little weaknesses.
Certainly not.
Who doesn't have them,
To walk
Andre?
3
Don't forget
miles
that
or
she
4
grew up and was
miles.
reformed in
Who is this
society.
talking?
And then her position
Yes.
now
To walk
isn't very
3
rosy.
miles or 4
One must
miles
enter
or
into
5
each
miles
person's
or
position.
whatever it is.
To
Off
comprehend
her
it,
ankles in
c'est
dirt and
tout
alone,
d'adoré.
quite alone.
Just think
What
how it
could
was
she
it
mean
is
by
for the poor dear
It
in her
seems to me to
condition,
show an
after the life she's
abominable
used
sort
to
of
part
conceited
from her husband and
independence, a
remain
most
alone in the country.
country
It's
town
very
indifference to
hard.
decorum.
Prince Andre smiled, looking
It
at his
shows an
sister,
affection for
as
her
we
sister
smile
that
listening
is
to
very
people who we
pleasing,
think we can
said
see
Mr.
through.
Bingley.
You live in the
I'm
country,
afraid,
you don't
Mr.
find this life so
Darcy,
terrible, he said.
observed Miss Bingley
I'm
in a
another
half
matter.
whisper.
Why talk of me?
This
I do not and cannot wish for any other life, because I don't know any other life. But think, Andre, for a young and worldly woman in the best years of her life, to be buried in the country alone, because Papa's always busy, and I, you know me, how poor I am, and resources.
And Mrs.
For a
Hurst
woman
began
accustomed to
again.
the best society.
I have an excessive
Mademoiselle
regard for
Bourrienne
Miss
alone.
Jane Bennet.
I
She's
dislike her
really
very
a
much,
very
Miss
sweet
Bourrienne,
girl,
said Prince
and I
Andre.
wish with
Oh
all
no,
my
she's
heart
very
she
dear
were
and
well
kind, and
settled.
above all, a pitiful
But with
girl.
such a father
She has
and mother
nobody,
and such
nobody.
low
To tell the
connections, I'm
truth,
afraid
she's not
there's
only
no chance
unnecessary
of
to
it.
me, she's even an inconvenience.
I think
you know, I've
heard
always
you
been
say
a
that
wild
their
creature, and
uncle
now
is an
more than ever.
attorney in
I like
Milton.
being alone. Mon
Yes,
père
and they
likes her
have
very
another
much.
who lives
She and Mikhail
somewhere
Ivanovich
near
are the two persons with whom
Cheapside.
he's always gentle and kind,
That
because
is
he's their benefactor.
capital,
As
added her
Stern
sister,
says,
and they
we
both
love
laughed
people not so
heartily.
much for the good they've done us, as
If
for
they
the
had
good we've
uncles
done them.
enough to fill all
Mon père
Cheapside,
took her
I
as an
think,
orphan, sur de
it would
table,
not make them
and she's
one
very
jot
kind.
less
And mon
agreeable.
père likes her way of reading.
But it
She
must
reads aloud
very
to him in the
materially
evenings.
lessen
She
their
reads
chance of
beautifully.
marrying men of any
Well, but in
consideration
truth,
in the
Marie,
world.
I wonder if father's character isn't
Replied
sometimes
Darcy.
hard on you, Prince Andre
To
asked
this
suddenly.
speech,
Prince Mario
they gave no answer.
was first surprised, then
but his
frightened by the
sisters
question.
gave it their
On
hearty
me?
assent,
On me,
and
hard on me,
indulged
she
their
said.
mirth for some time at the
He's always
expense
been
of their
tough,
dear friends'
but now I think he's
vulgar
becoming
relations.
difficult, said Prince Andre. Probably
With a
speaking
renewal
so
of
lightly of their
tenderness,
father on
however,
purpose, to
they
puzzle or
returned.
test his sister.
They're so awful.
You're
Mrs.
very good in every way,
With a
Andre,
renewal
but you
of
have a sort of
tenderness,
mental
however,
pride
they
the
returned to
princess
her
said,
room
following
on
her
leaving
own
the
train of
dining
thought,
parlour,
more than the
and
course of the
sat with her
conversation.
till
And that
summoned
is a
to
great
coffee.
scene. Is it possible to
She was
judge
still
one's
very
father?
poorly,
And even
and
if it were
Elizabeth would
possible,
not
what
quit
other
her at
feelings
all
and
till later in the
veneration
evening,
can a man
when
like
she had the
mon
comfort
père
of
evoke?
seeing her sleep.
I'm so content and happy
And when it
with him.
seemed to
I only
her
wish
rather
everyone
right
could be as happy as
and
I am.
pleasant that she
Her
should go
brother shook his
downstairs
head
herself.
mistrustfully.
On
That's one thing
entering the
that's hard for
drawing
me.
room, she found the whole
To tell
party
you the
at
truth,
loo,
Andre. His father's way of
and was
thinking
immediately
removed the
invited to
religious
join
respect.
them.
I don't
But
understand how a
suspecting
man with
them
such an
of
enormous intellect cannot see what
suspecting
is
them
clear
to be
as day
playing
and
high,
can be
she
so
declined
deluded.
it,
That
and making
constitutes
her
my one
sister the
unhappiness.
excuse,
But here
said
too,
she would
I've
amuse
seen a
herself for
shade
the
of
short
improvement
time she could
recently.
stay below
His
with a
mockery
book.
recently hasn't been so biting,
Mr.
and there's a
Mr.
monk whom
Hurst
he
looked
received,
at her
and with
with
whom he spoke for a long time. Well,
Do
my friend,
you
I'm afraid you and Miss Monk are
reading
wasting your power.
cards?
Prince Andre said mockingly,
Said he.
but affectionately.
That is rather
Ah, mon
singular.
ami, I only pray to God and hope
Miss
you will hear me.
Eliza Bennet,
Andre,
said
she
Miss
said
Bingley,
timidly after a moment's
despises
silence,
cards.
I have a big request
She's
to
a
make of
great
you.
reader.
What is it, my
and has
friend?
no pleasure in
Well,
anything
promise
else.
me you won't refuse. It won't be
I
any trouble
deserve
for you,
neither
and
such
there won't be
praise nor
anything in it
such
that's
censure.
unworthy of you.
Cried
Only you'll
Elizabeth.
comfort
I
me.
am not a great
Promise,
reader, and I
Andrewshka.
have pleasure in many
She
things.
said, putting her hand into her reticule
In
and
nursing
taking
your
hold of
sister,
something
I
in
am
it,
sure you
but
have
not
pleasure,
showing it
said
yet,
Bingley,
as if she,
and I hope
as if
it will
what
be
she
soon
was holding
increased by seeing
constituted
her
the
quite
object of
well.
her request, and before she
Elizabeth
got his
thanked
promise
him
to
from
fulfill
her
her
heart,
request,
and
she
then
could not
walked
take
towards
this
the
something
table
out of
where
her
a few
reticule.
books were lying.
She looked at her
He
brother with a
immediately
timid,
offered
pleading
to
gaze.
fetch her others.
Even if it was a great deal
fetch
of trouble
her
for me,
others.
Prince Andre said, as if guessing what it was
All
about.
that his library
You can think
afforded.
what you like. I know you're the same
And I
as
wish
Monsieur.
my collection
Think what
were
you like,
larger
but do it
for your
me. Do
benefit
it,
and my
please.
own credit, but
Father's
I am
father,
an
our grandfather,
idle
worked through all the wars.
And though I have
You
not
still would not
many,
take out what she was
have
holding
more
out of
than
her
I've ever
reticule.
looked
So
into.
promise me.
Elizabeth
Of
assured
course, what
him
is it?
that she could suit herself
Andre, I'm going to
perfectly with
bless you
those
with
in
an
the room.
icon, and you promise me never
I
to
am
take it off. Do you
astonished,
promise?
said Miss Bingley, that
Of
my
course,
father
if
should
it
have
doesn't weigh
left so
100
small a
pounds and pull my
collection
neck
of
down.
books.
To
What
give
a
you pleasure,
delightful
said
library
Prince
you
Andre.
have at Pemberley,
But
Mr.
that same
Darcy.
second, noticing the distressed look that came to his
It ought
sister's
to be
face
good.
at this joke, he
He
instantly
replied,
repented.
"It has been
I'm
the
very
work of
glad,
many
truly very glad, my
generations."
friend, he added.
And then you have
Against your
added
will,
so
he will
much to
save
it
you and have
yourself.
mercy
You're
on you and
always
turn you
buying
to him,
books.
because in him alone
I
there is
cannot
trust and
comprehend the
peace.
neglect of a
She said
family
in a voice
library in
trembling
such
from
days as
emotion,
these.
with a solemn gesture,
Neglect!
holding
I'm
up
sure
in
you
both
could
hands
neglect
before
nothing
her
that can
brother
add
an
to the
old
beauties of that noble
oval
place.
icon of the Savior with a blackened face
Charles,
in a silver
when you
setting
build
on a
your
finely wrought
house, I
silver
wish it
chain.
may be half as
She crossed
delightful as
herself, kissed
Pemberley.
the icon, and gave it to
I wish it
Andre.
may.
Please, Andre.
But
from
I
me.
would really advise you to
From her
make your
big eyes
purchase
shone
in that
at
neighbourhood and
rays
take
of a
Pemberley
kindly,
for a
intimate
kind
light.
of model.
These eyes
There
lit up
is
her
not a
whole
finer
thin,
country,
simply face
county
and
in
made it
England
beautiful.
than Derbyshire.
Prince Andre wanted to take the icon,
With all my
but she
heart,
stopped him.
I will buy Pemberley
Andre
itself
understood,
if Darcy will
made a
sell
sign
it.
of a cross, and kissed
I
the
am
icon.
talking of
His face was as the
possibilities,
same
Charles.
time
Upon my
tender,
word,
he was
Caroline,
touched
I should
and
think it
mocking.
more possible to
Merci,
get
mon
Pemberley
ami.
by purchase than by
She
imitation.
kissed him on the forehead and sat down again on
Elizabeth
the
was so
sofa.
much caught
They
with
were
what
silent.
passed
So
as
I was
to
saying
leave
to
her
my
very
wife,
little
be kind
attention
and
from her
magnanimous,
book.
as you've
And
always
soon,
been. Don't
laying it
judge
wholly
Louise too
aside, she
severely,
drew
she
near the
began.
card table
She's so
and
dear,
stationed
so
herself
kind,
with
and her
the
position
Queen,
is very
Mr. Bingley,
hard.
and his
I don't
eldest
believe I've
sister.
said anything to you,
to observe the
Masha,
game.
about reproaching my wife for anything or being displeased
Is
with her. Why are you saying
Miss
all this to
Darcy
me?
much
Prince
grown
Mario
since
broke
the
into
spring,
red blotches and
said
said
Miss
nothing,
Bingley.
as if she
Will
felt
she
guilty.
be as tall as I
I
am?
haven't said anything to you, but it
She
has
will.
it has
She's
been
now about Miss
but
Elizabeth
it
Bennet's
has
height.
already been said to you,
Rather tall.
and that makes me sad. The
How
red
I
blotches
long
stood
to
out still
see
more
her
on
again.
Princess
I never
Maria's
met with
forehead,
anybody
neck,
who
and cheeks.
delighted me so much.
She wanted to say something,
Such a
but could not bring it
countenance,
out.
such manners,
Her brother had
and
guessed
so
right. The little
extremely
princess had
accomplished
wept
for her
after dinner,
age.
had said
A
she had a
performance on the
foreboding of a bad
pianoforte
delivery,
is
was afraid of it, and had complained
exquisite.
about her life, her
Or
father-in-law, and her
exquisite. I don't
husband.
know which is American and which is English.
After her tears,
One
she
of
had
them.
fallen asleep.
It is
Prince Andre felt
exquisitely
sorry for his
exquisite.
sister. No
It is
one thing,
amazing
Masha.
to me,
I
said
cannot,
he,
have
how
not,
young
and never
ladies
will
can have
reproach
patience
my wife for
to be-
anything. Nor can I reproach myself
It is
for anything in
amazing
relation to her.
specifically how
And that
young
will always
ladies
be
can
so,
have
whatever
patience to be so
circumstances I find
very
myself in.
accomplished as
But
they
if you
all
want to
are.
know the truth, if you want to know whether I'm happy, no. Is she happy?
Young ladies
No.
accomplished.
Why
My
is that?
dear
I
Charles,
don't know.
what do you mean?
As he was saying this, he got up and
Yes,
went over to
all
his
of them,
sister,
I think. They all
and bending
paint
down, kissed her on the forehead.
tables,
His fine
cover
eyes shone with an
screens,
intelligent,
and
kindly,
net
unhabitual
purses.
light.
I
But he was
scarcely
looking not
know
at his
anyone
sister,
who
but into
cannot
the
do
darkness
all
of the
this.
open doorway
And
over
I'm
her
sure
head.
I never heard
Let's
of
go
a
to
young,
her. I
never
must say
heard a young
goodbye.
lady
Or
spoken
you
of
go
for the
alone,
first
wake her
time
up, and I'll
without
come
being
presently.
informed that she was
Petrushka.
very accomplished.
Petrushka, he called to his valet.
Your
Come
list
here,
of the
take these
common
things
extent
out.
of
This
accomplishments,
goes under the seat,
said
this to the
Darcy,
right-hand side.
has too much truth.
Princess Maria got up
The
and went
word
to the
is
door.
applied
She
to many a
paused.
woman who
Andre,
deserves it.
si vous
no
avez le
otherwise
foi.
than by netting a purse or covering a screen. But I am very far from agreeing with you in your estimation of ladies in general. I cannot boast of knowing more than half a dozen in the whole range of my acquaintance
Yes, there's always
that are
that,
really
said Prince Andre.
accomplished.
Go, Masha, I'll come
Nor
presently.
I.
On the way to
Sure,
his sister's
said
room
Miss
in the
Bingley.
gallery that connected one house
Then,
to the other,
observed Elizabeth,
Prince Andre met the sweetly smiling
you must
Mademoiselle
comprehend a
Bourrienne,
great deal in
who
your
3
idea
times
of
that
an
day had already
accomplished
run into him with her rapturous
Yes,
and
I
naive
do
smile
comprehend a great deal.
in secluded passages.
Oh,
je
certainly,
vous
cried his
croyais
faithful
chez vous,
assistant.
she said, blushing
No one
and
can
lowering
be
her eyes for
really
some
esteemed
reason.
accomplished who does not
Prince Andre
greatly
looked at her
surpass
sternly.
what is
A
usually
spiteful
met
look
with.
suddenly came to
A woman
Prince
must have
Andre's
a
face.
thorough
He said
knowledge of
nothing to her,
music,
but
singing,
avoiding her eyes,
drawing,
looked
dancing,
at her
and the
forehead
modern
and hair with such
languages
scorn
to
that the
deserve
French
the
woman blushed
word.
and laughed without saying
And besides
anything.
all this, she must
When he
possess a
approached
certain
his
something
sister's
in her
room, the
air
princess
and
was
manner of
already
walking,
awake,
the tone of
and
her
her merry
voice, her
little voice
address
could
and
be heard through
expressions.
the open door,
Or the
hurriedly
word
sending
will
out
be
one word after
half
another.
deserved.
She was talking as if, after a long absence,
All
she
this
wanted to
she
make up
must
for lost
possess,
time.
added Darcy.
Non, mais figurez-vous la vieille
And to all
comtesse
this,
Zuboff
she
avec
must
les
yet
françaises
add something
bouffeuses
more
et les bouches
substantial
pleines de
in the
françaises
improvement
dons
of her
comme
mind
laisser
by
le
extensive
verre.
reading.
Défier les années. Ha ha
No
ha,
one is
Marie.
surprised by your knowing
5
only
times
6
already
of
for the
which
people,
women.
Prince Andre had heard
I rather
exactly the
wonder
same
now
praises
you
about
knowing
the
any.
Countess Zuboff and the same laughter from his wife.
Are you so
He
severe
quietly
upon
went
your
into the room.
sex?
The
Upon your own
princess,
sex
round,
as to
rosy,
doubt the
with her work
possibility
in
of
her
all
hands,
this?
was sitting in an armchair
I
and
never
talking
saw such a
non-stop,
woman.
telling
I never saw such
over her
capacity and
Petersburg
taste and
memories
application
new
and
phrases.
elegance as you
Prince
describe
Andre went to her,
united.
stroked her head, and asked whether
Mrs.
she had
Hurst
rested
and
from the
Mrs.
journey.
Bingley both cried
She
out
made a
against the
reply and went
injustice
on
of
with the
her
small
implied
talk.
doubt, and
The
were
coach
both
and six was
protesting that
standing
they
at the
knew
porch.
many women who
Outside
answered
it was
this
a dark
description
autumn night.
when
The
Mr.
coachman could
Hurst
not see
called
the
them to
shafts
order
of
with
the
bitter
carriage.
complaints
On the
of their
porch, people with lanterns bustled about.
inattention.
Light shone
what
through
was
the
going
big
forward.
windows of the immense house.
As
The
all
domestic
conversation
servants
was
crowded in the
thereby
front
at
hall,
an end,
wishing to say
Elizabeth
goodbye to the
soon
young prince.
afterwards
In the
left the
reception
room.
room stood the whole household. Mikhail Ivanovich,
Elizabeth
Mademoiselle
then,
Bourrienne,
said
Prince
Miss
Maria,
Bingley when the
and the
door
little
was closed on
princess.
her.
Prince Andre had been
Is
summoned
one
to
of
his
those
father's
young
study,
ladies who
where
seek
the old
to
prince wanted
recommend
to say goodbye
themselves
his
to the
man
other
and
sex
man.
by
Everyone was
undervaluing
waiting for them to
her own.
emerge.
And
When Prince
many
Andre
men,
went into the
I
study,
dare
the
say
old
it's
prince
so.
and his
But in my opinion,
old
it is a
man's
paltry
spectacles and his white
device, a
smock,
very mean
in which he received no one except his son, was sitting
Undoubtedly,
at the table
replied Darcy,
and
to
writing.
whom this
He looked
remark
up.
was chiefly
"You're leaving?"
addressed.
he said.
There is
Writing
a
again.
meanness in all the
"I've come to
arts
say
which
goodbye.
ladies
Kiss
sometimes
me here."
condescend
He
to
pointed to
employ
his
for
cheek.
captivation.
Thank you, thank you.
Whatever
What are you
bears
thanking me
affinity
for?
to conduct
For not overstaying
is
and clinging
despicable.
to a woman's skirt.
Miss
Service
Bingley was
before
not
all.
so entirely
Thank you,
satisfied
thank you.
with
He
this
went on
reply
writing,
as to
so that
continue the
the
subject.
spatters flew from his scratching
Elizabeth
pen.
joined them
He
again,
wanted to say
only to say
something,
that
speak.
her sister
I
was
can do
worse,
the two things
and
at
that
once,
she
he
could
added.
not leave her.
About my wife. I'm so
Bingley
ashamed to
urged
be leaving
Mr.
her
Jones
on
being
your
sent
hands.
for
What's
immediately,
this drivel? Say what you
while his
want.
sisters, convinced that
When
no
it's time for
country
my wife to
advice
give
could
birth,
be of
send
any
to Moscow
service,
for an
recommended it
accoucheur,
to an
so that
express
he'll
to
be here.
town
The old
for one
prince
of the most
stopped and, as if
eminent
unable to
physicians.
understand, stared with
This
stern
she
eyes
would
at
not
his son.
hear of.
I know no one
But she was
can
not
help
so
if nature
unwilling to
doesn't
comply
help.
with their brother's proposal. She was
Prince
not
Andre
so
said,
unwilling
visibly
to comply
embarrassed.
with their
I
brother's
agree that only one
proposal,
case in a million,
and it was
and
settled
sadly,
that
but
Mr.
it's her
Jones
and my
should be
fantasy.
sent for
People have said
early in
things
the
to her.
morning
She's
if Miss
had
Bennet
dreams, and she's
were
afraid.
not decidedly better.
The prince said to
Bingley was
himself,
quite
still writing.
uncomfortable.
I'll do
His
it.
sisters declared
He signed the
that they
flourish, suddenly
were miserable.
Turned quickly to
They
his son and laughed.
solaced their
A bad
wretchedness,
business, eh?
however,
What is it,
by
Papa?
duets
A wife,
after
the old
supper,
princess said curtly and significantly.
while he could
I
find
don't
no
understand,
better relief
said
to
Prince
his
Andre.
feelings
Nothing
than
to be
by
done,
giving
my
his
friend, said the
housekeeper
prince. They're
directions
all
that
like
every
that. No use
attention
unmarrying.
might be
Don't be
paid
afraid.
to the sick
I won't
lady
tell anybody, but you know
and
it
her
yourself.
sister.
He seized his hand in his bony little fist,
Hope you guys
shook
are all
it,
hanging
looked
in
straight
there.
into his son's face with his quick eyes that seemed to see through a person, and began
Can't remember
and again
which
laughed
one.
in his
There we
cold
go.
laugh. The son sighed, admitting by this sigh that his father had understood him. The old man continued to fold and seal letters with his habitual dexterity, kept snatching up and throwing down wax, seal, and paper. What can you do? She's beautiful. I'll do everything. You can rest easy, he said brusquely while sealing a letter. Andre said
Elizabeth
nothing. He was both
passed
pleased
the
and
chief
displeased that his
night
father understood
in her
him.
sister's
The old man
room,
got up and handed the letter
and
to his
in the
son.
morning had the
Listen,
pleasure
he said,
of being
don't
able
worry
to
about your
send
wife.
a
Whatever can be done
tolerable
will be
answer
done.
to the inquiries
Now
after
listen,
which
give this letter to
Bavaria
Mikhail
received from Mr. Bingley by
Ilaronovich.
a housemaid,
I write
and
that he
sometime
should
afterwards from
use
the
you in
two
good
elegant
posts and not
ladies
keep
who
you long
waited
as
on
an
his
adjunct.
sisters.
Nasty you
In
be.
spite
Tell
of
him
his
I remember
amendment,
him and
however,
love him, and
she
write and tell
requested
me
to
how
have a
he
note
receives you.
sent to
If he's all
Longbourn,
right, serve him.
desiring her
Nikolai
mother to visit
Andreevich
Jane
Volkonsky's son
and form
won't serve
her own
anyone on
judgment
charity.
of the situation.
Well, now come here.
The note was
He
immediately
spoke so quickly that half of
dispatched,
the
and
words
its
remained
contents as
unfinished, but his
quickly
son
complied
was
with.
used to understanding him.
Mrs. Bennet,
He led his son to the
accompanied by
desk,
her two
opened the lid,
youngest
pulled out
girls,
a drawer, and took
reached
from it a
Netherfield
notebook filled
soon
with his
after
bold,
the
tall,
family breakfast.
compact handwriting. I'm
Had
sure
she
to have
found
it for
Jane
you.
in any
Know
apparent
that
danger,
these are my journals,
Mrs. Bennet
given to
would
the
have been
sovereign
very
after my death.
miserable.
Now here is a Lombard
being
note
satisfied
and a letter.
on
It's a
seeing
prize for whoever writes the
on
history of
being satisfied,
Suvorov's
sorry, I'm
campaign
using a different
to be
format.
sent to the academy. Here
But
are my
having
jottings. Read them for
satisfied
yourself when I'm gone.
but being
You'll
satisfied
find
on seeing
useful things.
her,
Andre did not tell his father
her
that he
illness
probably
was
lived
not
for a long
alarming.
time yet. He understood
But
that there
being
were no need to
satisfied on
say it.
seeing her that
"I'll
her
do it all,
illness was
Father,"
not
he said.
alarming,
Well, and
she
now
had no
goodbye.
wish
He gave his son his
of
hand
her
to kiss and
recovering
embraced him.
immediately,
Remember one thing,
as her
Prince Andre,
restoration
if
to
you're
health
killed,
would probably
your
remove
old
her
father
from
will
Netherfield.
He
She would
unexpectedly
not
fell
listen,
silent,
therefore, to
and
her
suddenly
daughter's
went on
proposal
in a
of
shrill
being carried
voice.
home.
But if I
Neither
learn
did the
that you
apothecary,
have not behaved like
who
merely
arrived about the
equalized
same
and
time,
full constant
thinking
son.
of all the
I'll be
five.
ashamed, he shrieked.
After sitting
That
a
you
little
might not have
while
told me,
with
Father,
Jane
the son
on
said,
Miss
smiling.
Bingley's appearance and
The old man
invitation,
fell silent.
the mother and three
I also
daughters
wanted
all
to ask you,
attended her
Prince
into
Andre
the
continued,
breakfast parlour.
if I'm killed and if I should have a
Mr.
son,
Bingley met
don't let
them
him
with
leave
hopes
you,
that
as I
Mrs.
told you
Bennet had
yesterday.
not found
He should
Miss
grow up
Bennet
here with
worse
you, please.
than she expected.
Not give him to your wife, the old man
Indeed,
said and
I
laughed.
have,
They stood
sir,
silently
was
facing
her
each
answer.
other. The old
She's
man's
a great
quick eyes were aimed
deal
straight into his
too
son's
ill to
eyes.
be moved.
Something twitched in the
Mr.
lower part of the old
Jones
man's
said we
face.
must not
We've
think
said our
of
goodbyes.
her.
Off with you, he said
We must
suddenly.
trespass
Off
a
with you.
little
He
longer
shouted in a loud and
on
angry
your
voice,
kindness.
opening the door of the study. What is it? What's wrong? asked both princesses,
It must
seeing
not
Prince
be
Andre
thought
and the
of.
momentarily
My
emerging
sister,
figure of
I
the
am
old
sure,
man in a
will
white
not
smock,
hear of her
with lists
removal.
and an old man's spectacles,
You may
shouting in an
depend
angry
upon
voice.
it, madam,
Prince
said
Andre
Miss
sighed and
Bingley
said
with
nothing.
cold civility,
Well, he said,
that
turning to
Miss
his
Bennet
wife,
shall
and this
receive
well
every
sounded like
possible
cold mockery,
attention
as if he
while
had
she
said,
remains with
now
us.
perform your tricks.
Mrs. Bennet was
Andre,
profuse in her
the princess
acknowledgments.
said,
I am sure, she
turning
added,
pale and
if
looking
it
at
were
her husband in
not,
fear,
was not
he
for
embraced her.
such
She
good
cried out
friends,
and fell
I do not
unconscious
know
on his
what
shoulder.
would become of her,
He cautiously
for she
withdrew the
is
shoulder
very
he lay
ill
on.
indeed,
She was lying on,
and
looked
suffers
into
a
her
vast
face,
deal,
and carefully seated
though
her in
with
an
the
armchair.
greatest patience in the
Adieu,
world,
Marie,
which
he
is
said
always
softly
the
to his
way with
sister.
her, for she
They kissed
has,
each other's
without
hands, and
exception,
with quick
the
steps he
sweetest
walked out of the
temper
room.
I ever met.
The princess
with.
lay in the armchair,
I often
and
tell her
Mademoiselle
my other
Bouffier rubbed her
girls,
temples.
they are
Princess
nothing
Maria,
to
supporting
her.
her sister-in-law, went on
You have
looking
a
with her
sweet
beautiful,
room here, Mr.
tear-filled
Bingley, and a
eyes at the
charming
door through which
prospect
Prince
over
Andre
that
had
gravel
come,
walk.
and making the sign of the
I
cross
do
again.
not know a place in the
From the
country that
study,
is
like
equal to
gunshots, came the
Netherfield.
oft-repeated
You will
angry
not
sounds
think
of
of
the old
quitting
man
it in
blowing
a
his
hurry,
nose.
I hope.
As soon as Prince
Though
Andre
you
left,
have
the door
but
of
a
the study
short
quickly
lease.
opened. The old man's stern figure appeared in
Whatever
his
I
white
do
smock.
is done in a
Gone?
hurry,
Well, that's
replied
good.
he, and
said,
therefore,
gave the
if I
unconscious
should
little princess an
resolve
angry
to
look.
quit
He
Netherfield,
shook
I
his head
should probably be
reproachfully
off in
and
5
slammed
minutes.
the door.
At present, however, I consider myself as quite fixed here.
And that is the end of part
That is
one.
exactly what I should have supposed of you, said Elizabeth.
Actually, there wasn't that much
You
to it
begin to
in it.
comprehend me, do you? cried he, turning
So
towards her.
interesting.
Oh,
So Andre's off to
yes.
war,
I
and
understand you
the
perfectly.
rest of the family's in the country.
I wish I might take this for a compliment,
It's always interesting
but
to
to be
see
so
how people
easily
respond
seen
to
through, I'm
sad
afraid, is
goodbyes
pitiful.
and that sort of thing.
That
But so that's
is
the
as
end
it
of part one.
happens.
So if
It
you're
does
keeping
not
track,
necessarily follow
we're
that
still
a
in
deep,
volume
intricate
one, but
character
tomorrow
is
we'll
more
start.
or less
Oh no, not tomorrow because it's Friday.
estimable.
Sorry, Monday we'll start
Estimable?
part two.
Is more
and
or
that
less
part two,
estimable than
there's
such a
it's
one as
section
yours.
one again. So
Lizzie, cried her mother, remember where you are.
German.
Do not run on in the wild manner that you are
Italian.
suffered to do at home.
So, my apologies for that.
I did
Hopefully,
not know
I will
before,
sound
continued
very
Bingley immediately,
polylingual by the
that
time
you
I'm
were
done
a
with this,
studier
just
of
for
character.
being familiar with all of
It
these
must be an
different
amusing study.
So we're in the war section of
Yes,
War and Peace
but
now,
intricate
and it looks
characters
like
are
we're
the
heading
most
towards a
amusing.
battle with some of our
They have
well-known
unexpected
characters.
advantage.
Prince Andre,
The country,
the young
said Darcy,
son
can in
of-
general
or the
supply but
son
few subjects
of
for
Count
such a
Rostov,
study.
the young Count
In
Nikolai
a country
Rostov.
neighborhood, well, you move in a
And
very confined
looks like
and
they're,
varying
even though they're in
society.
different squadrons,
The people
as you
themselves
say,
alter so
different even
much
maybe branches or
that
whatever.
there
There
is
looks
something
like they're
new to be
kind of-
observed
They're
in
two
them
different
forever.
groups
Indeed,
are coming together
yes,
for this,
cried
this
Mrs.
battle.
Bennet,
For
offended
Bonaparte
by his
as
manner of mentioning
reminder.
a country neighborhood.
And
I
as I
assure
said at
you
the end
there
of
is
my last
quite
video,
as
some
much
of the
of
characters
that
have
going
like
on in the
interesting
country as in
ways their
town.
dialogue is written out. So
Everybody was
like
surprised, and
Count
Darcy,
Rostov's
after looking at her for a
commander
moment,
is a
turned
Denisov,
silently
and
away.
everything he says has an extra like
Mrs. Bennet,
GH in
who
it.
fancied
So
she had gained a
I
complete
kind of
victory
it-
over him,
I guess it's supposed to
continued
sound
her
kind of like
triumph.
rough and
I
guttural, but for
cannot
me, I
see
think
that
it sounds
Ludwig
coming out
has
like a
any greater
weird weird German accent.
For
So,
my part,
my
except the
apologies if
shops
my
and
interpretation
public
is not how
places.
you would have heard it in
The
your brain
country
when you're
is a
reading it.
vast deal
But
pleasant.
it's kind of a
Is
fun
it not, Mr. Bingley?
device that Tolstoy uses.
When I'm in the
So,
country, you reply.
If you are here
I
the first
never
time,
wish to
welcome.
leave it.
And if
And
you've heard
when
that,
I am in
welcome
town,
to you as well.
it is pretty much the same.
If you missed anything, there's the
They
War and Peace
have each
playlist
their
on my channel that
advantages,
has all
and
the
I can be
readings.
equally
And this
happy
will go
in
in
either.
that playlist. This reading today will go in the playlist
Now I go
after
all
we're
the way back
done.
up here.
So, feel free
Indeed.
to jump around,
Mama,
read
you are
what makes sense,
mistaken.
and like I said, say hi or drop questions in the live chat.
Sorry, it's always you.
It's always nice to see who's here and who's
There we go.
who
Indeed, Mamma, you are
comments
mistaken.
about what's going on. So you can't really see who's live. I just see that there are
You quite mistook Mr.
watching
Darcy.
live.
He
So
only
that's
meant
fun.
that there were
But
not
if
such
you
a
say something
variety
in the
of
chat,
people to be
hopefully
met with in the
that'll
country
be
as
an
in
indication
town.
who you are.
Which you
And thank you to the people
true.
who, friends and
My dear,
new
nobody
friends
said
who
there
have
were.
subscribed to the channel.
But as
That's
to not
really
meeting
great.
with many
It's just
people
nice
in
to
this
know that,
neighborhood, I believe
other
there
people
are
are appreciating this
few
as well.
neighborhoods larger.
Something
I know we dine
different
with 4 and 20
to take your mind
families.
off of what's going on
Nothing
right
but
now.
concern for Elizabeth could
There's
enable
been struggles
Bingley to
throughout
keep his
history. It's
countenance.
nice.
His
Taking your mind
sister,
off our present
was
struggle
less delicate
gives a little
and
bit more
directed her eye towards Mr. Darcy
And
with a very expressive
So we'll jump
smile.
into the eternal struggle of
Elizabeth, for the
classic
sake of
literature.
saying something that might
multilingual
turn
people
her
for us
mother's
people.
thoughts, now
Quite as
asked her if Charlotte Lucas had been
Anyways,
at Longbourn since her coming away.
Section 8.
Yes, she called yesterday
The
with
rest
her
of the
father.
infantry hurriedly crossed the bridge, squeezing into a funnel at the entrance.
Bingley is
Finally,
not
all the carts
he.
were passed over,
He
the
has
crash
always
eased up,
something
and the
to
last
say
battalion entered the bridge.
everybody.
Only
That
the
is my
hussars of
idea of
Denisov's
good
squadron
breeding.
remained on the
And
other
those
side of the bridge,
persons
facing the enemy.
who fancy
The enemy,
themselves
visible in
very
the distance from the
and never
opposite
open
hill,
their mouths,
were not yet visible from the bridge
mistaken.
below, because from the bottom where the
Did
river
Charlotte
flowed,
dine with
the
you?
horizon was bounded
No,
by the
she would
opposite
go
heights
home.
less than
I
half a mile
fancy she
away.
was wanted about the mince pies.
Ahead was a
For my
deserted
part,
space
Mr.
over which
Bingley,
clusters
I
of our
always keep
Cossack
servants
patrols
that can do their
moved
own
here and
work.
there.
My daughters
Suddenly
are
on the
brought
road,
differently.
going up the
But
opposite
everybody
heights,
is to
appeared
judge
the
for
troops in
themselves,
blue
and the
coats and
Lucases are
artillery.
very good
It was the
sort of
French.
girls.
A
Are
Cossack
very good
patrol
sort of
moved down the
girls,
hill
I
at a
assure
trot.
you. It is a
All the
pity
officers
they
and
are
men of
not
Denisov's squadron,
Not
though
that
they
I think
tried to
Charlotte's
talk
so
about
very
unrelated
clever.
things and look
But
elsewhere,
then she
constantly
is
thought
not.
only about what was there on the hill,
She seems a
and
very
kept peering at the
pleasant
spots
young
that
woman.
appeared on the horizon, which they recognized as enemy troops.
Yes, but you
After
must
midday,
own
the
she's
weather
very
cleared
gay.
again. The sun shone
Lady
brightly,
Lucas herself
going
has
down
often
over the
said so,
Danube
and
and the dark
envied
hills
me
around
Jane's
it. It was still, and
I do
once
not
in a
like
while
to boast
from the
my-
hill
of my
floated the
own
sounds
child,
of the
but
bugles
to be
and the shouts
sure,
of the enemy.
Jane,
Between the squadron
one
and the
does
enemy,
not
there were
often
now
see
nothing but
anybody
some small
better than
patrols.
It
They
is
were
what
separated by an
everybody
empty
says.
space of about
I do
600
not trust my own
yards.
partiality. When
The
she was
enemy
only
stopped
15,
shooting,
there was a
and that
gentleman at my
distinct,
brother
menacing,
Gardner's in
inaccessible, and
town,
elusive
so much
line
in
that
love with her
separates
that my
two enemy
sister-in-law was
armies
sure he would make her
became
an
all
offer
the more
before he
clearly
came
felt.
away. But, however, he did not. Perhaps he thought her too young.
One step beyond
However,
that
he
line,
wrote some
reminiscent of
verses
the
on
line
her,
separating the
and
living
very
from the dead,
pretty
and
they were.
it's the unknown,
And
suffering
so
and death.
ended his affection,
What is there?
said
Who is
Elizabeth
there?
impatiently.
There beyond
There
this
has
field
been
and the tree
many a
and the
one,
roof
I
lit by the
fancy,
sun.
overcome in the same
No
way.
one knows,
I
and you
wonder
would
who
like to
first
know,
discovered
but you're
the
afraid to
efficiency
cross
of
the line, and
poetry
you
in
would like to
driving
cross
away
it,
love.
and you know that sooner or later you will have
I
to
have been
cross
used
it
to
and
consider
find out
poetry
what is there
as
on
the
the other
food of
side
love,
of the line,
said
as you will
Darcy.
inevitably find out
Oh,
what is there
a fine,
on the other
stout,
side
healthy
of death.
love it may be.
And you're strong,
Perhaps
healthy,
everything
cheerful, and excited,
nourishes
and
what is
surrounded
strong
by people
already.
just as strong and excited
But
as
if
the
it be
enemy.
only a slight, thin
So if he
sort
does
of
not think it, every
inclination,
man
I am
feels who
convinced
finds
that
himself
one
without
good sonnet
within
will
sight of
starve
an
it
enemy.
entirely.
And this feeling gives a particular brilliance and
Darcy
joyful
understood.
sharpness of impression
And the
to
general
everything that happens
pause
in
which
those
ensued
moments.
made Elizabeth tremble,
On a
lest
knoll
her mother
occupied
should
by
be
the enemy, the
exposing
smoke of a
herself
shot
again.
appeared,
She
and a
longed to
cannonball
speak,
flew
but could
whistling
think of
over the
nothing to
heads of
say,
the
and
Hussar
after a short
squadron.
silence, Mrs. Bennet began
The
repeating her
officers,
thanks
who
to
were standing
Mr. Bingley
together,
for his
rode to
kindness
their
to
posts.
Jane,
The
with an
Hussars
apology for
assiduously
troubling
began
him
lining up
also
their
with
horses.
business.
Everything
Mr.
became
Bingley
hushed
was
in the squadron.
unaffectedly
Everyone kept looking
civil
ahead
in
at the
his
enemy
answer,
and the squadron
and forced
commander,
his younger
awaiting
sister
a
to be
command.
civil also,
Another cannonball
and
flew
say
over,
what
then a
the
third.
occasion
Obviously,
required.
the
She
shots
performed her part
were aimed
indeed,
at the Hussars, but the
without much
cannonballs, with a
graciousness.
rapid, steady
But Mrs.
whistling,
Bennet
kept
was
flying over the
satisfied,
Hussars'
and
heads
soon
and hitting
afterwards
somewhere
ordered her
behind them.
carriage.
The Hussars did not
Upon
look back,
this signal,
but with
the
each
youngest
sound of
of
a
her
flying
daughters put
cannonball,
herself
the
forward.
whole squadron, as if on
The two
command,
girls
with
had
all
been
their
whispering to
similarly
each other
dissimilar
during the whole
faces,
visit,
holding their
and
breath
the
while the
result of it
cannonball
was
flew over,
the youngest
rose
should
in their
tax
stirrups,
Mr. Bingley
then lowered
with
themselves
having
down again.
promised on his
Without
first
turning their
coming
heads,
to
the
the country
soldiers
to
looked
give a
sideways at one
ball
another,
at
curious to
Netherfield.
spy out a comrades and
Lydia
professionals.
was
On
a
each
stout,
face, from Denis down to the
well-grown girl of
buglers,
15
there
with a
appeared
fine
around the lips
complexion
and
and
chin
good-humoured
a common
countenance.
trait of a struggle
A
between
favourite of her
irritation
mother,
and
whose
excitement.
affection had brought
The
her into
sergeant
public
major
at an
frowned,
early age.
looking the
She
soldiers
had
over as
high
if threatening
animal
them with
spirits
punishment.
and a sort of
Junker
natural...
Mironov ducked down each time a cannonball flew by. Rostov, standing on the
Sorry
left
about
flank,
that.
on his slightly lame but imposing little rook, had the happy
Lydia
air of a
was a
schoolboy
stout,
called up
well-grown
before a
girl of
large
15
public
with a fine
at an
complexion and
examination in which he
good-humoured
is sure he will
countenance.
distinguish
A
himself.
favourite with her
He
mother,
looked around at them all
whose
serenely and
affection
brightly,
had
as if
brought her
asking
into
them to pay
public
attention to
at
how calmly he stood
an
under
early
fire.
age.
but on
had
his
high
face too
animal
that same
spirits
trait of
and a
something
sort
new
of
and stern
natural
appeared
self-consequence,
against his will
which
around
the
the
attentions
mouth.
of the officers to whom
Who's
her
that
uncle's
bowing
good
here?
dinners and her
Junker
own easy
Mirchanov,
manners recommended
not
her
right, look at me,
had increased
shouted Denisov,
into
who could not
insurance.
stay still and
Had
fidgeted
increased
on his
into
horse in front of the
assurance.
squadron.
She was very equal,
Vasco
therefore, to
Denisov,
address Mr. Bingley on the
pug-nosed and
subject of the
black-haired
ball,
face, and his
and
whole small,
abruptly
compact
reminded him
figure
of
with
his
a
promise,
sinewy hand,
adding
the
that
short
it would
fingers
be
covered
the
with
most
hair,
shameful
in
thing
which
in
he
the
gripped the
world
hilt
if
of
he
his
did not
bared
heed
saber,
it.
was the
His
same as
answer
ever,
to this sudden
especially
attack
towards
was
evening,
delightful
after
to
drinking a
Grandmother's
couple of
ear.
bottles. Only he
I
was
am
more red than
perfectly
usual,
ready,
throwing his
I
shaggy
assure
head
you,
back
to keep
the way
my
birds do when they
engagement.
drink,
And when your
mercilessly
sister
digging the
is
spurs of his
recovered,
small
you
feet into the
shall,
sides of the
if
big
you
bedouin.
please,
It galloped
name the
off, as
very
if
day of
falling
the ball.
backwards to the other flank of
But
the squadron,
you would not wish
and
to
shouted in a
dance
hoarse
here while
voice that
she
they
is
should
ill.
inspect their pistols.
Lydia
He
declared
rode up to
herself satisfied.
Kirsten, the staff captain, on his broad and
It would be
sedate
much
mare.
better to wait till
Rode
Jane as
slowly
well.
to meet Denisov.
And by that time, most likely Captain
The
Carter
staff
will be at
captain, with his
Meryton
long
again.
mustache,
And
was as
when you
serious
have
as
given your
ever, only his
ball,
eyes
she
shone
added,
more than usual.
I shall insist on
Well,
their
what?
giving
Said
one.
Denisov. It won't
Also,
come to a
I shall
fight.
tell
You'll
Colonel
see.
Forster
We'll withdraw.
it will be quite a shame if
Devil
he does
knows
not.
what we're up to.
Mrs. Bennet and her
Denisov
daughters
grumbled.
then departed,
Gustav,
and Elizabeth
he cried
returned
to the
instantly
junker,
to
noticing
Jane,
his cheerful face.
leaving her own
Well, you'll
and her
done
relations'
waiting. He
behaviour
smiled
to the
approvingly,
remarks of the
obviously
two
glad for the
ladies
junker.
and Mr. Darcy,
Rostov felt himself
the
perfectly
latter
happy.
of whom,
Just then the commander
however, could
appeared
not
on
be
the bridge.
prevailed on to join in
Denisov
their
galloped
censure
towards him.
of her, in spite of all
Your
Mr.
Excellency,
Miss
allow us to
Bingley's
attack. Of course,
witticisms.
Attack
on fine
indeed, the
eyes.
colonel said in a bored voice, wincing as if a fly was pestering him. And why are you standing here? You can see the flanks are retreating. Bring the squadron back across. The squadron crossed the bridge and moved out of the range
The
of
day
fire
passed,
without losing a single
much
man.
as the day before
After them, the
had
second
done.
squadron,
Mrs.
forming a line,
Hurst and
also
Miss Bingley
crossed.
had
And
spent
the
some
last
hours
Cossacks
of the
cleared
morning
off
with
from
the
the south
invalid,
that side.
who continued
Having
though
crossed the bridge, the
slowly
two squadrons
to men.
of the Pavlogradsky
And in the
hussars
evening,
went back up the
Elizabeth
hill
joined
one
their
after the
party
other.
in the drawing
The
room.
regimental commander,
The
Karl
low table,
Bogdanovich
however,
Schubert, rode
did
over
not
to
appear.
Denisov's squadron and fell in step with
Mr.
them not
Darcy
far
was
from
writing,
Rostov.
and Miss
Paying no
Bingley,
attention to
seated
him,
near
though
him,
this was the first
was
time they had
watching
seen
the
each other
progress
since
of
the
his letter,
confrontation of
and
Italian.
repeatedly calling
Rostov,
off his
feeling
attention
himself at the
by
front and in
messages
power,
to
in
his
the
sisters.
power of a man before
Mr.
whom he
Hurst
now considered
and
himself
Mr.
guilty,
Bingley
fixed
were
his eyes on the athletic back, blonde nape, and red neck of the regimental
and
commander.
Mrs. Hurst
At first, it seemed to Rostov that
observing the
Bogdanovich
game.
was only pretending
Elizabeth
to be
took up
inattentive,
some
and that his whole
needlework
goal now
and was
consisted in
sufficiently
testing the
amused
junker's
in
courage.
attending to what
And he sat up
passed
straight
between
and looked
Darcy
around
and his
cheerfully.
companion.
Then it seemed to him
The
that
perpetual
Bogdanovich was deliberately
commendations
riding
of the
close to
lady,
him in order to show Rostov
either
his
on
own
his
courage.
handwriting
Then he
or
thought
on the
that
evenness
his
of his
enemy
lines
would now
or
deliberately
on the
send the
length
squadron
of his
into a
letter.
desperate attack in order to
With
punish
the
him,
perfect
Rostov.
unconcern
Then he
with
thought
which
that
her
after the
praises were
attack,
received,
he would come to him as he
formed
lay
a curious
wounded and
dialogue and was
magnanimously offer him
exactly
a
in
conciliatory
union
hand.
with her opinion of each.
Zherkov, with his shoulders raised high,
How
a familiar
delighted
figure
Miss
to the
Darcy would be
Pavlogradsky
to
hussars,
receive
he had recently
such
quit their
a
regiment,
letter.
rode up to the regimental
He made
commander.
no answer.
After his expulsion from the
You
head
write
staff, Zherkov had not
uncommonly
remained
fast.
with the regiment, saying that
You are
he was
mistaken.
no fool to drudge away at the
Right.
front when he could go
Rather
get more
slowly.
decorations while doing
How
nothing on the
many
staff.
letters you must
He
have
had managed to
occasion
set
to write
himself
in the
up
course
as an
of a
orderly
year.
officer for Prince
Letters of business
Bagration.
too. How odious, I
He
should
came
think
to his
then.
former superior with an order from the
It
commander
was
of the rear
fortunate
guard.
then that they fall to my lot
Colonel,
instead
he
of
said,
yours.
with his gloomy
Pray
earnestness,
tell me,
addressing
Sister
Rostov's
Bella,
enemy and looking around at his comrades.
I
There was
have
an order
already
to
told
stop
us
and
so
set fire to the
once,
bridge.
by your desire.
An order of
I'm
whom?
afraid you do
The
not
colonel
like your
asked sullenly.
pen. Let me
I don't
mend
know
it for you.
who,
I mend
Colonel.
pens.
Cornet replied earnestly. Only the prince
Thank
told me, go and tell the
Always
colonel that the
mend my
hussars
own.
must turn back quickly and
How
set fire to
can
the
you
bridge.
contrive to write so easily?
After Zherkov, the officer
He
of the
was
suite
silent.
rode up to the hussar colonel.
Tell your
with the
sister
same
I'm
order.
delighted to hear
After
of
the
her
officer
improvement
of
on
the
her
suite,
heart.
on a Cossack
And pray
horse that
let
was
her
barely
know
able to
that I
gallop
am
under him.
quite
That
rapturous with her
Novitsky
beautiful
rolled up.
little design for a
What is
table,
this, Colonel?
and I
He
think
cried
it
while still
infinitely
riding. I told you
superior
to set fire to the
Miss
bridge.
Grant,
Somebody
please.
got it wrong.
Grant, please.
Everybody everybody's going crazy there. They
Will you
can't
give me
figure it
leave
out.
to defer your raptures till I
The
write
colonel
again?
unhurriedly
At
halted his
present,
regiment
I
and
have
turned
not
to
room
Novinsky.
to do them justice.
You spoke to me about flammable material, he said, but you said
Oh, it is
nothing
of
to me about setting
consequence.
fear.
I shall
to
see
it.
her in January.
What do you mean, my dear man?
Do you
Novinsky said,
rats
stopping,
of long
taking off
history have us to
his
dance?
cap and smoothing his
They
sweat
are
dampened
generally
hair
wrong.
with a plump hand.
Whether
What do you mean I
or
didn't
with
tell you to set
charming,
fire to the bridge
it
since
is
you
not
put
for me to determine.
flammable material there?
It is a
I'm
rule
not
with me
dear
that a
man,
person who can write a long letter
Mr.
with
Staff
ease
Officer, and you did
cannot
not tell
write
me to
ill
set food to the bridge. I
That
know
will
this
not do for a
surface,
compliment to
and I am
Darcy,
habituated
Caroline,
to strictly
cried
fulfill
her brother,
orders. You said
because
that
he
the
does
bridge
not write
was to
with
be set
ease.
on
He
food,
studies
but
too
who
much for words of
would
force
set
and the
it on
broad
food? I
stream
cannot
of
say by the Holy Spirit.
My
It's
style of
always
writing
like that,
is
Levitsky said,
very different
waving his
from
hand.
yours.
What are you doing here? He turned
cried
to
Miss
Zerkov.
Bingley. Charles
Say,
writes
you,
with
you're
the
so
scale
wet
is
though.
very
Let me bring
legible.
you out.
He leaves out
You
half of the
said,
words.
Master
and
Staff
blocks the
Officer,
rest.
the Colonel went on in an offended tone.
Dear,
Colonel, the officer was
rapidly
speaking.
that I have not time to
You must
assess
hurry,
them.
otherwise the enemy will
By
move
which
off his
means my
canister
letters
gun.
sometimes convey no ideas at all
The
to
Colonel
my
looked quietly but
correspondence.
silently at the officer of the suite, at the
Your
fat staff officer,
humility,
at Zerkov
Mr.
and Frown.
Darcy.
And we'll
Mr.
set
Bingley.
food to the bridge,
Whoops.
he said in a
Your
solemn tone,
humility,
as if to show that,
Mr.
despite
Bingley,
all the
said Elizabeth,
unpleasantness done to him,
must
he would still do
disarm
what
the
he
food.
had to do. Striking his horse
Nothing
with his
is more
long,
deceitful,
muscular
said
legs as if it
Darcy,
were all
than
the
the
horse's fault.
appearance
The colonel
of
moved forward in
humility.
command of the second squadron,
It is
the one in
often
which Rostov served
only
under
carelessness
Denisov.
of
Go
opinion
back
and
to the bridge.
sometimes an indirect boast.
Well, that's it, thought Rostov. He wants to test me. His heart
And which
contracted
of
and
the
blood
two
flushed
do
to
you
his
call
face.
mine,
Let him
O
see
recent
whether I'm a
piece of
coward, he
modesty?
thought. Again, there appeared on all the cheerful
For
faces
you
of
are
the men of
really
the
proud
squadron
of
that
would-be
serious
tests
trait
in
that
writing,
had been
because
there
you consider
when they
them
were
as
under
proceeding
fire.
from a rapidity
Rostov,
of
never
thought
taking
and
his eyes away,
carelessness of
kept
execution,
looking at his
which,
enemy, the
if
regimental
not
commander,
estimable,
wishing to find
you
in
think
his
at
face
least
a
highly
combination of his
interesting.
surmises.
The
But the colonel
power
never
of
once
doing
glanced at
anything
Rostov,
with
but as
quickness is
always
always
at the
prized
front,
much
looking
by the
stern and
possessor.
solemn. The command was
And
heard.
often without any
Step
attention to
lively,
the
step
imperfection
lively,
of the
several
performance.
voices
When you
said
told
near him.
Mrs. Bennet this morning
Their
that if you
sabers
ever
catching in
resolved
their
upon
bridles,
quitting
their
Netherfield, you should
spurs
be
jingling,
gone
and
in
the hussars
5
hurriedly
minutes.
dismounted, not
You meant
knowing
it to be a
themselves
sort of...
what they were going to do. The hussars
gosh,
crossed
what is
themselves.
this word?
Rostov no longer looked at the regimental commander. He had no time. He was afraid. With a sinking heart, he was afraid to lag behind the hussars.
G-Y-R-I-C.
His hand shook as he turned his horse over to the handler, and he felt the
Finagler?
blood throbbing as it rose to his heart.
Of compliment to
Denisov,
yourself.
lurching backwards and shouting
And
something,
yet,
rode past
what
him.
is there so
Rostov
very
saw nothing but
laudable
the hussars
in
running
that
around him,
precipitance,
their spurs
which
catching
must
and their
leave
sabers
very
clanking.
necessary business
Stretcher!
undone,
Someone's voice shouted
and
behind
can be of
him.
no real
Rostov
advantage
did
to
not think
himself
of
or
what the
anyone
call for a
else.
stretcher meant. He ran on, trying
cried
only to be
Bingley.
ahead of everyone
This is
else,
too
but
much.
just by the
Remember
bridge,
at night
not
all
looking
the
under his
foolish
feet,
things
he
that
got
were
into
said in
his
the morning.
slimy, trampled
And
mud,
yet, upon
stumbled
my
and fell in
honour,
his hands.
I believe what
Others
I
ran
said of
past
myself
him.
to be true, and I
On
believe it
both
at this
sides,
moment.
Captain, he heard the voice
At
of
least,
the regimental
therefore,
commander,
I did not
who,
assume the
having
character
ridden
of
ahead, stood
needlessness
mounted
of
near the
prince
bridge
merely to show
with a
off
triumphant and merry
ladies.
face.
I dare say you
Rostov, wiping
believed
his
it,
muddy hands
but
on
I
his
am by
breeches,
no
looked at
means
his enemy
convinced that
and
you
wanted
would
to
be
run
gone
further,
with such
supposing that the further
celerity.
he got,
Your
the ahead he
conduct
got,
would be
the
quite
better
as
it would be.
dependent
But
on chance as
Bogdanich,
that of any man
though
I
he
know.
neither looked at
And
nor
if,
recognized Rostov, shouted
as you
at
were
him,
mounting
"Who's
your
that running in the
horse,
middle of the bridge?
a
Keep
friend
to the
were
right.
to say,
Back, Junka!"
Bingley,
cried out angrily,
you had better
and
stay.
turning to Denisov, who, flaunting
Till
his
next week,
courage, rode
you would
out onto the
probably
planks
do
of
it.
the bridge.
You would probably not go. And
"Guy,
at another
hoist me
word,
out, Captain,
Mike
better
Stammer.
dismount," said the colonel.
you have only proved by this
I'll find out what the one it's
that
meant
Mr.
for,
Bingley did
replied
not do
Denisov,
justice to
turning
his
on
own
his saddle.
disposition. You have shown him off now
Meanwhile,
much more than he
Nowitzki,
did
Zerkov,
himself.
and the officer of the suite stood together out of range of the fire and looked at this small bunch of
By
men in
your
yellow
converting
shakos,
what my friend
dark
says
green
into a
jackets
compliment
embroidered
on the
with cord,
sweetness of my
and blue
temper.
breeches,
But
hovering about by the
you were
bridge,
giving it
and on
a
the other
turn
side
which
are
that
blue coats
gentleman
and
did
groups
by
of
no means
horses,
intend.
which could easily be
He would
identified as
certainly
artillery
think better
approaching
of
the
me
distance.
if under
Will
such
they set it to
circumstance I
fire,
was to
won't
give
they?
a flat
Who'll be
denial
first? Will they
and
run
ride
and
off
set
as
fire to
fast
the
as I
bridge, or will
could.
the French come with canister shot within
Would Mr.
canister
Darcy
shot
then
range
consider the
and kill them
rashness of
all?
your original
These questions were
intentions
involuntarily
as
asked with a
atoned
sinking
for
heart
by
by
your
each man of
obstinacy
that
in
large
living
mass of troops, which stood above the bridge, and in the bright evening light
Upon
looked
my
at the
word,
bridge and the hussars,
I cannot exactly
and on the
explain
other
it.
side at the advancing blue coats
Darcy
with
must speak for
bayonets and
himself.
guns. "Ah, the hussars are going to get it," said
You
Nowitzki.
expect me
"It's
to
close
account
enough
for
the canister
opinions
shot now.
which you
You
choose
shouldn't
to
have taken
call
so
mine,
many men," said the
of
officer
which
of the
I have
suite.
never
"Indeed
acknowledged.
not," said Nowitzki.
Allowing the case,
If-
however, to
if he'd
stand
sent
according
two
to your
brave lads, it would be
representation, you must
the
remember,
same.
Miss Bennet, that the friend who
Your
is
Excellency,
supposed to
Sir
desire
Clockmaster
his
did not
return
take
to the
his eyes
house
from the
and the
hussars,
delay
but
of his
still with his
plan
eye at
has
manner, which made
merely
it
desired
impossible to tell whether
it,
he was
asked
speaking
it without
seriously or
offering
not.
one argument
Your
in favor of
Excellency,
its
what a way
propriety.
to reason. Send 2 men,
To
and who's going
yield
to give us
readily,
a Vladimir
easily to
with
the
a bow?
persuasion of a friend
This way they may
is
get
no
beaten,
merit
but the
with
squadron
you.
will be distinguished,
To yield
and he'll
without
get a bow.
conviction is no
Our
compliment to the
Bogdanich
understanding
knows
of
the
either.
system.
You appear to me,
Well,
Mr.
said the officer,
Darcy, to allow nothing
there's
for
the
the influence of
canisters. He
friendship and
pointed to the French
affection.
guns, which were being
A
taken from
regard
their
for the
limbers and
requester
hurried
would
to
often
road.
make one readily yield to a request.
On the French side,
readily,
among the groups
would make one readily
where the
yield
guns
to
were,
a request
a
without
puff of smoke
waiting for
appeared, a
arguments
second, a
to
third,
reason
almost
one into it.
simultaneously. And just as the
I
sound
am
of
not
the
particularly
first shot
speaking of
reached
such
them,
a
a fourth
case
appeared.
as you have supposed
Two
about
sounds,
Mr. Bingley.
one after another, and a third.
We may as well wait,
oh,
perhaps,
gasped
till
Novinsky,
the
as if from
circumstance
burning
occurs
pain,
before we
seizing the
discuss
officer
the
to speak by the
discretion
arm.
of his
Look,
behaviour
he's fallen. One of
thereupon.
them has fallen.
But in
fallen.
general and
Two of
ordinary
them, I believe.
cases
I would
between
Tsar
friend
I'd
and
never go
friend,
to war,
where
Novinsky
one of
said,
them is
turning
desired
away.
by the other to
The
change
French
the
guns were
resolution
being
at no
hurriedly
very great
reloaded.
moment.
The infantry in blue
Should
coats
you
moved
think
towards the
ill
bridge
of
at a
that
run.
person
Again,
for
puffs of smoke
complying with
appeared
the
at various
desire?
intervals, and the
Without
canister
waiting
shot
to
went
be argued
crackling and
into.
rattling over the bridge. But this time, Nowitzki
Would
could
it not
see
be advisable,
could not
before we
see what
proceed
was
on the
happening on the
subject, to
bridge.
arrange with
Thick
rather
smoke
more
rose from it. The
precision
hussars has managed
the
to set
degree
fire
of
to the bridge,
importance
and the French
which
batteries
is
were
to
now shooting not in
appertain
order
to
to
this
hinder them,
request,
but because the guns
as well
had been
as the
aimed,
degree of
and there were
intimacy
people to shoot at. The
subsisting
French managed to
between the
fire
parties.
3 rounds of canister shot before the hussars got back to the horse
Cried Bingley.
tenders.
Let us hear all
2 of the rounds were
particulars, not forgetting
poorly
their
aimed, and all the
comparative
shots
height and
went overhead.
size.
But
For
the
that
last
will
round
have
landed in the
more
middle of a
weight in
bunch
the
of hussars
argument,
and
Miss
brought down
Bennet,
3 of them.
than you may be
Rostov,
aware
preoccupied
of.
with his
I assure
relations
you
with
that if
Bogdanovich,
Dennis were not
stopped in
such
the
a
bridge
great
not knowing what to
fellow
do with
in
himself.
comparison with
There was
myself,
no one to
I should
cut
not
down,
pay him
as he had always
much
pictured
deference.
battles for himself.
I declare
Nor
I
could
do
he help
not
set
know
fire
a
to the bridge
more
because,
awful
unlike the other
object
soldiers,
than
he
Darcy
had not brought a plate of
on
straw
particular
with him.
occasions
He was
and in
standing and
particular
looking about when
places.
suddenly there was a
And his
rattling
own
on the bridge as if someone had spilled nuts. And one of the hussars, the one nearest him, fell on the railing with a groan. Rostov ran to him with the others. Again, someone cried, "Stretcher!" 4 men took hold of the hussar and began to lift him up. "Oh, leave me alone, for Christ's sake," the wounded man cried, but all the same they lifted him up and laid him on the stretcher. Nikolai Rostov turned away as if searching for something. He began looking at the distance, at the waters of the Danube, at the sky, at the sun. How good the sky seemed, how blue, calm, and deep. How bright and solemn the setting sun. How tenderly and lustrously glistened the waters of the distant Danube. And better still were the distant blue hills beyond the Danube. The convent, the mysterious gorges, the pine forest bathed in mist to their tops. There was peace, happiness. There's nothing I would wish for. There's nothing I would wish for if only I were there, thought Rostov. In me alone and in this sun there is so much happiness, but here, groans, suffering, fear, and this obscurity, this hurry. Again they're shouting something, and again everybody's run back somewhere, and I'm running with them, and here it is death above me, around me. An instant, and I'll never again see this sun, this water, this gorge. Just then the sun began to hide itself behind the clouds. Ahead of Rostov another stretcher appeared, and his fear of death and the stretcher and his love of the sun and life all merged into one painfully disturbing impression. "Lord God, the one there in this sky, save, forgive, and protect me," Rostov whispered to himself. The hussars ran up to the handlers. The voices became louder and calmer. The stretchers disappeared from sight. "What, father, got a whiff of powder?" Denisov's voice shouted by his ear. "It's all over, but I'm a coward. Yes, I'm a coward," thought Rostov. And sighing deeply, he took his lame little rook from the handler and began to mount. "What was it, a canister shot?" he asked Denisov. "And then some," shouted Denisov. "Good work, lads, and it was a rotten job, attacking the lovely thing. Cut him to pieces, but here, devil knows it's more like target practice." And Denisov rode off to a group that stopped not far from Rostov, the regimental commander, Nowitzki, Zherkov, and the officer of the suite. However, it seems no one noticed, Rostov thought to himself. And indeed, no one had noticed anything, because they were all familiar with the feeling a junker experiences when he is under fire for the first time. "There'll be a report in it for you," said Zherkov. "Just see if I don't get promoted sub-lieutenant." "Inform the prince that if I have set foot to the bridge," the colonel said triumphantly and cheerfully. "And what if he asks about the losses?" "Trifles," the colonel boomed. "2 hussars wounded and 1 killed on the spot," he said with obvious joy, unable to hold back a happy smile, sonorously rapping out the beautiful phrase, "killed on the spot." Section 9. Pursued by the 100,000 men French army under the leadership of Bonaparte, encountering a hostile local populace, and no longer trusting their allies, suffering from a shortness of supplies and forced to act outside all foreseeable conditions of war, the 35,000-man Russian army, under the leadership of Kutuzov, hastily retreated down the Danube, stopping whenever the enemy caught up with it, and fighting rearguard actions, only insofar as it was necessary in order to retreat without loss of heavy equipment. There was action in Lambach, Amstetten, and Molk, But despite the courage and steadfastness acknowledged by the enemy themselves, with which the Russians fought, the result of these actions was only a still speedier retreat. The Austrian troops that had escaped capture at Ulm and joined Kutuzov at Braunau now separated from the Russian army, and Kutuzov was left with nothing but his own weak, exhausted forces. To defend Vienna was no longer thinkable. Instead of the offensive war, profoundly thought out according to the laws of the new science of strategy, the plan of which had been given to Kutuzov while in Vienna by the Austrian Hofkriegsrat, the sole and almost unattainable goal now remaining for Kutuzov was to unite with the troops coming from Russia without losing his own army, as Mack had done at Ulm. On the 28th of October, Kutuzov crossed with his army to the left bank of the Danube and halted for the first time, having put the Danube between himself and the main forces of the French. On the 30th, he attacked Mortier's division, which was on the left bank of the Danube, and crushed it. In this action, trophies were taken for the first time: a banner, a cannon, and 2 enemy generals. For the first time, after a 2-week retreat, the Russian troops halted, and after the fighting, not only held the field of battle, but drove the French away. Despite the fact that the troops were ill-clad, worn out, weakened by a third with the stragglers, the wounded, the dead, and the sick, despite the fact that the sick and the wounded had been left on the other side of the Danube with a letter from Kutuzov, entrusting them to the humaneness of the enemy. And despite the fact that the big hospitals and houses in Krems that had been turned into infirmaries could no longer accommodate all the sick and wounded. Despite all that, the halt at Krems and the victory over the Mortier raised the spirits of the troops significantly. Throughout the army and in the headquarters joyful, though incorrect rumors were rife about the imaginary approach of the columns from Russia, about some victory won by the Austrians, and about the retreat of the frightened Bonaparte. At the time of the battle, Prince Andrei was attached to the Austrian general Schmidt, killed in that action. His horse had been shot from under him, and his arm had been slightly grazed by a bullet. As a sign of special favor, the commander-in-chief had sent him with news of the victory to the Austrian court, no longer in Vienna, which was threatened by the French, but in Ulm. On the night of the battle, Prince Andrei, agitated but not tired despite his apparently slight build, Prince Andrei could endure physical fatigue far better than the strongest people. Having come back on horseback with a message from Viktorov to Kutuzov in Krems, was sent that same night as a courier to Blum. Being sent as a courier, apart from its rewards, also signified an important step towards promotion. The night was dark, starry. The road lay black amidst the white snow that had fallen that day, the day of the battle. Now going over his impressions of the past battle, now joyfully imagining the impression he would make with his views of the victory, recalling his leave taken from the commander-in-chief and his comrades, Prince Andrei galloped along in a post-Ritska, experiencing the feeling of a man who had long been awaiting and finally achieved the beginning of the happiness he desired. As soon as he closed his eyes, the firing of muskets and cannon resounded in his ears, merging with the rattle of the carriage and the impression of the victory. Now he would begin to imagine that the Russians were fleeing, that he himself had been killed, but then he would hurriedly wake up and happily learn, as if for the first time, that none of it had happened, and that, on the contrary, the French had fled. He would recall once more all the details of the victory, his calm manliness during the battle, and reassuredly dozing. After this starry night came a bright, cheerful morning. The snow melted in the sun. The horses galloped swiftly, and to the right and left alike passed new and various forests, fields, and villages. At one of the posting stations, he overtook a convoy carrying Russian wounded. The Russian officer who was leading the transport sprawled in front part, shouting something, abusing a soldier in rude terms. 6 or more pale, bandaged, and dirty wounded went jolting down the road in each of the long German Vorspans. Some of them were talking. He heard Russian speech. Others were eating bread. The most seriously wounded gazed at the courier galloping past them silently, with a meek and simply childish interest. Prince Andrei ordered the driver to stop and asked the soldiers what action they had been making. 2 days ago on the Danube, the soldier replied. Prince Andrei took out a purse and gave the soldier 3 gold pieces. For all of you, he added, addressing the approaching officer. Get well, lads, he added to the soldiers. There's still a lot to be done. Well, Mr. Adjutant, what's the news? Asked the officer, obviously wishing to strike up a conversation. Good news! Drive on! Cried the coachman and galloped on his way. It was already quite dark when Prince Andre drove into the room and saw himself surrounded by tall buildings, lighted shops, windows, street lamps, fine carriages aimlessly driving over the pavement, and all the atmosphere of a big, lively town, which is always so attractive for a military man after campfire. Prince Andre, despite the quick driving and the sleepless night, felt himself still more animated than the day before as he pulled up to the palace. Only his eyes shone with a feverish flame and his thoughts followed one another with extraordinary speed and clarity. He vividly pictured again all the details of the battle, not vaguely now, but in the well-defined, concise account which, in his imagination, he was giving to the Emperor Franz. He vividly pictured the casual conversation that might be put to him and the answers he would give to them. He supposed that he would be presented to the Emperor at once, but at the main entrance to the palace, an official came running out to him, and recognizing that he was a courier, led him to another entrance. To the right from the corridor here, Your Hochverborgen, you will find the Emperor Adjutant on duty. The Imperial Adjutant on duty, said the officer. He will take you to the Minister of War. The Imperial Adjutant on duty, meeting Prince Andre, asked him to wait and went to the Minister of War. 5 minutes later, the Imperial Adjutant returned, and inclining with particular courtesy and letting Prince Andre go ahead of him, led him down the corridor to the office where the Minister of War worked. The Imperial Adjutant seemed to want to protect himself from any attempts at familiarity with the Russian adjutant. Prince Andre's joyful feeling weakened significantly as he approached the doors of the Minister of War's office. He felt offended, and the feeling of offense turned that same instant, without his noticing it, into a feeling of totally ground discipline. His resourceful mind suggested to him that the same instant the point of view from which he had the right to scorn both the adjutant and the Minister of War. To him it must have seemed very easy to win a victory, having never had a whiff of powder, he thought. His eyes narrowed scornfully. He entered the Minister of War's office especially slowly. This feeling increased still more when he saw the Minister of War sitting at the big desk, and for the first 2 minutes paying no attention to the one who had entered. The Minister of War had lowered his bald head with gray temples between 2 wax candles and was reading some papers, making notes with a pencil. He went on reading to the end without raising his head when the door opened and footsteps were heard. Take this and deliver it, the Minister of War said to his adjutant, handing him the papers and still paying no attention to the courier. Prince Andre felt that either of all the matters that had occupied the Minister of War, the actions of Kutuzov's army must interest him the least, or that he had to give the Russian courier that feeling. But it's all quite the same to me, he thought. The Minister of War put the rest of the papers together, stacked them evenly, and raised his head. He had an intelligent and characteristic head, but the moment he turned to Prince Andre, the intelligent and firm expression of the Minister of War's face changed. Evidently habitually and consciously, there remained on his face the stupid, vain smile, which did not conceal its fame of a man who receives many petitioners one after the other. From General Field Marshal Kutuzov, he asked. With good news, I hope. There was an encounter with Mortier. A victory? About time. He took the dispatch, which was addressed to him, and began reading it with a sorrowful expression. Ah, my God, Schmidt, he said in German. What a misfortune, what a misfortune. Having looked through the dispatch, he put it on the table and glanced at Prince Andre, clearly weighing something. Ah, what a misfortune. You say it was a decisive action? Mortier wasn't taken, however, he reflected. I'm very, very glad you've come with the news, though Schmidt's death is a high price for a victory. His Majesty will certainly wish to see you, but not spoil. Thank you, get some rest, but be at the levee tomorrow after the parade. I'll let you know, however. The stupid smile that had disappeared during the conversation reappeared on the Minister of War's face. Goodbye, thank you very much. The sovereign will probably wish to see you, he repeated and inclined his head. When Prince Andre left the palace, he felt that all the interest and happiness afforded to him by the victory had now left him and had been given over into the indifferent hands of the Minister of War and the courteous adjutant. His whole way of thinking changed instantly. The cattle appeared to him now as a long-past, far-off memory. Section 10. Prince Andrei stayed in the room with his acquaintance, the Russian diplomat Bilibin. "Ah, dear Prince, there's no guest more welcome," said Bilibin, coming out to meet Prince Andrei. "Franz, take the prince's things to my bedroom." He turned to the servant who had accompanied Bolkonsky. "What, are you a herald of victory? Excellent. I'm sitting here sick, you see." Prince Andrei, having washed and dressed, came out to the diplomat's luxurious study and sat down to the prepared dinner. Bilibin settled comfortably by the fireplace. Not only after this trip, but after the whole campaign, during which he had been deprived of all the comforts of cleanliness and the refinements of life, Prince Andrei experienced the pleasant feeling of repose amidst the luxurious conditions of life to which he had been accustomed since childhood. Besides, it was pleasant for him, after his Austrian reception, to speak, if not Russian, they spoke French, at least with a Russian man who he supposed shared the general Russian aversion, now almost especially, sharply felt, to the Austrians. Bilibin was a man of about 35, a bachelor, of the same society as Prince Andrei. They had been acquainted back in Petersburg, but had become more closely acquainted during Prince Andrei's visit to Vienna with Kutuzov. As Prince Andrei was a young man who promised to go far in his military career, so still more was Bilibin promising in the diplomacy. He was still a young man, but no longer a young diplomat, since he had begun to serve at the age of 16, had been in Paris and Copenhagen, and now occupied a rather important post in Vienna. Both the Chancellor and our ambassador in Vienna knew him and valued him. He did not belong to that large number of diplomats whose duty it is to have only negative merits, to not do certain things and to speak French so as to be very good diplomats. He was one of those diplomats who like and know how to work, and despite his laziness, he occasionally spent nights at his desk. He worked equally well whatever the essence of the work consisted of. He was interested not in the question of why, but in the question of how. But the diplomatic business consisted of no difference to him, but to compose a circular, a memorandum, a report artfully, aptly, and elegantly, and that he took great pleasure. Bilibin's merits were valued, apart from his written work, also for his skill in moving and speaking in the higher spheres. Bilibin liked conversation just as he liked work, and only when the conversation could be elegantly written. Bilibin liked conversation just as he liked work, only when the conversation could be elegantly witty. In society, he consistently waited for the opportunity to say something remarkable and enter into conversation not otherwise than on that condition. Bilibin's conversation was constantly sprinkled with wittily original and well-turned phrases of general interest. These phrases were manufactured in Bilibin's inner laboratory, as if intentionally of a portable nature, so that society non-entities could readily remember them and pass them on from drawing room to drawing room, as indeed les mondes de Bilibin se colportent dans les salons de Vienne, as they say, or Bilibin's sayings were peddled in the drawing rooms of Vienna, and often had an influence on the so-called important affairs. His thin, drawn, yellowish face was all covered with deep wrinkles, which always looked as neatly and as thoroughly washed as one's fingertips after a bath. The movement of these wrinkles constituted the main play of his physiognomy. Now his forehead would wrinkle into wide folds as his eyebrows rose, then his eyebrows would descend and deep wrinkles would form on his cheeks. His small, deep-set eyes always looked out directly and merrily. "Well, now, tell me about your exploits," he said. In a most modest way, not once mentioning himself, Bolkonsky told about the action and his reception by the Minister of War. "Ils m'ont reçu avec ma nouvelle comme un chien dans un jeu de quilles," he concluded. Bilibin smiled and released the folds of his skin. "Cependant, mon cher," he said, studying his fingernails from a distance and gathering up the skin over his left eye. "Malgré les fautes estimées que je professe pour les orthodoxes Russians en forces, j'avoue que votre victoire n'est pas de plus victorieuse." He went on in the same French, pronouncing the Russian only In Russian, only those words he wanted to underscore contemptuously. How then, with all your mass, you fell upon the unfortunate Mortier with his one division, and this Mortier slips between your fingers. Where's the victory? All the same, seriously speaking, replied Prince Andrei, we can still say without boasting that this is a bit better than Why didn't you capture us? At least one marshal. Because not everything goes as it's supposed to, and with such regularity as on parade. We planned, as I told you, to attack their rear by 7 in the morning, but we didn't even get there by 5 in the afternoon. And why didn't you get there at 7 in the morning? You had to get there at 7 in the morning, Philippine said, smiling. You had to get there at 7 in the morning. And why didn't you convince Bonaparte through diplomatic channels that he'd better leave Genoa? Prince Andrei said in the same tone. I know, Philippine interrupted. You think it's very easy to capture marshals while sitting on a sofa in front of a fireplace. That's true, but even so, why didn't you capture him? And don't be surprised if not only the Minister of War, but the most august Emperor and King Franz is not made very happy by your victory. Nor do I, a miserable secretary of the Russian embassy, feel any particular joy. He looked straight at Prince Andrei and suddenly relaxed all the skin gathered on his forehead. Now it's my turn to ask you why, my dear, said Bolkonsky. I confess to you that I don't understand. Maybe there are diplomatic subtleties here that are beyond my feeble mind, but I don't understand. Matt loses a whole army, the Archduke Ferdinand and the Archduke Karl give no signs of life, and make blunder after blunder. Kutuzov alone finally gains a real victory, destroys the charm of the French, and the Minister of War isn't even interested in learning the details. Precisely for that reason, my dear. Voyez-vous, mon cher, hurrah for the Tsar, for Russ for the faith. Tout ça est bel and bon. But what do we, the Austrian court, care about your victories? Bring us some nice little news about a victory of the Archduke Karl of Ferdinand. Un Archduke vont l'autre, as you say. Even over a fire brigade of Bonaparte's, and that will be a different story. We'll shoot off all our cannons, whereas this, as if on purpose, can only exasperate us. The Archduke Karl does nothing, and the Archduke Ferdinand covers himself in shame. You abandon Vienna, you're no longer protected. Concevez-vous du ciel. God is with us, God help you in your capital. There was one general we all liked, Schmidt. You put him in the path of a bullet, and congratulate us with your victory. You must agree that to think up a more exasperating news than what you've brought would be impossible. C'est comme on fait express, comme on fait express. Besides that, well, if you were to gain a truly brilliant victory, if the Archduke Karl were even to gain a victory, what would it change in the general course of affairs? It's too late now, since Vienna is occupied by French troops. Occupied? Vienna occupied? Not only occupied, but Bonaparte is in Chambly, and the court, our dear Count Vergana, is going to him for orders. After the fatigues and impressions of the journey, the reception, and especially after dinner, Bolkonsky felt that he did not quite understand the full significance of the words he had heard. This morning, Count Lichtenfels was here, Goldman went on, and he showed me a letter which described in detail the parade of the French in Vienna. Le prince n'aura et tout le tremblement. You see that your victory doesn't bring much joy, and that you can't be received as a savior. Really, it's all the same to me. It's all quite the same, said Prince Andrei, beginning to realize that his news about the Battle of Krems was indeed of little importance in the view of such events as the occupation of the capital of Austria. How is that Vienna's been taken? What about the bridge? And the famous Tête de Pont and Prince Augsburg? There was a rumor among us that the Prince Augsburg was defending Vienna, he said. Prince Augsburg is standing there on this side, our side, defending us. I suppose he's defending us very poorly, but he's still defending us. But Vienna is on the other side. No, the bridge has not yet been taken, and I hope will not be taken because it's mine and there's an order to blow it up. Otherwise, we'd have been in the mountains of Bohemia long ago, and you and your army would have spent a bad quarter of an hour between two fires. That still doesn't mean the campaign is over, said Prince Andrei. But I think it's over, and the bigwigs here think so too, though they don't dare say it. It will turn out, as I said at the beginning of the campaign, that the matter won't be decided by your échafaud de Dürrenstein, nor by gunpowder, but by those who invented gunpowder, said Bilibin, repeating one of his mots, releasing the skin of his forehead and pausing. The only question is what the meeting in Berlin between the Emperor Alexander and the King of Prussia will tell us. If Prussia enters the alliance, on forcera le main et le ostrich, and there will be war. If not, it will only be a matter of arranging where to draw up the preliminary articles for a new Campo Formio. But what an extraordinary genius, Prince Andre cried suddenly, clenching his small fist and pounding it on the table. What luck the man has! Bonaparte? Bilibin said questioningly, wrinkling his forehead with that, and with that letting it be felt that a mot was coming. Bonaparte, he said, with a special emphasis on the U. I think, however, that now that he's prescribing laws for Austria and Schönbrunn, il fait au faire grâce le U. I decidedly make an innovation and call him Bonaparte tout court. No, joking aside, said Prince Andre, do you really think the campaign is over? Here's what I think. Austria's been played for a fool, and she's not used to it, and she'll pay it back. She's been played for a fool because, first, the provinces are devastated. On dit l'Orthodox army est terrible pour les pillage. Her army is destroyed, and her capital has been taken. And all that, pour le with Sardinian majesty. And therefore, entre nous, mon cher, I feel instinctively that we're being deceived. I feel instinctively that communications with France and plans for peace, a secret peace, are being concluded separately. That can't be, said Prince Andre. It would be too vile. Que vivre there, said Bilibin, again releasing his skin as a sign that the conversation was over. When Prince Andre went to the room prepared for him and lay down on the feather bed and fragrant warmed-up pillows and clean linen, he felt that the battle, the news of which he had brought, was far, far away from him. The Prussian alliance, the treachery of Austria, the new triumph of Bonaparte, the levee and the parade, and his reception by the Emperor Franz the next day preoccupied him. He closed his eyes, but at the same instant in his ears there crackled a cannonade, gunfire, the rattle of carriage wheels, and now again the stretched out line of musketeers goes down the hill and the French are shooting. And he feels his heart thrill, and he is riding in front next to Schmidt, and the bullets are whistling merrily about him, and he experiences that feeling of the tenfold joy of life, such as he has not experienced since childhood. He woke up. Yes, all that happened, he said, smiling happily to himself like a child. Then he fell into a sound and sleep. And that's the end of 10. So we'll give it a stop there for today. Rather interesting. Makes me wonder if it isn't about men that really love war. It's very interesting. Maybe it's that feeling of purpose that he seems to like so relish in. Very interesting. It's reminding me I probably should brush up on my European history. I don't remember all the nuances and the intrigues of Bonaparte and the different courts. So, yeah. Well, feel free to drop any comments in the chat. Any thoughts and queries, and we will continue again tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, so it'll be the last reading of the week. And let's see how far we'll get. Some interesting action here today between the various things. I was a little worried there that young Nikolai Rostov was going to get shot. So funny, he's like such a young man and so preoccupied with the, what he feels are the grievances that are surrounding him, even in the middle of a battle. But I guess we all get preoccupied that way, don't we? So, alright, thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you very much. You guys have a great rest of your day, and again, we will pick up tomorrow at 3. Thanks so much. Bye. Good afternoon! Happy Friday, everyone! I'm Charlotte, and it's Quarantine Storytime again. And we're back with more War and Peace. So, we'll pick up where we left off. Yesterday, Prince Andre has gone to the Austrian court to deliver news of one victory, one military victory, but it's kind of been overrun by the news of how Vienna's been taken over by Bonaparte, and there's talk of a secret peace behind the Russians' back, and so all his excitement about being part of this battle got a little overwhelmed by that. So, I think we'll be picking right back up again with him. If this is your first time, welcome. If you're returning, welcome as well. You can always check out previous episodes on the War and Peace playlist that I have started on my channel. So feel free to subscribe and check out that playlist to catch up on anything you may have missed. I have the live chat going, so just see, make sure that is up and going. So yeah, that is up, so feel free to drop any questions or comments there. And thanks to everyone who's been watching and been posting comments on the different channels. It's really encouraging, so thanks a lot. And we won't spend too much time. Let's just jump right into this today. We're picking up in, so we're in volume 1, part 2 still, but we're now in section 11. I think we're going to get through 11 through 14 today, because they seem like they're quicker sections. So, let's go. The next day, he woke up late. Going over his recent impressions, he remembered first of all that he had to present himself to the Emperor Franz that day, remembered the Minister of War, the courteous Austrian Imperial Adjutant, Bilibin, and the conversation yesterday evening. Putting on his full dress uniform, which he had not worn in a long time, for his trip to the palace, fresh, animated, and handsome, with his arm in a sling, he went into Bilibin's study. In the study, there were 4 gentlemen from the diplomatic corps. Bolkonsky was acquainted with Prince Ippolit Kurgan, who was the secretary at the embassy. Bilibin introduced him to the others. The gentlemen who frequented Bilibin, young, rich, and merry society people, constituted here, as in Vienna, a separate circle, which Bilibin, who was the head of it, called ours, Lemnitvis. This circle, made up almost exclusively of diplomats, clearly had its own high society interests, which had nothing in common with war and politics. Interested relations with certain women, and in the administrative side of their service. These gentlemen received Prince Andre into their circle with apparent shrewdness as theirs, an honor they accorded to a few. Out of courtesy, and as a subject for getting into conversation, he asked several questions about the army and battle. He was asked several questions about the army and battle, and the conversation again broke up into inconsequentially merry jokes and gossip. But it was especially nice, one said, telling about a fellow diplomat's failure, it was especially nice that the Chancellor told him straight out that his appointment to London was a promotion and that he should look at it as such. Can you picture his face when he heard that? But what's worse of all, gentlemen, I'm betraying Cardinal to you, is that the man is in misfortune, and this Don Juan, this terrible fellow, is taking advantage of it. Prince Ippolit was lying in a Voltaire armchair, his legs thrown over the armrest. He laughed. Parlez-moi de ça, he said. Oh, you Don Juan, oh, you serpent, said various voices. You don't know, Bolkonsky, Bilibin turned to Prince Andre, that all the horrors of the French army, I almost said the Russian army, are nothing compared to what this man has been doing among the women. Le famous la campagne de Léon, uttered Prince Ippolit, and he began examining his raised feet through his lorgnette. Bilibin and ours burst out laughing, looking Ippolit in the eye. Prince Andre saw that this Ippolit, of whom he, it had to be admitted, had almost been jealous over his wife, was the buffoon of the company. No, I must treat you to Kurgan, Bilibin said softly to Bolkonsky. He's charming when he argues about politics. You should see such gravity. He sat beside Hippolyte and, gathering the folds of his forehead, began a conversation about politics with him. Prince Andrei and the others stood around them. Le cabinet de Berlin ne peut pas exprimer un sentiment d'élégance, Hippolyte began, looking around significantly at them all. Sans exprimer comme dans ces dernières notes. Vous comprenez. Et puis, si Sa Majesté l'Empereur ne déroge pas un principe de notre alliance. Attendez, je n'ai pas fini, he said to Prince Andrei, seizing him by the arm. Je suppose que l'intervention sera plus forte que la non-intervention. Et, he paused, on ne pourra pas imputer à la fin de notre savoir notre dépêche du 20 novembre. Voilà comment tout cela finira. He let go of Bolkonsky's arm, thus indicating that he was quite finished. Démontre-lui, je te reconnais à quelqu'un, tu estés dans de bouche dehors, said Bilibin, whose shock of hair moved on his head with pleasure. They all laughed. Hippolyte laughed more than anyone else. He obviously suffered, choked, but was unable to hold back the wild laughter that distended his ever-immobile face. Well, I tell you what, gentlemen, said Bilibin, Bolkonsky is a guest in my house, and here in Brünn, and I want to treat him, as far as I can, to all the joys of life here. If we were in Vienna, that would be easy, but here, dans ce vilain comme mon rêve, it's harder, and I tell you all to help. Il fait lui faire les honneurs de Brünn. You'll take the theater upon yourselves. I'll take society, and you, Hippolyte, naturally the women. We must show him Amélie. Charming, said one of ours, kissing the tips of his fingers. Generally, this bloodthirsty soldier, said Bilibin, needs to be converted to more humane views. It's unlikely that I'll take advantage of your hospitality, gentlemen, and it's now time for me to go, Bolkonsky said, glancing at his watch. Where? To the Emperor. Oh! Well, goodbye, Bolkonsky. Goodbye, Prince. Come early to dinner, said several voices. We'll take good care of you. Try to brace your order for the delivery of provisions and the itineraries as much as possible to the Emperor, said Bilibin, seeing Bolkonsky off to the front hall. I wish I could, but I can't, as far as I know, Bolkonsky replied, smiling. Well, generally, talk as much as possible. Audiences are his passion, but he likes, nor is he able to talk himself, as you'll see. Section 12. At the levee, the Emperor Franz merely looked intently into the face of Prince Andrei, who was standing in the place assigned to him among the Austrian officers, and nodded his long head at him. But before the levee, yesterday's imperial adjutant courteously conveyed to Bolkonsky the Emperor's wish to grant him an audience. The Emperor Franz received him standing in the middle of the room. Before the conversation began, it struck Prince Andrei that the Emperor was as if confused, did not know what to say, and blushed. Tell me, when did the battle begin? He asked hastily. Prince Andrei replied. After that question, other equally simple questions followed. Was Kutuzov in good health? How long ago had he left France? And so on. The Emperor spoke with such an expression as if his whole goal consisted in asking a certain number of questions. Replies to these questions, as was only too clear, were of no interest to him. At what time did the battle begin? Asked the Emperor. I am unable to tell your Majesty at what time the battle at the front began, but in Dürnstein, where I was, the troops went into attack between 5 and 6 o'clock in the evening, Bolkonsky said, livening up and supposing on this occasion that he would be able to present the truthful description already prepared in his head of all he knew and had seen. But the Emperor smiled and interrupted him. How many miles? From where to where, your Majesty? From Dürnstein to Krems. 3.5 miles, your Majesty. Have the French abandoned the left bank? According to the scouts' reports, the last of them crossed at night on rafts. Is there enough forage in Krems? Forage was not delivered in the quantities. The Emperor interrupted him. At what time was General Schmidt killed? At 7 o'clock, I believe. 7 o'clock? Very sad, very sad, the Emperor said. Then he thanked him and inclined his head. Prince Andrei went out and was at once surrounded on all sides by courtiers. On all sides, affectionate eyes looked at him, and affectionate words came to him. Yesterday's imperial adjutant reproached him for not staying in the palace, and offered him his own house. The Minister of War came up to congratulate him on the order of Maria Theresa of the third degree, which the Emperor was to bestow on him. The Empress Chamberlain invited him to Her Majesty. The Archduchess also wanted to see him. He did not know whom to answer and needed a few seconds to collect his wits. The Russian ambassador took him by the shoulder, led him to the window, and started talking to him. Contrary to what Bilibin had said, the news he brought was received joyfully. A Thanksgiving prayer service was ordered. Kutuzov was awarded a Mary Teresa Cross, and the whole army received rewards. Bolkonsky received invitations from all sides and had to spend the whole morning paying visits to the high dignitaries of Austria. Having spent his visits past 4 in the afternoon, mentally composing a letter to his father, or having finished his visit past 4 in the afternoon, mentally composing a letter to his father about the battle and his journey to Bloom, Prince Andrei was returning home to Bilibin's. Before going to Bilibin's, Prince Andrei had gone to a bookstore to stock up on books for the campaign and had spent a long time there. By the porch of the house occupied by Bilibin stood a Ritzka, half filled with things, and Franz, Bilibin's servant, dragged a trunk with difficulty, came out of the door. "What's this?" asked Bolkonsky. "Ach, ich laug's," said Franz, loading the trunk into the Britzka with difficulty. "Wir sehen noch weiter. Der Boschwitz ist schon wieder hinter uns her." Which is, Your Excellency, we're moving on further on. The villain is just behind us. "What is it? What?" Prince Andrei kept asking. Bilibin came out to greet Bolkonsky. The usually calm face of Bilibin was troubled. "Non, avoue que est charmant," he was saying. "C'est l'histoire du pont de Tabor," a bridge in Vienna. "Ils sont passés sans préféré." No, admit that it's charming, the story of the bridge of Tabor. They crossed it without opposition. Prince Andrei understood nothing. "But where are you coming from that you don't know what every coachman in town already knows?" "I'm coming from the Archduchess. I didn't hear anything there. And you didn't see people packing up everywhere?" "No, I didn't. But what's it all about?" Prince Andrei asked impatiently. "What's it all about? It's about the French having crossed the bridge, defended by Auersburg, and the bridge wasn't blown up. So Murat is now racing down the road to Brünn, and they'll be here today or tomorrow." "What do you mean here? How is it they didn't blow up the bridge since it's mine?" "That's what I'm asking. Nobody knows, not even Bonaparte himself." Bolkonsky shrugged his shoulders. "But if the bridge has been crossed, that means the army is lost. It will be cut off." "That's just the thing," answered Bilibin. "Listen, the French entered Vienna, as I said. Everything's fine. The next day, that is yesterday, the gentlemen marshals, Murat, Lannes, and Belliard, got on their horses and set out for the bridge. Note that all three are Gascons. "Gentlemen," says one, "you know that the bridge of the Faber has been mined and countermined, and that in front of it is a terrible tête-de-pont and 15,000 troops, who have been ordered to blow up the bridge and not let us onto it. But it will be pleasing to our sovereign Emperor Napoleon if we take this bridge. Let's go, the 3 of us, and take the bridge." "Let's go," say the others, and they go and take the bridge, cross it, and are now on this side of the Danube with their whole army coming against us, against you and your communications. "Enough joking," Prince Andrei said, sadly and seriously. This news was grievous and at the same time pleasant for Prince Andrei. As soon as he learned that the Russian army was in such a hopeless situation, it occurred to him that it was precisely he who was destined to lead the Russian army out of that situation. That here was that talon which would take him out of the ranks of unknown officers and open for him the first path to glory. Listening to Bilibin, he was already
Isn't it absolutely bonkers that you can walk into a store, hand someone a piece of plastic, and they will willingly